Raider Nation, what's going on? You're watching the Raiders Report, and we are live. I know today is not the best day for a lot of these NFL players because, unfortunately, a lot of them will not make their 53-man rosters. But you know what? I do this show for the nation. Jeremy, Chuggs, and I decided that we're going to go live, and we're going to be live all day today, counting down. And we're going to be talking about every single move that Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler make, because when I woke up this morning, the Raiders, I believe, were at 79 players, and they got to get all the way down to 53 by 4 p.m. Eastern time today, 1 p.m. Pacific, and they've already made one move this morning. The Las Vegas Raiders have moved on from safety Jakob Johnson. He is a player to at least keep in mind in terms of making the practice squad. But all I want you guys to do today is interact with me. I want you to hit that like button, click that share, because I do want this to turn into a crazy show like we always can make it happen here on the Raiders Report. Now remember, if you want to get your questions, comments up here, easiest ways to do it, hashtag Raiders. We will be answering a lot of questions today. But if you want to skip the line and jump it like Raider Muerte, you can send in a super chat. We'll answer those questions. But honestly, man, I'm ready. I'm ready for one marathon of a day. Jeremy, Chuggs, and I are both ready for today because I do think, wow, we actually just got some breaking news, not around the Raiders, but around the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills are planning to have Von Miller begin the season on reserve PUP list as he recovers from the ACL, which means he's going to be out the first 4 games. That's important because the Raiders play them week 2. So no Von Miller against the Raiders week 2. Rerun the Madden sim. We might have to. But you know what? I wouldn't be able to do today's show if it wasn't for everybody. Welcome in Jeremy.
Whoa!
Chuggs.
Let's go Raiders!
Where are my real ones at?
Let's go!
Your voice is still hurting from that Texans watch party. I can tell.
My voice is from Denver because it's a little hoarse.
Oh, what up, JB Raider? What up, Jay? Juan Hernandez, Queen Sarah Otto, Jordan Jimenez. What up, Rome, the U.S.? Jaime Alvarado, Raider Muerte, Frakery, Romero. But, man, big news here that just came out. Von Miller will not be playing against the Raiders. Von Miller will not be, I know, playing against the Raiders.
Raider Muerte, I'm sorry, Mitch, the one time I don't send a good vibe sticker, we lose the game. Hey, I'm not saying that was the reason, and other people could have sent in good vibes.
Sure.
You know, but I'm not saying it's not the reason. And you know what? We want to party.
I'm ready.
Have a good day. Hey,
I'm ready to turn up.
Mitch is getting a tattoo this week, so he's not going to drink.
I'm not drinking Thursday or Friday, so today is my Tuesday happy hour, if you will.
Every 10 good vibes, I'm taking a shot.
Every 10 good vibes.
Every 10 good vibes, I'm taking a shot.
We do have a few deals for everyone who's tuned in right now. What up, Alex? Appreciate you watching. Whoever's the MVP today, you will get our Raiders Report boot because it is just about filled up. What up, Flying Ignacio? Josh McDaniels still eats corn the long way. I'll say until he wins some regular season football games, I don't mind if people have this idea, but I do think that we got to give him at least a little bit more credit considering the fact of this Raiders team this season has a lot more depth than what people are giving it credit for. I get it. The Raiders made the playoffs back in 2021. This team right here is a more deep and more talented roster than what you saw back in 2021.
Hey.
Raider Muerte is getting the vibes going.
That's one.
One vibe. Robert Jansen's going to keep track. I know
9 more vibes. Robert, you keep track for me in the comment section.
I like it. I
We
like
need
it.
9 more vibes for a shot.
Now remember, y'all, we got 500 people tuned in, and anytime the Raiders make a move today, I will do everything in my power to keep you guys up to date. I don't know why this is private. Let's get that shit public. But anytime the Raiders make a move today, I'm going to do my best to keep you guys up to date here. We're going to be having a fun time. We got a bunch of things to get to. And here's our Super Chat deal. So Wild 114
we had one.
Yep, that's true. So I guess let's crack it open. Thank you, Mr. Wild One. Oh, what a catch. This guy, hands for days.
Put
hands for days.
Put me on the 53.
So anytime you guys send in the $5 super chat, all I want you to do, though, is put thank you Wild114 in it. If you do that, I'll take a drink for it. So it has to say thank you Wild114 because he's the person that's hooking y'all up with a Raiders Report jersey raffle. Every 20 that we get, we'll spin the wheel at the end of the show, and then whoever it lands on, you get yourself a Raiders Report jersey. If you send in a 50, I'll crack open a beer, half of a beer bong. You want a full beer bong, that's a $100, and I'll put you on the Boot Hall of Fame. Whoever the MVP of today's show is, get a signed boot from Jeremy, Chuggs, and I. So you know what, Wild One, everyone tuning in right now, I know that this is a weird day because it's roster cut day, but I like to look at it as there's glass half full, and there's going to be a lot of players that maybe didn't think that they were going to make this show or make the big show is kind of what I was thinking. Make
the wrestler?
Yeah, no. I was thinking like MLB the show, like they call it like making the show.
Raiders Report.
A lot of players don't think that they're actually going to make the team, so that's how I'm going to look at it today. But Wild One in the nation, cheers to all y'all.
And JB Raider actually has a good point. Mitch,
what do we got?
You getting Chug's face in the tattoo, he is part of the nation.
You know what? It's funny, in my meeting yesterday with my bosses, because the guy who's going to do my leg tattoo, he's going to be flying in tomorrow. We're going to meet with him and kind of like go over a few of the logistics and whatnot. But we were joking, like, if we did like a super chat thing, and all it was if you send in X amount, we'll get a Raiders shield with your initials on my leg. It might happen, but it'll happen on Thursday if it ends up happening. I know, it's insane, but hey, it's we'll see how it ends up going down.
Latuya.
What up, Latuya? Raiders report interested in Desmond King. Why? So it's actually not been a confirmed report. This is just one of those places. And again, I think you got to be really careful being on social media just because some place on Twitter, and I saw the spot because they tagged me in it, just because somebody says that, hey, the Raiders are interested in XYZ player. I'll tell you this, and maybe the Raiders turn out to be interested in him, but I have talked to a lot of good sources, and I have not heard the name Desmond King been brought up at all because from what I understand, the Raiders are very confident in their cornerback room, and if anything, that's going to be the position group that gives them the most trouble today. That defensive tackle is what I've been told in terms of making the roster. So I saw the thing, but I'm not going to buy it. Let's go to Cali Raiders. Salute, boys. Which player you hope make the team? There's definitely a lot of players that I hope end up making this team. I would say from I don't know if he makes it, but a player that I would love to see him on the roster is Drake Thomas, the UDFA from North Carolina State. He's had himself a phenomenal preseason. It just seems like one of those coachable players that could find his way on this roster.
I have high hopes for him. Another person who, and this is the thing about the preseason.
What up, Rebel?
Training camp, and anytime your team's on Hard Knocks, which you would know, obviously the Raiders were on Hard Knocks a couple seasons ago.
Sure.
There's always a guy that you fall in love with who has like a 2% chance to make the roster.
Yeah.
For me this year, that's Cam Sims. I love Cam Sims. He just makes plays. Big-bodied receiver. He goes up and gets the ball. But I don't think there's any way he makes the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think in order for Cam Sims to make it, I think they would keep Keelan Cole over him. I believe that they would keep Kristian Wilkerson over him, Phillip Dorsett over him. I would be interested to see, but I don't know, man.
Who do you think deserves to make the Raiders 53-man roster? Let me know.
We'll give some shout-outs here on the show. Again, anytime that we ask a question, I know that not every single person can super chat, and I don't expect everybody to super chat. Hell, I know people on the West Coast, it is 8:41 in the morning, and some of you are like, Happy Dads? I mean, it's 10:40 here, and we're already drinking Happy Dads, but you know what? I'm always down to have a good time with the nation. But ways that you, the ways that you can help this show is always by commenting when I ask. Hit that like button, click that share. If you haven't already, subscribe. Believe it or not, those are the ways that really, really help this show grow to being what it is right now. All right, let me see here. Who deserves to make the Raiders 53-man roster?
I see some McClendon Curtis and Dalton Wagner in there.
I've seen a lot of, I see a Dalton Wagner from Brandon. What's up, Brandon? Damien Williams from Dan Raider. Kind of an interesting name. The problem is, do you think he makes it over a Sincere McCormick? Because to me, I don't think that he does. Ventrak, what's up, my guy?
Musa Shio 6 is watching from Japan. It's 12:42 a.m.
Bonjour?
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Holy hell. Number 57 from Chicano Raider. That's Drake Thomas, and he's had himself a good year. Emilio says Kristian Wilkerson. S. Carter's going to go with Drake Thomas.
I see a couple sending good vibes to Graf.
Yeah,
he was supposed to come on the show, on Friday, but
yeah, he's
got the vid.
He's still going to be a guest appearance, just not in studio. Yeah, I mean, I knew if we brought him, what's his name downstairs, would have had a heart attack.
That's sick.
Literally. And have you been The answer would have been yes. Cole Fotheringham was a good answer there from JR, which I could see that one happening. What up, Derek Sharp? Where are y'all from J760?
I grew up in Houston.
I grew up in central Pennsylvania. Shout out to the 570. If you guys want to spam where you grew up, you know what? Let's play. We haven't played that game in a long time.
Oh, let me get it ready. Hold on.
Only the real ones are going to get the game that we're about to play. So if you're a real one, I want you to spam real one right now in the chat. And we played this game this off season. I'm curious to see how many people remember this game, because what I always love is when we talk about this, because a lot of times the Raiders Report's got inside jokes, right? Every group of fans has inside jokes. Every audience has an inside joke. Like if some random person tuned into the show right now and was like, Corn the long way, what the hell are they talking about? People who watch, they get it. So right now, I'm going to put something out there that we are going to play a game that we played many of times this off season, and it has to do with your area code. I want to see how many people actually get it. Rebel says 805. Raiders just win, baby, 510. Oh, boy. And then the clock that you see underneath Jeremy and I, that is the final roster cut. So the Raiders have to be down to 53 players by that time, 4 p.m. Eastern time. And it might come in a flurry. Like, we might see a player here and there get released. And when that player does get released, I do think something that we should do is when that happens, update the depth chart and then go to the depth chart. That way we can look at it and say, hey, here's the updated look at it. So Jakob Johnson, free safety, he has been released this morning by the Raiders. And I believe now that puts us at 78 players in total. It's either that or we're at 79. Because I might have counted wrong yesterday. So I think it's either 78 or 79. So here's going to be the game that we're going to end up playing here. And remember, if you send in a super, we will put you up on screen next to Jeremy and I. If you send in your area code, where you're watching, super it, and we'll guess. If we're wrong, we drink. Sound good? Raider Muerte says, I hope I win. I mean, right now, Muerte, not only are you the MVP of today's show, you're the only person that's getting it in right now. And if you don't know, if you send in a $20 super chat, you are entered in for a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey. We'll spin the raffle, or we'll spin the wheel at the end of the show. Whoever it lands on, you in, and you get a chance to win. Sounds good to me, man. All right, another move that the Raiders literally just made. The Raiders are cutting Isaac Rochelle. Raiders are cutting Isaac Rochelle. Hang on, I'm going to make a bunch of shorts today. Yep, Isaac Rochelle has been released by the Raiders. Could be another practice squad candidate to keep in mind, no doubt about it. So send in your area code, where you're watching from. Let me know. Jakob Johnson, though, he has been cut today. That was the very first move that the Raiders made. 600 people tuned in. And again, once I get updates, I will do my best to be able to keep you guys as up-to-date as humanly possible here around the Raiders and all the moves that end up going down today. But Jakob Johnson, he was released. And then just now, Isaac Rochelle was released. So now we are at somewhere around, I think we got to figure out the exact number that we're at. If you get time.
It was at 79?
I think. That's the thing. I think it was at 79, which now means we're at 77, 76. It's like that's my problem where I don't know if I miscounted yesterday. I'm usually pretty good about it, but I'm second-guessing myself. Isaac Rochelle, Jakob Johnson have been the two players that have been released. I will say Rochelle is definitely a candidate to be on the Raiders practice squad simply because of, well, he was on the practice squad last season. Move today. Thanks for the roses, my guy. Let's go to the next one. We're rolling in here. It's from James. Vibes surrounded with little purple
Need
stars.
7 more for a shot.
7 more good vibes for a shot from Jeremy Chuggs. And if you haven't already, take a second. Click that like button. Believe it or not, it does go a very, very long way here on the Raiders Report. Seth, you think McDaniels should look at Deion Jones? It's definitely an intriguing name. When I saw the fact that Jones got released today, I know the Raiders have a big-time need at linebacker. The problem is, though, if Jones is getting released, and there were some teams last season that were a little bit wary about signing him, he's a name to keep in mind. It's just how much money are you going to have to pay him? Because they have their top 2 linebackers in Robert Spillane, and then they have Divine Diablo. They're not going to pay Deion Jones probably the money that he's looking for. So with that being said, I don't anticipate them going out and getting Deion Jones. Eduardo, thank you, my guy, for supporting the Raiders Report. Believe it or not, it goes a long way. Edwin, Raiders 10-7 this season. They have the opportunity to go 10-7. I mean, every single NFL team, you never know what's going to happen, and that's why I love this league. I mean, think about how many people last season, Chuggs, thought that the Seattle Seahawks were going to be the worst team in the NFL, and then they end up making the playoffs. You know, like, that's a big one. I think that they're an 8-9 win team, but if they get lucky, they can win double digit. Drake deserves to be on the roster. Stats don't lie.
Men and women lie.
I will admit that stats in the preseason, they can lie. And tackles can also be a very deceiving stat. I will sit up here and say tackles is one of the worst stats to look at when you look at linebackers.
I was going to say for safeties and corners.
I mean, I think tackles a lot of times can be overblown. Does Drake Thomas deserve to make this roster? There's probably a few players that deserve to make it. The problem is, though, how many linebackers are you going to keep? Is Drake going to make it over Luke Masterson? I don't think he will. He's not going to obviously make it over Amari Burney, who they drafted in the 6th round. So that means it's between Curtis Bolton and Drake Thomas battling it out for that 5th linebacker spot. I don't know. I mean, I will say if he ends up hitting the waivers, I don't think Drake Thomas comes back to the Raiders. Raider Muerte,
Hey-o.
You're so in right now. Cheers to Muerte.
Hey, if we spin the wheel right now, you would win.
Yeah, I mean,
and
100% guaranteed. Not quite getting the game, but it's okay. So, guys, here's the thing. You only send in your area code, and then when you send in your area code, I have to guess what state that's in. Like right now, I'm going to guess that 918 Tulsa is in Oklahoma. So, therefore, I don't have to drink. Does that make sense? Like I just saw somebody send in 570 Muncie, PA. I would have got that because I'm from the 570, but you don't send in the city or the state. Only the area code, and I got to guess it. If I guess it wrong, I got to drink, though. If you guys don't want to send in a super, I can give some shout-outs to people sending in their area codes right now. Like I see Callie Raider. What up, Rick? What up, Jeff? Raider Nation 94. Heather saying the 410. Juan Hernandez 702. E.T. Lava 805. Let's go to LaToya. Rolling in here. Should the Raiders trade for Eagles defensive tackle Barnett? So I know Derek Barnett has been granted permission to seek a trade.
He's not a defensive tackle.
He's a defensive end. Yeah, I would say he could be a name to keep in mind, but to me, the only way that the Raiders pull the trigger on a trade like this is if they are worried that Tyree Wilson isn't ready. But if they were worried about that, I don't think he would have played in the 3rd preseason game. And then on top of that, if they're worried about Chandler Jones. Also, though, the Eagles don't want to trade him. Like, the Eagles know that they're in a Super Bowl window right now. And, yeah, he's not going to get too much playing time on Philadelphia. But they know that, hey, they need as many edge rushers as humanly possible in the NFL, which we can definitely all agree on. Let's go to Raider Dabs. What's up, my brother? He said 503. All right, so Raider Dabs, 503. I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to say California.
Oh, okay. You'd actually be wrong.
Wrong?
That's Portland, Oregon, baby.
Judging by the videos that Dab sends me, I probably should have known that. Let's go to Muncie, PA, the 570. Shout out to everybody repping in the 570, man. I miss Pennsylvania a lot. I will never move back there, but it's always a fun place to visit, no doubt. Let's go to Venthrak. I will say, anytime Venthrak is in the chat, shit can get wild really, really quick.
Vibes. How many is that, Robert? I need a count.
Shit can get quick when Venthrak's in the chat. I'm just warning y'all right now. Remember, $100 super chat. I'm doing a beer bong, and it is 10:52 in the morning. Kind of wild. What up, R41D3R918? Is that, I think technically that's his area code. That's my guess. Also, you in. Guess my area code. Farmer oil capital of the world and home to tons of Native American history.
I'm going to guess Tulsa,
Oklahoma.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I'm going to Oklahoma, and it's only because I sit next to Tyler Jones. Tyler Jones. He's in the zone. What up, Venthrak? 301 from Mr. Venthrak. I'm going to say Venthrak with a name like that, and you probably have already told me, Vermont. Not even close.
Maryland.
Yeah, as soon as I saw your face, I knew.
Eduardo, first time super chat. 559.
California. Actually, that might be New Mexico.
What do you think it is?
California.
California or New Mexico?
California.
It's California.
Yeah, I knew it.
Also, another first time.
Not a doubt.
Ben Hensley from the 559.
If I had to guess, also California.
Yep. Also from California.
Oh, wow. Bradley Roby just got cut by the Saints. It's kind of a surprising move. Bradley Roby released by the Saints. Ray Holman, cheers to you, my guy.
909.
Giovanni Tejada. It's an elite baseball name. In the 909, Nevada.
California.
Son of a gun. Son of a biscuit. All right, hang on. I got to get rid of Mr. Goodell, who's apparently in the chat right now. Got rid of him. Peace out. The Texans just released Chase Winovich.
Yep.
I think the Raiders could have interest in him. I know that Ziegler and McDaniels love Winovich.
All, he hasn't practiced at all.
He's been banged up? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, scratch that then. Scratch that. All right, y'all. I believe that's all the super chats that we have for today. If you also have some questions, some comments that you want to get here on the show, hashtag Raiders. We're just going to put up a bunch of questions. I think it's the easiest way to be able to break it down in terms of certain guys that maybe you're looking at, certain players that you have questions about. So if you use hashtag Raiders, we're going to treat this like a mailbag. Chuggs will take his favorite questions, put them up on the show. And then if you want to skip the line, because I know we're going to get a bunch of questions, you can send in a super, and then we'll let you skip. For those of the people that don't understand what hashtag Raiders means, it means like if you're saying, will Isaiah Polameo make the Raiders roster? And then you put a hashtag Raiders in that. That way our graphic system can put it up on screen. All right, the first move that the Raiders made today was that they moved on from safety Jakob Johnson. So that means, as it stands right now, here is the Raiders safety depth chart. Marcus Epps is going to make this roster. Also, Trevon Merrick is going to make this roster. Then you got Chris Smith, who the Raiders drafted in the 5th round out of Georgia at 170 overall. He's going to make this roster. After that, I do think it's between Isaiah Polameo and Roderick Teamer. Perhaps this team decides to keep both of these safeties because of their flexibility. Teamer's the better special teams guy. Polameo can do a lot of different things. Unfortunately for Jaden Grant, I do not anticipate him making this team, but this is the Raiders safety depth chart as we are recording this video right now. Let's go to another move that the Raiders made today. They moved on from Isaac Rochelle at defensive end. So as it stands, here are the 4 defensive ends on the Raiders roster. Crosby, Tyree Wilson, Chandler Jones, all a lock to make it. After that, I do think it's more of a two-way battle between Jordan Willis and Malcolm Kuntz, then followed up with Adam Plant Jr. and then George Tarlas and David Agoa. Not going to make the 53. However, Agoa will end up on this practice squad because of the International Pathway Program rule. And because of the International Pathway Program, the Raiders can have 16 guys on their practice squad, and then they can also have Agoa, so make it 17. So a lot of NFL teams that don't have the International Pathway Program have to have 90 guys on their roster. This entire offseason, the Raiders were allowed to have 91 because of David Agoa. Let's go to Wesley. What's up, brother? Reppin' Raider Nation from the 760. So if you're repping from the 760, the way that you said that makes me think that you're not from California. So I'm going to go, judging by that stance there, that's a power stance, which means power bottom. Louisiana. Ah, California. Wesley, shout out, man. I owe you one. What up, Elijah? Someone take a shot for me. I'm tuned in at work. FKC, F the Chargers, F the Donkeys. Only one nation. You know what, man? If you guys want to tune in from work, I'm more than okay with that. It might be hard to believe, but Jeremy and I are actually doing this at work right now. We got 700 people tuned into our live Raiders Report coverage of all the roster moves that are going to be being made today while the team gets down to 53. And then anytime new stuff ends up happening, I'll just tell you, like, big NFL news, the Saints, they moved on from Bradley Roby. Get it together, Mitch. And then the Eagles, they just cut Britton Covey. I don't know who that is. Speedster. Elijah, also, though, you in. Let's go to Josiah Tafoya. What matchups will you be looking at week 1 for the Raiders? Oh, wow, this is a big one. The Raiders are moving on from Sam Webb. Sam Webb has just been cut by the Raiders. That's really surprising. I'm just going to do it right here. So if you just want to get on screen real quick here, that'd be great.
Week 1 matchup. Yep. Raiders at Broncos, September 10th. We'll be live for the first game of the regular season. Raiders, Broncos. And if you're a real one, join in with me. F Sam, F Sam, F Sam, F Sam. F Sam,
F Sam, F Sam, F Sam, F Sam, F Sam, F Sam, F Sam.
Let's go!
All right, y'all, I'm going to make a quick little video here. That way I can put it out on YouTube Shorts, and then that way I can upload it. But it is official. Sam Webb, a player that I really thought had a legit opportunity to make this roster, unfortunately, is not going to be making it this upcoming season. We got some roster news here to cover. Sam Webb, cornerback of the Las Vegas Raiders, unfortunately has been released. Make sure you tune in live to the Raiders Report while we break down every move while Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler work to get this team down to 53 players by 4 p.m. All right, Sam Webb has been released. Wild. I mean, that was a move that I'm kind of surprised by because I knew they liked him a lot. But just because they did that. So how about this? What's your one-word reaction right now to Sam Webb being released? Let me know down in the comments section right now. One-word reaction. Jeremy, if you could give some shout-outs here.
Yes, sir.
That would be much appreciated.
Give me your one-word reaction. I'm fixing the depth chart right now so we can show that. Let's see. Damn, surprised, meh, shocked, not surprised, crazy, shocked, surprised, wow, damn, yeah.
Yeah.
Finally shocking, finally.
What does that mean? Finally shocking? I mean, Sam Webb being released, I am kind of surprised by that move. I mean, realistically, I did not anticipate that one ended up going down, but it's kind of a wild one. So as it stands right now, I will admit that really opens up the door for Ameer Robertson. I do think it opens up the door for Tyler Hall, and it opens up the door for Duke Shelley to potentially make this team. Like, to me, I know it's going to be Jacorian Bennett. It's going to be Nate Hobbs. Like, these two players are locked and loaded to me. Going to make it for Bennett, Hobbs, and Peters. After that, I do think Faison ends up making it in terms of, like, they probably going to have to put him on short-term IR. After that, though, David Long Jr., Tyler Hall, Ameer Robertson, Duke Shelley, all have it up for grabs. And if I was the Raiders, I would probably try to keep 6 corners. I don't know if they're going to go with 7, but this was a very surprising move to me because I knew how much the Raiders truly did like Sam Webb. So Let's get those one-word reactions in there. I'm bouncing around today. You're going to see us do a few different things when not only are we going to be live here on the show, but we're also going to be sharing some videos on social media. We are continually trying to grow on social media, so believe it or not, something to keep in mind.
From one to another.
Let's go.
Name a surprise cut candidate. We just saw Sam Webb get cut, the cornerback. I mean, does that open the door for Ameek? That's the question I see in the chat a lot. Will Ameek make the roster? The only person from the 2020 NFL draft by the Raiders, the only Raiders 2020 draft pick still on the roster. It's crazy saying that out loud. But let me know. Name a surprise cut candidate for the Raiders. I'm going to give some shout-outs. Finesse the Hustler says Alex Bars. JB Raider says, I hope Haran goes. Kevin BMW says Zamir White. Gary Fake says McDaniels should be released. I don't think that will happen. Wow. Get Off My Lawn. Great name. Get Off My Lawn says, I want Jerry Tillery to get cut.
Anticipate Tillery to get cut, but
Hunter Renfrow's not getting cut.
Raiders already paid Hunter Renfrow for this season,
Malcolm
so I can
Kuntz.
promise you that ain't happening. Malcolm Kuntz is another name to at least keep in mind in terms of potentially being released, but I mean that one, man, was that was kind of surprising. Now the next thing I got to figure out how to do here is I just got to airdrop this piece to me. We're working through it, man. We're working through this to the best of our abilities.
Joel.
Raider Nation for life from the 813. Oh, boy. 813. I know 805 is in California, so because of that, 813, it seems almost too easy. But I'm going to go with it anyway. I'm going to go with California.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Florida.
How does that make sense? How does 805 in California, and now you're telling me 813? I don't get it. I don't understand how that's even possible. Sam Webb has been released
Eduardo,
by the
week.
Raiders.
Glad to have met y'all in Arlington. Oh, yeah, Eduardo.
What's up, brother?
Real one. Hey, that was awesome. The tailgate was lit. Thank you for coming out, showing out. Great to meet you out there.
That was really cool. I think he was one of the first people that came up to us that day and was like, yo, man, can I get a picture? It was birthday weekend, right?
Birthday week.
Birthday week. So how about this? Let's everybody real quick. Shout out to Eduardo. Let's sing happy birthday to him real quick. Get those HBDs going down in the chat. So real quick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
dear Eduardo. Happy birthday to you.
I mean, I can hold it down, and then once you hit that note, I'm out. I can't do it anymore. Eduardo, seriously, bro, it was awesome to meet you.
My voice is a little messed up. I need some hot tea or something.
Yeah. I get it. Hey, I get it.
Chase, give me the honey.
You know what I'm talking about. What up, Seabass? Week 2 just got interesting. Von Miller is out. Every single week in the NFL, I can promise you this, is an interesting week. Every single one. But the fact that Miller isn't going to be playing definitely is going to help out this team a lot. He's their best edge rusher. Yeah, he's getting up there in age, but not having him out on the field, it's going to hurt Buffalo. And I bet you the Raiders were probably 6-point underdogs, maybe 6.5-point underdogs.
Yeah.
I bet you because of that injury alone.
4.5.
Now 4.5, 5? That's kind of what I was thinking, somewhere around there. Let's go to Daryl Cole. Just win, baby. The 937. 937. Add those numbers together, and you're going to get Virginia.
Nope, it's in Ohio.
Ugh.
Here's the real test.
Mm-hmm.
Rebel, Montana. The 615.
Oh, shit. I know this. It's not in Montana. And I'm pretty sure I know it. However, there's two people that test me. I'm going to go with Kentucky.
No.
It's not Kentucky?
No.
Is it near there?
Yeah.
Tennessee?
Yes, it's Tennessee.
Shit, I knew it was either Tennessee or Kentucky. Rebel, I owe you two.
Peyton Hurd, what's up from the 913?
That's Florida. Right? Didn't we already get a 913? Remember, y'all, if you want to get actual questions in, we got
an 813.
Oh, my Lord. All right, that's on me.
913, you want to guess where that is?
913?
You'd hate to live there.
I'd hate to live there?
It would be the worst for you.
Ohio? I thought you were saying that because Joakim, hate Cleveland. I don't know.
No.
It would be the worst for me. For me.
For what you do, it would be the worst.
Denver? Kansas City, Missouri?
Kansas City.
Oh, man. I was like, all right, what teams? Hey, man, Peyton, cheers to you, dude.
All right, how about the 971?
The 971 from Luis Rodriguez. What up, everyone? Again, we are live here on the Raiders Report, breaking down all the roster moves that have happened. So far, the Raiders have moved on from Jakob Johnson, Isaac Rochelle, and Sam Webb today. Those have been the three players that the Raiders have released. Luis, 971, he's a Cali guy.
Nope. Portland.
Oh, my Lord. What is happening?
Carson from the 661.
661. Carson looks like a guy who I went to high school with. You know, he looks like there's a 50% chance that he did some farming in his background.
Speaking of people who you went to high school with.
West Virginia.
No. California.
Shit.
Speaking of people who you went to high school with, somebody who I went to high school with just got traded to the Browns yesterday.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Don't even start.
Papaya Man from the 408.
Oh, what's up from the 408? Judging by your picture, you're in either Nevada or California. So I'm going to go with California.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beto.
What up, Beto? Beto from the 121.
No, he's from the 70.
Oh.
From the 701.
Going to my first Raider game, week 3. Go back to that. Coming from 701, you guys going to be there. The actual game, no. Jeremy and I, though, we will be in Las Vegas that weekend, so we're going to be partying with Graf, Raider Cody, all part of the Blackout group, if you will, the Blackout division. Jeremy and I will get there in the middle of the day on Friday, maybe even in the morning, and then we have to leave bright and early Sunday, come back here, do a watch party, but we'll be partying with Raider Nation literally from 11 o'clock on Saturday, probably until almost midnight. So it's going to be a very, very long day, but I can't wait. So if you plan on hanging out with Chuggs and I having some beers, look up the Blackout division on IG and all that good stuff, and we'll get you. We'll get you hooked up.
Valdez family from the 312.
From the 312.
I'll give you one clue. Seeps.
Really? Minnesota. I thought maybe too literal.
Where's Seeps from?
Chicago, Illinois. I thought you meant Vikings. That's on me. Douglas.
Best profile picture in the game. The 316.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'm telling you this right now. If somebody sent in a 316 super chat, I would Stone Cold Steve Austin 2 Happy Dads over my head right now.
$316 right now.
Right now. Brett would hate me, and I would be sticky all day. But, I mean, come on. How often do you get a chance to do that?
Well, besides that, here are the other Super Chat deals.
Super Chat deals that we got.
Do you know where that is?
The 316. I'm going to say that's Ohio.
Kansas.
Dang it. Douglas.
Douglas.
$5.
Say thank you to Wild114. He's the one that's made this jersey raffle possible today. He donated this jersey. Every $20 you're entered into winning. Mitch, right now, we only have 4 entries into the jersey raffle. Good odds. Good odds. That's what the odds makers are telling me. Pretty good. $50 is half a beer bong. So if you send in 50 and somebody else sends in another 50, that's a beer bong for Mitch.
Yep.
$100 you get on our Boot Hall of Fame. And today's MVP gets The
boot.
signed boot.
He gets the boot. Gets the boot, gets the boot, gets the boot. Whoever the MVP is, gets the boot. Right now, today's MVP, I believe it's Muerte. I think it's Raider Muerte is today's MVP so far. It's definitely close, but I believe Raider Muerte right now is the MVP of today's live show. Again, y'all, we're tuned up here live. We're here having a good time. Appreciate everyone tuning in right now.
More super chats rolling in. Adam Martinez from the 559.
Keep up the great work, Houston. He's a Texans fan. 559, Texas.
Fresno, California.
Dang it. I feel like we already got a 559.
Dan
Dar,
Dar.
215. And Dan, oh my Lord, you're so in right now.
Oh, you're so in, Dan.
Bro, I don't know if you could be any more in. I don't know if it's possible. I have no idea.
You should get this one.
I should get 215? Oh, I'm going to go with Pennsylvania then.
Yep.
Nice.
Steve, thank you. Wild one.
Shout out to Steve, man. And then Raider Rackham,
I'm
so in.
You are so in. I don't know if you could get more in.
Oh, dude, at times I wonder if you could get any more in. All right, y'all, how about this? If you want to shout out here on the Raiders Report, I want you to spam Raiders right now. I know today is a difficult day for a lot of NFL players for the simple fact of, you know, a lot of these guys are losing their opportunity. I do think a player like Sam Webb, who was just released, he's going to get another opportunity somewhere. The Raiders want to be able to bring him back and put him on this practice squad. Obviously, only time is going to be able to tell in that whole regard. But to me, Sam Webb, who I got to see how many games he played last season because he might be over the threshold. Yeah, he played in all 17 last season.
Woo.
So Sam Webb is a guy that I know for a fact the Raiders want to try to bring back on their practice squad. Another name, I had a source reach out to me. The Giants just released O'Shane Zimenez.
Really?
They released him earlier this today. That's a name that I know the Raiders are interested in. And then I tweeted about him yesterday. DeAnthony something. He was just released by the Chicago Bears. So that's another name that I know the Raiders are.
Harry might know.
Harry, who was DeAnthony, the guy from the sack leader from DeAnthony Jones? Yeah. Tony V said, I'm in. Tony V.
Tony V, that's half.
Tony V's ready to get this party started.
Who's got Tony's back?
Who's got Tony's back?
And you're in, Tony.
I mean, here's the thing, though. No matter what, I'm still doing it. I'm going to do half a beer for 50. Hundos, we're banging. And I believe right now our new MVP.
Tony V.
Tony V from the 518. Cute kid. Hope it's yours. I'm going to say 518. California.
In New York.
Really? Alex is actually going to be in New York. What, tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. Alex will be in New York tomorrow.
Where dreams are made of.
She's going with her mom and her sister. They're going to have a hell of a time, which means Chuck and I, Bros Week.
Dude.
Chuck and I, Bros Week.
Water, basketball.
I can't.
That's it.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what. If people still want to come over and play water basketball, I'll watch.
DeLuca?
I'm down. Oh, dude. I'm not shitting you. I'm in. If you guys want to do
Thursday night DeLuca?
Thursday night, no. Friday night DeLuca?
Could be in.
Saturday DeLuca?
Maybe a Saturday day DeLuca. We go a day trip to DeLuca.
Right. I'm so in. I know some of the guys are going to North Carolina. I don't care.
People who are here.
DeLuca.
DeLuca.
I'll organize it. If you're down,
I love some
I need to rally the troops.
I love some DeLuca. Maybe the new people get some Pete's.
Get the newbies in. Also, for those that don't know, we have not one, not two,
not even three.
Kind of three, but 4 newbies starting. Got a trade here. The Broncos are trading for Saints kicker Will Lutz.
Oh, go live. go live, Trace. You called it. Trace called it. Trace called it.
Trace, start making this company some money. Let's go. The Broncos are trading for Saints kicker Will Lutz. Back with Sean Payton. Also, this one goes out to Tony V. Spam Tony V in the chat.
Tony V.
Today's going to be a hell of a day. I can already tell you that. It's going to be an absolute marathon.
Predict the Raiders' record this season. What are you feeling?
Oh, man. I'm going to say, I'm feeling a little bit ballsy today, Chuggs. I'm going to go 9-8. 9-8 is going to be the Raiders' record. I do think that this is a much better football team than what people are going to give them credit for. Also, I just saw a man, some people call him a myth. I'll call him a legend. David Zahn just walked in the chat. If you guys could, give a shout-out to Mount Raider Moore. David Zahn. Welcome in, Mr. Zahn. How are you? How are you? Dan Dar says 11-6. Tony V, 10-7. Today's MVP. Gary Fake, 11-6. Eduardo, 10-7. BTS, you got the right answer there, 17-0. I'll tell you this right now. BTS, if the Raiders go 17-0, I'll get BTS tattooed on my chest. Just BTS.
Yeah.
Protect the Raiders record. Let's get it going here. What up, diehard Raider fan?
Raiders report.
Albert's going to go 9-8. Julio, what up, what up? 6-9 from Primo. I don't think that's possible. I mean, that's literally not possible.
What?
I know what you did, but
What's not possible?
a 6-9 record. Not only is it off by one game.
6-9-1.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Why not?
6-9-2.
Oh, it's off by 2 games.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh. I thought you just said it's off by 1. So I was like,
Said it's not off by 1. LI now in the 6-3-1, missed the 5-1-8. I mean, I feel like I know you're from Long Island. So I'm going to go with Long Island.
Yep.
I mean, it's kind of in the name, LI.
So,
My dad's favorite name on this show, by the way, is LI Raider, because my dad's fantasy football name, he called himself the Long Islander. He's from Long Island. So, LI Raiders, well, you know, my dad's favorite YouTube name is yours.
Does he drink Long Island's?
Not really. My dad's more of
Bourbon, whiskey.
yeah, he's like sips on that kind of stuff.
Old guy shit.
He loves Fireball, too, which maybe that's where I get it from.
Papaya Man.
What up, Mr. Papaya Man? 10-7, we're turning heads this year. I hope you're right. I really, really hope that you're right. I hope that this Raiders team comes out and they play solid football right from the jump. And I know it's a cliche thing to say, but it does. It starts week 1 because if you're the Raiders and you beat the Denver Broncos, now you're 1-0, now you're going up against the Buffalo Bills, but you're in Buffalo. Yeah, sure, Von Miller's not going to be playing in this game. To me, though, if they beat the Bills, they go 2-0. Obviously, if that happens, people are like, holy shit, this is a playoff caliber team. If they lose to the Bills, you're 1-1. You're like, all right, well, we still are at least 1-1. Now you're going up against Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh's a tough game. If you lose to Denver and you're 0-1, and then you got to go to Buffalo, I'm worried that fans are, because if they're 0-2, week 3, Steelers, Allegiant Stadium, I don't know what the ticket sales are going to look like.
Or if it's 2-0.
I mean, if you're 2-0, dude, we might end our watch party on Sunday after the Bills game and just go straight to Vegas. Let's just do an all weekender.
Really?
We got a place to stay. My cousin Tori's not in town the entire week. If you want, we'll just film from her apartment.
Right in front of that Bigfoot portrait.
Yeah, exactly. Every $5 will touch this. Every 20 will touch that. Oh, man, I know you guys don't get what I'm saying. Also, y'all, set a calendar reminder because this Thursday, 2 days from now, I'm getting my Raiders tattoo in the Week 1 preseason game. We got a little bit wild here. Raider Ron threw some money around, set a brand new Chat Sports record, and I got to get a Raiders tattoo, and it's going to start on Thursday. It's going to be 8 hours on Thursday, 8 hours on Friday. My leg here, it's a plain leg. It's going to be covered by the end of Friday. I am getting a Raiders tattoo. I got to get Raider Ron's name also tattooed on me.
You said it's a plain leg. I thought that was a human leg.
Plain leg. If my leg was a chip, it would be just like plain lays. I'm trying to get... I don't know what kind of chip it would be after you get tatted up, though Alex just recently started to buy it. You got to get these from Trader Joe's. I also saw a meme the other day.
Pickle chips?
Now, it made me think of you. It was like people who eat at Trader Joe's think that they're like food critics, which makes Jeremy and I, we talk about food all the time. But they have these like salt and pepper chips.
Oh, those are good.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Those are good, but I can only have a handful of them because I feel like it's a very strong flavor.
See, I can't. I'll say I won't eat them plain, but if I can like dip them in something.
Yeah. I was gonna say by themselves I can have a handful.
Yeah.
But like with those on a sandwich.
Ooh. Dude, chips on a sandwich. I'm a big chips on a sandwich guy. But we will be live the entire day. I just talked to a Raiders player. He's going to be joining us during this live show shenanigans. Going to be on Friday. So the Raiders, they changed up their practice schedule this week. Originally, he was going to do it on Thursday. Now he's going to do it on Friday because he's off. So the Raiders are going to practice this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday. Or they might even have off.
Is it who I think it is?
I actually think they have off today. They have off today. They practice tomorrow. They practice Thursday. It is who you think it is. And then he'll be on this show Friday because they're off on Friday. So just, something to keep in mind. Venthrak! I believe we can now have a new MVP.
Venthrak.
Venthrak says 8-8-1. This team's good for at least one tie. You like that.
You like that?
You like that. Now, Jeremy told me when, this is probably, a few months ago.
My record prediction, it stayed the same, 10-6-1.
10-6-1.
From the I have not changed my Raiders record prediction from 2 months ago.
10-6-1. I wonder if that would be good enough to make the playoffs. I really think the AFC.
You're in the hunt.
Oh, no doubt. But the AFC to me, when you really go through, right, all the AFC teams. Okay, real quick here, just so I have the rundown of them.
The Ravens?
Are Ravens playoff caliber team?
I was going to say the Ravens rundown.
Oh, Buffalo Bills, playoff caliber team. Bengals, playoff caliber team. Are the Browns a playoff caliber team? Y for yes, N for no. Are the Browns a playoff caliber team? Y for yes, N for no. What do you think?
I'd lean no.
You're going to lean no? If Deshaun Watson goes back to being Watson, judging by this chat right now, though.
He's going to the massage parlor.
All right, so we'll go no. Denver Broncos, I'll say no. Houston Texans, no. Colts, no.
Their ceiling, the Texans' ceiling this year is like 8-9, 9-8.
I can get on board with that. Texans, no. Colts, no. Jaguars, yes. Chiefs, yes. Are the Raiders a playoff caliber team? We'll exclude the Raiders. The Chargers, to me, yes, are a playoff caliber team. The Dolphins. The Dolphins is the hardest team for me.
I think so.
Dolphins. Y for yes and for no. Are the Dolphins a playoff caliber team? Let's count the Raiders already because I already see all the yeses. So we're already at 7 teams.
The Jets.
Hang on. We're going through here. Dolphins. I'm seeing yes. So that's 8. Patriots.
No.
Okay. Jets with Aaron Rodgers. I think they have to be. That's 9. Steelers.
Yes.
10.
Their defense is too good. Kenny Pickett, he'll be. He could have a better year this year. He's okay. That defense though, with T.J. Watt and Minka Fitzpatrick, they're one of the best defenses in the league.
Tennessee Titans.
No.
10 teams.
Did you count the Jags?
Yeah. 10 teams. So you're saying 10 out of 16 teams are legit playoff contenders. Now, don't get me wrong. 1 or 2 of those teams is going to fall off.
Well, and
there's probably 1 or 2 of those teams that show out.
That we said aren't going to show out.
Correct. I mean, I think the AFC North is the toughest division right now in football. Like, it's got to be up there. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. All right, let's go to Bob. What up, Bob?
What up, Bob?
Also, wait, I don't think I drank this for Venthrak. Venthrak, that's on me,
my
man.
My grandfather's name was Bob.
Was it? All right, how about this? What was your grandfather's name? Because I heard something really cool in a song, and I'll never forget it for as long as I live, and it was, people die twice. You die once on earth, and then you die the last time somebody mentions your name. I don't know when the last time you mentioned your grandfather's name was, but my grandfather...
Bob Fleischer.
Loved him to the end of the world and back. Richard Renz. The OG Richard Renz. My dad's actually a junior. I was going to be Richard Renz III, and then my mom said, absolutely not.
Could we see another Richard Renz?
Kinda. Alex and I have a few baby names laid out. Her dad's name's John. My dad's name's Richard. John Richard, Jr. It's been a name that popped up.
RJ.
John Richard. She likes JR more than RJ. So John Richard.
Really?
But if we had a kid right now,
as a nickname,
a boy,
I feel like RJ is way more popular and like a normalized nickname than JR. All
right, let's give some shout outs here.
The only JR I can think of is JR Smith.
I'm just telling you, she likes Junior. Well, no, like we'd call him Junior.
Oh, okay.
We'd call him
JR Junior. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he actually wouldn't be the first. Our first son, if we had it, would be William. Girl would be Sophia. At least
Robert Jansen said
that's what
good
I think.
name. Robert Jansen said good name for RJ.
RJ.
I see what you did there.
Shout out to Mr. Jansen. You know what?
Oh, did you guess the 707?
I didn't. From Bob Standard, I'm going to say 707 seems like
Look at me in my eyes. What am I saying?
North Dakota.
No, California.
Ah, dang it. Also, though, this one goes out to Venthrak, man.
Adam Mendoza with the 10-piece. Adam, thank you for donating to the show today. Really appreciate that.
I'll also say this. Oh, shit. Ah, man. I literally almost said out loud, we have yet to get a single $100 super chat. I think we might get one. Because the guy who sent in, the first person to ever hit the gong, just stepped in.
Wow. You know the rules.
You know the rules, man. I'm partying today.
He's wearing the jersey.
Also, for those that do not know, the cuts that the Raiders have made today, Jakob Johnson at safety, Isaac Rochelle has been cut, and then probably the most surprising one, Sam Webb. Husker, you're damn right. I'm scared. Everybody give a shout out to Husker Raider, but guess what? This one's rolling in from Patrick B. Bang! Wait, got some news here, and you're not going to like it. Drake Thomas has been cut by the Raiders.
Oh.
Drake Thomas has been cut by the Raiders. So here's the thing. I am going to slam down a beer bong, but I want all of y'all right now to go spam Patrick B down in the chat. And I also want you guys to show some love to Drake Thomas, number 57, because I know he was a player that a lot of y'all liked. I'm going to make a quick video here, so just give me a second. Chuggs.
Give me your one-word reaction to Drake Thomas being cut. Not going to be on the Raiders' 53-man roster.
Is a player, though, that I'm telling you right now, the Raiders want to bring back on their practice squad. I'm telling you that right now, the Raiders want to bring him back on their practice squad. So I'm going to put out a quick little video right here. Quick little short. That way you guys, for people on YouTube that are staying up to date on all these like shenanigans, if you will.
Boo, bummer, surprise, boo, bum.
I mean.
Soulja Boy voice, Drake.
I know that fans like Drake Thomas, and don't get me wrong, I do too. I think he's a phenomenal player.
He stole my bars, flow for flow.
Let me know right now down in the comments your one-word reaction to the Raiders cutting Drake Thomas. Chuggs, how are you feeling, man? Husker said, how long are we on today? We'll probably be on for another, even longer than that. We'll probably be on for 2 hours even after that.
Yeah.
Because of the cuts and stuff that we got to make. But how you feeling?
Stupid bummer. I mean, expected, but still it sucks because somebody like this, you're a big guy of the Raider way.
Yeah.
And he seems like a guy who, even though he's not the most talented, he kind of exemplifies the Raider way of, working your tail off.
All right, let me make this video real quick here. The Las Vegas Raiders have cut linebacker Drake Thomas. We are live here on the Raiders Report, so make sure you subscribe. Make sure you got those notifications turned on. He is a player that the Raiders want to bring back on the practice squad. The march to get to 53 players continues. All right, y'all. Drake Thomas has been released by the Raiders, but again, I am telling you right now that the Silver and Black do want to end up bringing him back to this squad. Also, Husker, you're going to be in a lot of videos today on YouTube, so just keep that in mind. Chuggs, can you take it over here for about a minute or so? I got to put out this vid.
This is another player who, like I said, he exemplifies a lot of what Mitch says is the Raider way, kind of like Max Crosby-esque, working your tail off. He might not have been the most talented guy, but he was a fan favorite. He's somebody who I would have said, maybe he's not the most talented, skilled guy, but he might be someone who deserves to make this Raiders 53-man roster. Who do you think deserves to make the 53-man roster who's on the roster bubble right now? He might be on that flux of making it, not making it. Who do you think deserves to get in it, to be on the Raiders 53-man roster? I'm going to give some shout-outs. Amik, bring back Will Compton. I think Will Compton's done. I hate to break it to you. He's a podcaster now. Oh, Wilkerson, the wide receiver. I like Wilkerson and Cam Sims. Those are my two where I'm like, I like these two guys. I like what they've done in the preseason. I think they're going to keep Keelan Cole over those two guys. Over Kristian Wilkerson and Cam Sims. They would keep. Well, I'm just saying, I think they would keep Keelan Cole over those two guys.
I got you. I mean, that I can understand. Yep. Drake Thomas, man, released. That's a tough one. I'm not going to lie. That one hurts a little bit.
Right here.
It does. I mean, it stings.
Also, Patrick B., I think he's the new leader for our MVP race for the signed boot. The MVP of today's show gets our signed Hall of Fame boot. Every $5, thank Wild One. We'll go a little beer cheers for him for putting on today's jersey raffle, which Patrick B., you in.
Patrick B. so in right now.
Maybe we get a
Mount Raider Moore legend, Patrick B.
Maybe we get Patrick B.'s wife a jersey.
Savannah
Jean. Oh!
Husker Raider! Bang! Fill up the boot! Fill up the boot!
Also, $500 away from another boot.
$500 away from another boot.
If anybody's feeling ballsy.
A little frisky. Are you feeling frisky today, Jeremy? I don't know about you. I'm also the Raiders, they just cut Azizi Hearn. So another player has been released by the Raiders here. Azizi Hearn. Drake Thomas released by the Raiders. That's a tough one, man. I like Drake Thomas a lot. Definitely a player that I was hoping was going to be able to make an impact. I'll tell you this right now. I don't know if he's back. If he does clear waivers, he will 100% make this Raiders practice squad. That I can guarantee you. But in terms of, yeah, let's make a deal. What do you got for me?
So we're 500 away from a boot.
500 away from a boot.
I'll cut it in half. Boot race you for $250.
Boot race for $250. If we get 250 in soups in the next 60 seconds, Chuggs boot race against me. I think all that means is then we make one of the newbies do another one then? I don't know, man. Azizi Hearn has been released by the Raiders. That's the next move that this team made. Azizi Hearn has been cut by the Raiders. Hopefully I spelt this right. I don't know if I did. I think I did. Yeah, let's keep the happy dad train rolling. Let's keep the happy dad train rolling. 900 people tuned in right now, and if you're just wondering, yes, I do got to get to a boot here for Husker, but he said, would Bolden be the most shocking cut? Too bad Chuggs doesn't have my 52 on. I agree. It is too bad on that. I think that one we're still trying to get ordered, but in terms of Bolden, I know that the Raiders love Brandon Bolden. I know the fact that if they cut him, they would save 2.23. But, like, overall, I would cut Brandon Bolden, if I'm being honest with y'all. I don't see how or why the Raiders would decide to keep him because I don't really think that he adds all that much value from the actual standpoint. But I would be shocked if Brandon Bolden ended up getting cut. Also, just go fill up another one of those if you could. Yep, you can just go fill up another one. You can go fill up another one. I mean, I know, Patrick. If you guys haven't already, go spam Patrick B right now. It's a crazy mother effer, man. Crazy mother effer, Patrick B. And today's new MVP. Everybody right now, spam Patrick B. Drinking this early. Venom, I hear you, but we're not going to do anything on Thursday and Friday because I'm getting a tattoo, so no drinking on those days. It's going to be a wild day today at the Raiders Report. Whether you like it or not, it's going to be an absolutely positively insane day. I'm going to do the best that I can to just kind of keep you guys up to date on all the moves that the Raiders are making because, let's face it, the Raiders they're making a lot of moves today, right? They are going to be making tons and tons of moves. I'm live here on the Raiders Report. And if you know people that are just chilling right now, Raider fans, tell them to pop in. It's going to be a wild day. We still got 3 hours and 20 minutes until the Raiders have to be down to 53 players. And I believe right now, they were at 79, so count it out with me here. Robert, this is where I need you. They moved on from Jakob Johnson, so now you're at 78. Isaac Rochelle, 77. Drake Thomas, 76, right? I'm bad at math. Drake Thomas, Sam Webb, and now Azizi Hearn. Those are the players that the Raiders have moved on from today. Already. Jakob Johnson, Drake Thomas, Sam Webb, Isaac Rochelle, Azizi Hearn. Those are the players. And I'll do my best here to keep you guys up to date on social media. If you don't already follow me on Instagram or Twitter, I don't know what you're waiting for. Because right now, we've been killing it in these streets, getting these news and cuts out. I mean, we have been. We've been killing it, man. The Raiders, I'm pretty sure I said the Raiders, the cutting. The Raiders, the cutting, Isaac Rochelle. That's bad. I'll tell you what, tweeting, doing all this extra stuff while you're live, I don't know if I'm a fan of it. Yep. All right, y'all. We put a deal out there, and there's sometimes we put out deals that I don't even know why. Our brand new MVP is Patrick B. Spam the B's in there. I got it. F the bots. Also. And Patrick B, really? A 1? No. Nope. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Yeah, Mr. B is 150 away from a gong rip right now, which I've talked to Pat. That's true. We do have 3 people who have never heard the gong. The problem is none of them are out there yet. Oh, they are? All right. Go just run in there and just hit it real quick. Everybody right now, spam Patrick B because this one's rolling in from Patrick B. Bang! It's time. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Today is cut day. It's never an easy day for a lot of players, but it's also a great day for a lot of players realizing that they are going to have the opportunity to achieve their dream and make an NFL roster. I know there's going to be some people out there. How can you celebrate people losing jobs? A lot of these players still made over $100,000 being a part of the team as long as what they were. So, forgive me for maybe not feeling terrible, but I'll also say this, man. A lot of guys are going to achieve their dreams, and for that, I am always down to celebrate, but I also don't do this show for the nation. Chuggs and I both don't do the show for the nation. Or we do it for the nation. We don't do it for players. So, yeah, F me. I need lunch. That's what I need. All right, who you got? Who you got? C for Chuggs, M for Mitch. What's my how much time do I get? What's my head start?
How many cuts have there been?
How many cuts have there been? I believe 32.
Today.
20. Oh, okay. Well, if you put it like that. So the cuts that have happened today, Jakob Johnson. I need the Raiders to cut like 10 guys right now. Jakob Johnson, Isaac Rochelle, Sam Webb, Drake Thomas, Azizi Hearn. Is that all? I think that's all. I get 5 seconds. Holy shit. Spam C. Spam C for Chuggs. Juan Hernandez says 74 players left.
Why is Zon saying no and boo?
Zon, why are you saying no and boo? Because of the players that they cut?
Oh, maybe Drake Thomas.
I think Zon was a big Drake Thomas guy. Drake Thomas and Sam Webb were both players that I know a lot of people thought were going to make this team. So in my final 53-man projection, I had Sam Webb. I did not have Drake Thomas. So I got one off. I might be able to go 52 of 53. I think the best I've ever done in a 50-man roster projection, 48 of 53. It's going to happen. Last year, nobody thought Isaiah Palamea was going to make it. Desmond King was a little bit of a surprise. Azizi for you to say corn. Martin, that's an awful dad joke, but I love it.
That was really corny.
Yeah, that was trying to butter me up before I do this. Martin might be salty after that. All right, here we go. Boot race time, courtesy of the nation and Patrick B. I don't think we can do that anymore. Should we bring in Petey? Both of them? Here we go, boot race. I get a 5-second head start. If you don't know what a boot is, it's 3 beers. In my case, Happy Dad's here.
Yeah, before we get the water comments.
Yeah, they're annoying. If you plan on chugging anything this season, I'm telling you right now, you're going out to Las Vegas, you're going to a tailgate, the smartest thing that you can possibly chug, drink all day, Happy Dads. Electrolytes, they also have a lot less carbonation, so it's easier to drink. And not a lot. I've never been hungover after a Happy Dad day. I really haven't been. The Saints just released linebacker Jalen Smith. So keep an eye on him because the Raiders, remember, they brought him in for a workout. And everything that I heard was that they were very interested in him. But Jalen Smith has just been released by the Saints.
Former second-round pick.
And the Vikings are cutting former Patriots second-round pick cornerback Jawan Williams.
That'd be
Jawan. Joe Juwanaman. 5-second head start. Let me know who you got. I also think Christian Kirksey would be an interesting name.
He's a vet. The Texans did that because they saved $5 million.
Oh, okay.
He's
Banged
another
up.
guy who's
Been banged up a little bit.
And they just drafted a linebacker from Alabama, Henry Coe.
That's a hell of a name to spell. I've tried that. It's
Try putting it in auto.
Get off my lawn says drink. Venom says Chuggs always wins. You're not wrong.
I'm like the house.
Also, an interview tonight with Jimmy Garoppolo. Ian Rappaport just tweeted. It airs tonight. It's going to be him. They put him in a plane, and he was catching G-forces. I know he's probably been a part of the Mile High Club already, but now he's getting the G-forces going.
Can he find the G-force?
Chuggs is about to roll poor Mitch. Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
I don't know. If you haven't been able to notice already, my voice is a little gone.
Yeah, his throat game's weak today.
I need this off week here for the Raiders. Another watch party would be.
Yeah. Venom, I appreciate that, man. All right, here we go. We got 420 likes. If you haven't already, take a second. Like that video. We got over 1,000 people tuned in right now. We are live on the Raiders Report. Roster cuts. Got to get down to 53 players in the next 3 hours and 12 minutes. I don't know how we're going to do this for another 5 hours, but we're going to try. Yeah, I'll probably take a quick lunch break. Yeah, we'll party it up here. Here we go. 5-second head start. Does not seem like enough, but I'm going to give it my all. All right. I pushed. Whew. Oh, my Lord. I feel like my stomach is going to explode. Oh, Christ. Unbelievable. It's freakish. It's unbelievable. Matt O's got it right. The throat that never fails. I mean, it's just, Dominic says, Mitch, you got to work on opening your throat. And I saw somebody say, I got a tiny stomach. I don't. My stomach, pound for pound, I'm telling you, can outstretch anybody in this office. Chuggs just can chug. Hence the name. Hence the name, man. Kappa says, Mitch will get him one day. Probably not. Probably not. Oh, boy, I don't know. Chuggs is hurting a little bit after that one. So one of the cuts that I think did surprise, me, and I think a lot of people out there, and yes, he did not make my 53-man roster. It was Drake Thomas, and I know a lot of fans like Thomas because of the way that he played this preseason, and let's not get it twisted. He was a really, really solid player overall. But my question to you is this. If they're going to keep him, do you think that they they cut Drake Thomas? Do you think that they keep 4 or 5 linebackers? Because to me now it's between Luke Masterson and Curtis Bolden. What do you think? Curtis Bolden, Luke Masterson. If you could keep one linebacker, who would it be? If it's Bolden, type CB. If it's Luke Masterson, type LM. Because they're going to keep Robert Spillane. They're going to keep Divine Diablo. They're going to keep Amari Burney. Those 3 linebackers are locked and loaded, going to make this roster. So if you could only keep one of them, who would you keep? I know we got a few more Super Chats we'll get to. I think Chuggs just had to take a quick little bathroom break. I hope he's okay. I don't know if he is. But we're going to be doing a lot of shenanigans today. I hope that's okay with all of y'all. It's kind of how the Raiders Report goes down. We have fun. We're still going to keep you guys up to date with the news, the rumors, all the good stuff of why a lot of people do truly tune into the show. I like to treat this like an Oakland tailgate. If you don't like that, then you can go somewhere else. That's totally fine with me. But I like to have the Oakland tailgate vibe of, hey, let's talk some Raiders football, but that doesn't mean we can't party while we do it as well. Now, we do have to get, I just noticed this clock. It says 03:8:35. It's really throwing me off right now. I don't know what Jeremy did to the clock, but hey, it is what it is. Also, kind of a cool thing here. We're going to be live on the show, obviously, when the Raiders play the Broncos in Week 1. And I know we've been doing the Boot Hall of Fame for a long time. This was a really cool thing. I know there's a lot of Raider fans out there that have their boots. But we're doing something new. And I can't wait to show you what our new Hall of Fame item is. Because, man, I've been asking my bosses for a really, really long time. And it's freaking sick, man. It's sick. All right, let's give some shout-outs here. Luke Masterson, or would you keep Curtis Bolton? Terrence and Chris say Masterson, along with J-Ray. What up, what up? The Hat Man's going to go Masterson. Raider X Masterson. Queen Sarah Otto. All hail the Queen. A lot of Luke Masterson. I could see it in your eyes that you were hurting. Also, what happened to the clock? I've never seen it do that. And it just randomly did that when we got to 8. The 0 just disappeared. I've never seen that before. I mean, it still makes sense, but it still looks weird. No. That might have made it worse. Because now on my screen, it just says 03 colon. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. As long as it goes back to being like the normal way. But I'm like looking at that clock right now. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? All right, y'all, let's get some questions, comments, super chats flowing here on the show. If you want to talk a little Raiders, if you want to talk about a certain player, please hashtag Raiders, and we'll talk about that guy. If you want to skip the line, send in a super chat. That's how we're going to do it. What up, C-Hop? What up, Daryl? Robert Jansen. It's hinting that you need a colonoscopy. I don't know what that means. Though my fiance Alex scared the hell out of me the other day. She goes, did you know when you turn 30 years old, you get like the colonoscopy now for like the physical? I'm not ready for that yet. Doctor luckily said when you turn 45 is when they do that. So I got another 15 years to go, but I was a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie to you. I was a little bit nervous. Let's go to some super chats rolling in here. What up, Adam? Keep up the great work, guys. Love the updates. Adam, I appreciate the hell out of you, man. I know you're not a Raider fan, but you're a Chat Sports fan, and believe it or not, I know Adam's watching Jeremy's Texans channel, which I'm telling you all this right now, and I don't know how it's going to go. Jeremy's going to be live for that Week 1 game for the Texans at noon, our time, Central Time. We have a flight coming in from Vegas. Oh, is that Week 3? Yeah, you're right. You're doing one for Week 1, or I don't know? Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I might be cutting it close. Anyway, though, Jeremy's going to be doing watch parties this year on Texans, and Texans prices are a lot different than Raiders report prices. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the clock. Adam, you a real one, though. We still got supers wanted from Jay, the Hat Man Elijah, and the Hat Man again. Once this clock hits 0, the Raiders got to be down to 53 players. Now, it might turn out to be kind of like a situation where like schedules come out or certain things and deadlines and the paperwork doesn't get through, so it might be until a little bit later. But we're going to be live all day today, and I mean that, all freaking day today. Whoever's the MVP of today's show gets a boot, which right now the MVP of today's show is Patrick B., and Mr. Patrick B., you are 150 away from a gong rip. Just saying, man. The next guy up is Husker Raider.
You trying to rip that gong?
Dude, a gong rip right now?
Dude.
Shit would hit different.
I know my throat hurts, but a gong rip, I could go for that.
Patrick B., how about this? If you hit the gong today, I can get one of the newbies to hit the gong. One of the newbies to hit the gong?
Or I think you hit the gong, but the newbies in the office, they don't know about the gong yet.
Oh, that's true.
I want to see the reaction, or I want to, hear their reaction later on of just working in an office. Just imagine your first day at work. You're working in an office. All of a sudden, gong, gong, gong.
What up, Jay Roy? I know the Raiders finally signed Jacobs, but I'm excited for Zamir White. You think he will rush for over 700 yards this season? If you're talking about, if I do another 150, do I get a jersey? Patrick, yeah. I'll get you another jersey. You just got to tell me what you want.
Patrick, do it on Venmo.
Yeah, Venmo, though. Venmo, 150, you get yourself another jersey. You just got to tell me what you want. If you want one for Savannah, we might be able to make that happen.
Old Sav Gene?
In terms of Zamir White, though, 700 rushing yards, no. If Josh Jacobs would have never played this season, I would have said that Zamir probably would have been around 900 rushing yards. The fact that Jacobs is back and, yeah, Chuggs is sipping on some tea the long way.
That feels good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The corn or the tea?
Both.
I gotcha. I bought that specifically for us, so I'm glad you're using it.
Well, now they can actually see it because I don't have the green screen.
It's very true.
This is what it looks like.
Yeah, see, actually, it looks a lot better on your screen, to be honest.
It's gone.
The long way. I would say with Josh Jacobs back now, Zamir White's probably going to be around 300 rushing yards this season. That's probably what I'd put it. All right, Jeremy, you know what to do. Who's ready? Dude, this is electric. I needed this today. Shout out to Patrick B. being an absolute legend today. He's our MVP, and guess what? This one's rolling in from Patrick B. Patrick B. Today's MVP, Mount Raider Moore, Patrick B. Let's go, man. I'm ready. Patrick, just text me. Tell me what jersey you want. We'll get it all set up. If you don't spam Patrick B, you eat corn the long way. Martin says, get that man a jersey. Martin, I'm way ahead of you, my guy. Way ahead of you, my guy. I'm not going to lie. It's not even noon yet, and I'm tipsy.
I should have messaged Brett to record the newbies.
Oh. I don't know. DK over there, she's on her phone. I think
Did that scare you? A little?
A little bit. We got Barefoot walking around barefoot. I don't know where New Rolly is. He's gone.
New Rolly.
I can't believe it. He looks... Imagine if Rolly just shit a twin. That's what it looks like.
New Rolly. I love that.
It's like Rolly if you added 6 years. And you can't tell me I'm wrong. This one goes out to Patrick B. What up, Mr. B?
What up, Mr. B? Elijah, Chuggs the throat goat. I appreciate that. I really do. I guess. Thank you for the praise.
Chuggs now doesn't seem like that bad of a nickname. Imagine if you were Jeremy Throat Goat.
Yeah, I really lucked out with the Chuggs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
And the fact that it wasn't taken on Twitter or Instagram. I'm the original. It's not Jeremy Chuggs 1.
Yep.
Jeremy _Chuggs, like Marshall Green _, which I don't know how many Marshall Greens there
I will say, Marshall Green might be the most common name in the United States. That's like Chris Smith.
Really?
Marshall Green?
He's the only Marshall Green I've ever met.
Really?
Have you met other Marshall Greens?
No.
It's the most common name.
I will say, I've met a lot of Chris Smiths.
McLovin, it was either that or Muhammad. Muhammad, it's the most common name in the world.
Dude, would you ever consider changing your name from Jeremy Chuggs to Jeremy Throat Goat?
No. No!
What if we got you a jersey that just said Throat Goat?
No!
What up the hat, man? Chuggs chugged.
Oh, Chuggs chugged the zero. Gee, suck.
What up the hat, man? I mean, at least he's true to his name, right? Like, true to the name. Sergeant Fighter, speaking of staying true to the name. Nation, I am an old school Raider fan since 1972. I even joined the Marines in Oakland. I wish and pray for all of you and our beloved team. I am so proud of this team. Godspeed. Sergeant, if you join the Marines in Oakland, I think you're going to love my tattoo on Thursday. I got some Oakland ties in there. So the sleeve's going to be, I mean, the entire thing is Raiders Oakland related. That's the entire thing.
And you know what? Sergeant Fighter, he's a real one.
Sergeant Fighter is a real one. And you know what? We actually got some T-shirts here. We've had a few Raider fans ask us, like, hey, Mitch, you guys have any merchandise? Do you guys have anything that we could, I don't know, rep to show some love to, I don't know, when you're out and about. So we do have 2 shirts right now available to you guys. And if you go to chatsports.com/RO4L, that's important. I think.
How about I put that in the comments so it's a little bit easier for them to go?
So it's RO, not a 0, RO4L, which stands for.
A sentence with the link.
I like
I'll
it.
just keep on copying and pasting it in there.
I like that.
So it's easier for people to click on the link and find it.
Perfect. RO4L stands for Real One for Life. I know people always say Raider Nation for life, but here at Chat Sports, we want to be able to find those real ones, the people that watch the show day in and day out. So Patrick, number 8 is taken. So I need another number. Number 8 is taken. That's Jelani. Jelani's number 8. So if you want yourself a Real One for Life shirt, you can go to chatsports.com/RO4L. Also, you can get yourself a Raiders Report Founder t-shirt.
This one's dope. This is the one that actually, everybody knows Trivan. This is the one that Trivan was repping during the wing contest.
And that's also the tattoo Taino got.
Yes, with my name underneath it.
Correct. So both of those shirts are available at chatsports.com/RO4L. And I know we always have weird rules around this show. Like if I'm wearing your jersey like Husker, I got to do a boot if you send it to $100. I'm telling you this right now. If I see you in public and you got either of those shirts on, even the corn the long ways, I'm buying you a drink. Flat out, I'm buying you a drink. I might even buy you a few. That's usually how it goes here on the Raiders Report, right? Here are our super chat deals. Patrick, you don't got to send in any supers, bro. Just tell me what you want. 11? Oh, man, I think 11's available.
I think so.
I believe 11's available. Let me just write that down to Jeremy. That way I don't forget. Number 11, Savannah.
White, good number. Can we do it in my size? So we can do Patrick B and.
Yeah. My next question then, Patrick, is what do you want on the back of the jersey? Because it's only 10 characters, which I hate.
Savannah.
You want Savannah? You want Jean?
S. Jean?
Miss B?
Sav Jean?
Zahn right now is in the Mount Raidermore group chat laughing about Chuggs the throat goat. That's funny as hell. Savvy, you got it. Number 11, Savvy, white XL.
Loki, that's kind of a cool jersey to wear out.
Savvy? Savvy?
That and Choco Bear.
Dude, if you're repping a Choco Bear, people know that this guy gets down.
If you don't want to spend $500 for a jersey, today's your chance. Thanks to Wild 114, every $20 you're entered in for our Raiders Report jersey raffle. So far, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people in the jersey raffle. Pretty good odds still.
It's great odds still.
Pretty good odds. $20 or above Super Chat, you're entered in. So Husker guys who have sent in $50, $100, you're also entered in to win. 1 ticket a person, though. You can buy tickets for other people if you'd like.
Patrick, I got a question for you since you're tuned in right now and since you've been balling out. You already have a boot, and I'm pretty sure you already have a boot because I sent you one. It was like a surprise thing. Savannah hit me up. My question to you is this. Instead of the boot, do you want me to wear your jersey on Thursday when I get my tattoo? Your call. Because it's going to be totally different. Like, we're actually not going to be in the studio. We're going to be in our living room over here at Chat Sports when that all ends up going down. Yeah, Patrick says, I have 2 boots. So do you want a third boot? Or I'll wear the Patrick B87 when I get tattooed on Thursday. What do you think? Does that sound good? If you want another boot, it's your call. I'm just saying, the MVP, I want you to get something that you're like, all right, that's 100% worth it. Robert says, I want a boot.
Give him the new thing. I want a boot.
I want a boot. I want the boot. I want the boot. I want the boot. Patrick says that's cool.
I want the boot. I want the... So,
right, let me add Pat here.
So the second MVP of the day is going to get the boot.
Second MVP today, you get the boot. So right now, the second MVP behind Patrick B, I believe, Husker
or Vinthrak?
Husker, I believe, has got more.
100. Yeah.
Husker's at 100. So no matter what, I'm already locking it in.
Vintrak is close, though.
I'm already locking it in. I'm wearing the Patrick B jersey on Thursday. And then whoever the MVP on Thursday's show is, I'll wear their jersey on Friday. That's probably how it'll go.
And then the MVP of that, first game?
Not quite. I got us another special show. Ooh, Elijah. Let's talk a little food here. I'm down.
Nico.
10 people, most surprising cuts so far.
Like in the NFL?
Probably just on the Raiders, if I had to guess.
I was going to say there haven't been 10 people.
There has been 10 players cut. Not just today,
Okay,
overall.
Yeah. I was going to say today there has not.
The most surprising cuts that the Raiders have made so far, Sam Webb to me is number one because I had him on my 53. I knew the Raiders liked him a lot. For people who were wondering if Ameer Robertson's going to make this roster.
And Nico, you in.
Oh, dude, Nico's been in. I mean, look at him. Swagged out. He's always in. I think with the cut of Sam Webb, that tells me that Ameer Robertson's got a shot. Now, I did have a source reach out to me today and said that the Carolina Panthers called the Raiders today and kind of asked about, hey, what cornerbacks, in a sense, are you going to be releasing because they're interested? For those that don't know, the Raiders defensive backs coach used to work for Carolina. They signed Troy Hill today, and now they're also interested in some other corners out there. So I do think Sam Webb could be a name that you could see potentially go to Carolina. I know that Carolina has showed some interest in Ameer Robertson as well, so we'll see if he ends up making this team. But Sam Webb, Drake Thomas are the top two names for me of the most surprising that got cut. After that, I'm not really going to sit up here and say that any move has really been all that surprising. Isaac Rochelle would maybe be the next closest, but he's not really all that surprising that he didn't make it.
Drake Thomas wasn't surprising. It was just upsetting.
I would say that's probably the better way to put it. I didn't anticipate Thomas to make this team, but I knew a lot of Raider fans wanted Drake Thomas to make this roster. Let's go to Elijah. What do you guys order at Chipotle? So this is a two-way question to me, because if I'm trying to eat healthier, which I've been trying to slim down because I know what you guys do to me during football season. I get a salad. I'll get the salad. I'll get double chicken, and then I'm just load that thing up. Corn. I'll try to get as much as I possibly can because I'm not a picky eater. I'm an adult. I'll eat tomatoes. However, if I'm out and about, I used to always get a wrap until I realized you get a lot more food with the bowl.
Yeah.
Do you get white rice or brown?
White rice.
Okay. Do you get beans? Black beans or pinto?
I usually go, it depends on how I'm feeling. I'll do either or.
I only do black beans.
Black beans, not actually healthier than pinto.
Oh, I know that. I'm saying when I go healthy, I don't get black beans. When I'm I want some Tex-Mex Chipotle, I'm getting black beans.
Yeah. So my bowl, first of all, I love their chips and guac. I go chips and guac.
Okay.
Bowl, white rice, either or beans. Unpopular opinion, I don't like the steak there.
Oh, I think it's overrated.
If I'm going meat or whenever
their new chicken used to be great. They got rid of it.
Yeah, I'm going chicken or barbacoa.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off here. Nothing Raiders related, but big NFL stuff that just came out here. So it's just kind of an important note that I want to be able to discuss real quick. So a note on Jonathan Taylor. This is per Field Yates. If the Colts do not remove him from the PUP list by 4 p.m. Eastern time today, so when that clock hits 0 that you see down below, even if traded after today, Indy has a deadline of today for a deal, but 4 p.m. is also a note for Taylor's early status. So essentially, the Colts had to put him on the PUP list so he wouldn't be fined for missing practice. If they don't take him off that PUP list by 4 p.m. Eastern time today, he's out the first 4 games.
Oh, wow.
That's big. That's a very notable thing. So it's just something to keep in mind. There were some sources out there that said that Jonathan Taylor probably does end up getting traded today. I don't know if it ends up going down or not, but I do think it's at least something worth noting, and because after all, we do also cover the NFL here. But if you go to a Chipotle, how about this right now? Type 1 if you're getting a burrito. Type 2 if you're getting a bowl. Burrito, bowl. Burrito, bowl. Brandon Jasper, does a hundo equal a full beer bong? Oh, it does, my man. We're banging the shit out of that, and we're getting some drinks flowing here. And then after lunch, I think I'm going to bring on some newbies. We got a trade. The Patriots are trading Nick Folk to the Titans.
2 kicker trades today.
Oh, man.
Wow. Oh, yeah, Alan. With everybody saying, Raiders report. Yeah. You didn't do the yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, we'll try to. I can't. You got.
With everybody saying,
Raiders report.
Yeah.
Elijah, you a real one, my man. You a real one. There's certain Raider fans that just have better swag than me, and it kind of pisses me off a little bit. Elijah's one of those guys. Like, that picture right there.
That's kind of swaggy.
He's a big Swaggy P fan. I can already tell. Let's go to Robert. It's 10 wins or bust for me. A fan since 1966, so I've seen it all. Well, I mean, you haven't seen 1965, so I can't really say you've seen it all. I would say, or 64, 63, 62, 61 for that fact, or 60. However, though, Robert, I will admit, you're a lot older than myself. I do want the Raiders to win 10 games, but I do think we also have to realize the fact that even if this team doesn't win 10 games, if I'm a general manager, I shouldn't even say that, if I'm the owner of the Raiders, I would probably look at, okay, you won 6 games. Can you improve? So if you win 8 games this year, you win 7 games. I mean, that's an improvement. Do I think that the Raiders should have won more games last season? Of course I do. But overall, it is what it is.
Get off my lawn. Maybe one of my favorite new profiles in here. He said, I have shoes older than Mitch.
Do you still wear them? That's the question.
And are they Nike Air Monarchs?
200 for shoeies, 100 for beer bongs. I walk home from work.
Oh, Mitch.
Oh, these shoes are destroyed.
I'm gonna have to put something down.
That's fine. You can hold it down. I believe in you. Here we go.
Brandon, yes, a hundo does equal a full beer bong.
Mitch is like 29 from Nico. I'd have you know. All right, let's play a game. How old am I? Because I have said my age multiple times on this show. How old am I right now? Take a guess. We used to always play this game with Tom when I first started at Chat Sports. And that was like, again, that's like OG, where I was like 25, 24 when I first started. And everybody used to say like Tom was 35 5 years ago, which makes me laugh. How old am I right now? Take a guess. I'm surprised on the amount of people that don't know. Top MFN here, 54. Dude, you're so close. You're so close. I mean, I see 34, 31, 29. I see a 32, 29. I see 30s in there. Here's the thing. I'm 30 years old. At times, I feel older than that, especially after some of the crazy shit y'all make me do.
Anthony said I looked it up.
How? Can you Google my age? How old is... There's no way. Bro, it's not on here. You can't look it up. Oh, you can. It's a little bit scary, but... Actually, that's not even me. Is it?
Okay. Santos wants to ask this. How old am I?
You can look up my age. That's scary. Shit.
How old do you think I am?
Brett, take that down. How old is Jeremy? This is a good question, because I don't know if you've ever said your age here. How old is Chuggs? Rebel. Yep. Rebel's got it.
Chuggs looks 22 max.
22 max. We do have a few people under the age of 22 here.
31, 30, 27, 28, 27, 32, 26.
How old is Chuggs? Take a guess. We got over 1,000 people watching right now. If somebody sends in a super chat and guesses your name correctly, Age correctly.
Chuggs is 29. His liver's 80.
Also,
Go home, Rebel! Go home!
the amount of bits on this show are insane to me. Oh, man. Rebel, are you going to take that?
I make a deal, but you guys don't accept my
Well, it's because your deals are bad checks.
deal. They literally
They
pass
bounce.
every time.
They bounce.
There's some checks that Marshall cashes that I'm like, you know what? I don't know.
That's why.
How you
That's why.
feeling?
You,
Rebel says I owe 4 shots.
Congrats on the preseason win. Congrats.
This is for you, you old sleazeball.
Pretty sure Rebel's younger than you, but we'll go with it.
now, Rebel's dad, he could be anywhere from 45 to 85.
I was going to say,
No-
Rebel's...
No clue on how old Rebel's
Am I
dad
good?
is.
One more? One more?
Rebel?
Rebel, this is for you.
Oh no, they're trying to guess my age.
I think if Rebel said 26, I'm going to guess he's 26. But, yeah, Rebel's dad's anywhere from 40 to 130.
Yeah.
There's
Am I
no
good?
there's no in between.
Am I good?
I saw DK looking over here. DK, how much for a beer bong right now? $100 super chat.
All right, is that 4? Does that count?
I think you're good.
All right, we're doing good. Go home, Rebel. Go home.
To everybody wondering, I am
Drum roll.
26.
26 years old.
About to turn 27 in September.
Holy shit. You're getting old.
Right?
It's craziness, man. Oh! This was rolling in from Brandon Jasper. Bang! What up, Tuna? You know what? Tuna clock right now. Tuna clock right freaking now. I'm doing a beer bong for Brandon Jasper. Every single $10 super chat we get, shot a fireball. Every single 10 that we get, shot a fireball. What up, Brandon? Shout out to the great Tuna. Every 10 shot a fireball. For the next minute, somebody said y'all look 36.
Is this for DK?
No. I don't think it is.
Just
She also didn't give me a yes, so
DK.
next one. I'll go out there and ask. We'll ask. Locals! For the best content, personal interactions, weekly pick'em, seasonal, and more live shows. For those of you that do not know, our local schedule for this season has been finalized. Every Monday, I will release our weekly pick'em. Oh, shit. Every Wednesday, I'll be going live. Every Friday, we got a fantasy tournament. So, go to RaidersReport.locals.
Rough Raider 87. We'll get right back to this, but
RaidersReport.locals.com. What's funny is Brandon didn't even get the deal right, but I respect the hell out of it because not only do we have one, we got another one coming in from Brandon Jasper. Bang!
all right, I'll do 5 and you do 5.
Whew, I got to do a beer bong on top of that. Pour it up. Pour it up. On top of that, Raider Muerte. Guess my age correctly, Mitch, or Chuggs, and he'll send a $100. How many are you doing?
5.
5. All right.
Ugh.
After I do this beer bong and after I guess Raider Muerte's
wait.
age.
Let me get this. Hold on, wait.
All right, hang on a second.
All right, I'm gonna help us out a little, Mitch.
I just Googled Raider Muerte age. It said,
All right,
I don't think he's 72.
here's the profile pic.
All right, the profile pic. Put that up on screen. Can we get a big view of that? If you were to screen, I want the nation. I want the nation's help on this. R.I.P. to Bob Barker, right? R.I.P. to Bob Barker. I want to be Raiders Price is Right action right now. We're going to guess some ages based off pictures. So we're going to make that picture a little bit bigger. We're going to blow it up for you guys here a little bit. And we're going to see. All right, how old is Raider Muerte? That tattoo, man, is sick.
Over 21. Raider Muerte.
Over 21.
I'm going to guess.
I'm hoping, Raider, is that your wife or your sister? I'm hoping wife.
I'm going to guess Raider Muerte is 29 years old.
29. All right, he says this is his wife. Is she over 18?
Yes. Yes.
I'm just kidding.
I'm going to guess 29.
He's like 19 yesterday. All right. He says 29. You know, I'm going to go with Brandon Jasper's answer because he just turned this show up. I'm going to go 28 years old, Raider Muerte. 28 years old for Raider Muerte. I also know this. I've met a lot of Alex's family, and I think figuring out how old Raider Muerte, are you Mexican? How old they are, it's impossible. Like Alex, at times, I'm like, she looks like she's 32. Her mom
All right.
looks amazing.
28 for me, 29 for for Mitch. Raider Muerte, what is it? You got to let us know.
Drum roll, this one for Muerte. Guess his age. Chuggs, give some shout-outs.
A lot of 30s, 31, 36, 25, 24. Raider Muerte said 25. I thought it was a little bit.
Really?
The only reason I went 28 is because I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Well, they always say that the camera adds a few ages.
Yeah.
The camera adds a few years.
We'll get him next time, Mitch.
Dang it.
Rough Rider. I feel
Lexus says that was my first guess. Lexus, I should have. Dang it.
All right, you got to send Alexis $100.
Get off my lawn says, I got shoes older than him.
Rough Rider, 87. I feel anything less than the playoffs is a failed season. Got to cut ties with JMD and DZ.
The only way McDaniels and Ziegler are getting fired, is if the Raiders win 4 or less. Actually, if they win 5 or less games, then I'd say it's a possibility. After that, no way. No way.
Oh, also, Rough Rider 87, you in. Brandon Jasper,
You in.
you in.
Also, I owe some shots here for the great tuna. I'm going to take 5 shots here for the great tuna, Mr. Brandon Jasper. Also, Brandon, you're the second MVP today, and because of that, you're in line right now for the Raiders boot. Do you have a boot yet?
I don't think Brandon has a boot yet.
Brandon, do you have a boot yet? I don't know.
Also, $300 away from another gong hit.
The Hat Man. I have a Raiders jersey older than Muerte.
You have a lot of old, or no, get off my lawn. Y'all got a lot of old things. I got a box of Wheaties older than Mitch. Rebel Montana. Go home, Marshall. Well, he would love that, but he's got about 5-6 more hours of work to do.
Get off my lawn. I'm good, man. Yeah, Marsh is, honestly, Marsh started making this company some money bright and early this morning. Giants have been pretty active.
Yeah.
I kind of just wish Trace would start making the company some money, but he's not out there, so it's not really fun.
Check the rev. I mean,
Seeps took like a 4-month vacation. He's finally back.
Yeah, I haven't seen Seeps in about, probably 3 or 4 months.
I mean, he went to a wedding with a girl that I think he just met. I don't know. I've never heard anything about her.
They are Facebook official, I think.
Really?
Facebook official Seeps? Yes? No? Yeah.
Do you use that thumb? Did you tell her dad that you use that thumb?
Raider Muerte.
Cheers
25.
to you. We got close.
Elijah, If you guess what position I played in high school, I'll send 100. P.S. What position did you play?
I'm not going to lie. I like this game. Can we start this game? If you send in a super chat, it can literally be a 199 of guess my whatever. And if we get it wrong, I'll drink to that. Elijah, by that stance.
Wait. I'm putting it in there. Hold on, wait.
Dude. Here's the thing. See, Elijah's kind of a swaggy guy. Like, Elijah is one of those dudes where if he's not a quarterback, he's going to ask for number 23. Like, 23 is kind of a swaggy football number. You know what I'm talking about? Like, if you see somebody repping 23 and they're... He looks about 6'2" to me.
Yeah, and I'm going to... I don't think defensive back. I don't think safety.
I'm going to say tight end.
That was going to be my guess. So I'm going to go with something else.
Okay.
Tight end. I'm going to go linebacker.
Linebacker.
I'm going to go linebacker.
He does kind of look like a Dollar General version of Drake Thomas.
Yeah.
Put up Drake Thomas's picture real quick for me. Real quick. I'm telling you, maybe he's a linebacker.
Are you Drake Thomas?
Dude,
That to that.
Holy shit. Oh! Another one! Great tuna! Another one! He says, I want that boot. I do have a boot, courtesy of Wild 114 and Hellcat Q. They gifted it to me, but I could use another one.
Facts.
I also think, you know, we have Mount Raider more, okay? We have Mount Raider more, but I also think because of some other Raider fans have been asking, hey, Mitch, you know, do we have something else besides Mount Raider more? We also have the Silver and Black Hills. Brandon, welcome to the Silver and Black Hills.
And no pressure, but 200 away from a gong hit.
Dude.
Also, Elijah, did we get it right?
Did we get it right?
I want to know, Elijah.
I think he's either... See, here's my only other thing.
Tight end or linebacker?
He's too pretty to play defense. He look like that look right there. That's an offensive player. That's somebody who's got some diva-ness to him.
Elijah.
He's
really?
A tight end.
Wow.
Right guard.
Right guard. I did not see that coming.
See, now I feel bad for saying what I said.
I played left guard, center, and a little bit of linebacker.
Well, Elijah, luckily for you, we're going to have an offensive lineman on the show on Friday, so you can talk to him a little bit.
Santos, love the show. Y'all made the offseason a good time. Hey, that's what we try to do here.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, I know there's a lot of people that create content, and I know there's probably a lot of people that can do a lot of things that I can't do, but I promise you this, you will not have a more entertaining time. I don't think that you're going to have a more entertaining time than what we do. Zon, I saw your message. Zon, I'll be honest. Zon just messaged me something, and I'm going to be real, Zon. You kicked my ass the other day, and I don't silver and black out often. I don't remember. If I made a deal on that show, Dave, I don't remember. I don't know.
What?
Zon said that he thinks that he might have won the boot on, Thursday or Friday. However, he wants Brandon to have it.
Okay.
No, like I don't know. Like I'm a big somebody go back check the tape. Zon says I literally don't know either. Yeah. Zon's one of those guys, and I respect it because back in the OG Raiders Report days when we'd have maybe 30 people watching the show, Zon was still balling out and whatnot, and he would be like, all right, if I'm taking a drink, like Zon's taking a drink. It's a lot of times what happens. My wife is older than me, LOL.
So I thought...
Now you're in trouble. Because now I know that she's older than 25, so now you're in the doghouse.
Boo.
You're in trouble now. I know that. No doubt about it. Sir Chai, Raiders should have kept Bryce Pudding Cosby. It's a very unfortunate name. It's a very unfortunate name. Adam Martinez, guess my football position in high school. He was number 21. I like this a lot. Jeremy, I'm going to give you first crack at it because he's a Texans guy. You get first crack at it. Oh, your food? We got the food? Okay. I'm going to say number 21, Adam Martinez. 21 to me is a running back number, is it not? Like 21 to me, like OG days, right? Like Adam Martinez, I'm going to guess, Adam, I'm going to guess you're in your 50s. That's my guess. You go back, halfback. I'm going to go running back. Adam Martinez, running back. That's my guess. Right? You're either a running back, you're a cornerback. I mean, high school, 21.
I got my meals delivered today, and she hit her head on the side of the door.
That's brutal.
But, yeah, I got my factor meals in. That's cool.
Also, I don't mean to cut you off. According to Ian Rappaport, the Dolphins have reached out to Jonathan Taylor and the Indianapolis Colts.
Adam Martinez, 21. You said running back?
And the Dolphins have just reworked Cedric Wilson's contract, so they might be making some room here for a big-time splash.
Reetma.
Yeah, I was going to say, hey, old Rolly, get it going.
You guessed running back. I'm going to go defensive back.
Ooh,
I'm going to
boy.
go defensive back.
Defensive back? Okay. It's fair enough. All right, how about this? I got to take a pee. Y'all know the rules, but here's the thing. I'm going to do $20 fireball shots or 50 tequilas.
You got to ask the newbies what they're willing to do.
Oh, I plan on it. I got to take a leak, though.
All right. Adam, let us know. Did we get it correct? Running back. Oh, no. Adam said no running back. Are you saying like no to defensive back, you were a running back, or no that you're not a running back? Somewhere our wires got crossed. Yes, it was running back. Mitch got it right. Mitch got it right. Good stuff, Mitch. Sir Chai, Mad Max will have 14 sacks this year. I don't doubt it. Over the past 2 or 3 seasons. We thought that would be the case. Damien Williams. Oh, yeah, sorry. Damien Williams released. Running back, Damien Williams. Sorry, I'm just kind of spaced out on that, Harrison. Harrison Graham bringing the news in. The Raiders released. He had a great game the other day. He had a good last preseason game. But being released, another casualty of cut down day. Damien Williams has been released. No, I said it to Harrison just a second ago. I wasn't really surprised. He tried. He played very well in that last preseason game. But, yeah. I mean, looked good against the Cowboys. But not enough with Jacobs back. Not enough to get it in. Yes, we are drinking today. Every $20 while Mitch is gone is a shot. The Raiders have cut Damien Williams, running back formerly of the Chiefs. The latest news, the latest roster cut today. Other cuts that have gone down today. Drake Thomas, Isaac Rochelle, Jaquan Johnson, Azizi Hearn, all also getting cut today. But the latest roster cut is Damien Williams. Are you surprised? Yes or no? Y for yes, in for no. Are you surprised the Raiders have cut Damien Williams? They also cut Sam Webb. Thank you, Raider Nation for life. They also did cut cornerback Sam Webb. Are you surprised? I think the answer should be no. Should see a lot of ends. I'm not really too surprised they cut Damien. Like I said, he looked good against the Cowboys in that last game. Ooh, that might be a good idea. We have Raiders Sancho. Let me our secret Sancho. Let me talk with Mitch and maybe get that going to try to see how many players we have left. But no, yeah, not a very surprising move. Might try to bring him back on the practice squad, but I don't know. Robert, if you wanna help with that, be my guest. That would be dope. Robert, if you could figure that out and give us a counter in the chat. Search high Mad Max will have Damien Williams cut. If you want to make a quick, yeah, no, for sure. I think we just from now on just any surpriser.
Cut by the.
But no, yeah, I think 14 sacks is very feasible for Mad Max this year.
I mean, I went on the bold prediction side of it, and I said, to me, Max is going to break the single-season record for most sacks in a year by a Raiders player. It's 16. Like, to me, Max can get to 17. He is that talented of a player overall, and if Tyree can step up, if Chandler Jones could step up, if this defense in general plays better. Like, I'm telling you right now, a lot of my friends on the Raiders are more the offensive linemen, and the guy that goes up against Crosby more than anybody is Jermaine, and Jermaine's probably my best friend that is a Raiders player. So, like, when I talk to him, I'm like, yo, what's going on with, like, Max? And Jermaine's a very honest person. For
He
people
whooped my
who,
ass today.
Yeah, he's on another level. You know what I mean? Like, when you see all the reports that come out, it's Max Crosby is the best player on the field. There was one source that's really, and I mean it's been a really good source to me, said that Max was the best player during Raiders and Rams joint practice. Said, looked better than Aaron Donald. Like, when you hear shit like that, you're like, I mean, that's a different level.
Brandon Jasper is 35 still available.
I believe so.
And, Brandon, you're in for our jersey raffle today.
Yep. Also, Brandon, rules are rules. Mitch, Brandon, I love you, man. Seriously. You've been killing it today. 180 away. And good news.
From a gong.
I talked to the newbies.
Well, what are the deals we got for the newbies?
So, one of the newbies said $100 beer bong. The other newbie said $100 Happy Dad beer bong. So, real beer and then a Happy Dad. Well, we got one. This one's rolling in from
The
one Hatman Bang! Swag ain't swag until you wear it in front of the Death Star. Now someone hit a boot, baby. Chiefs suck. Well, how about this? Let's go get Barefoot. You go get Barefoot for me.
I'll go get Barefoot. You try this one out. No picture, but you know who this is.
What's up, Killa? Guess my semi-pro position, number 13. So for people that don't know Killa Cruisin', Killa is 5'10". I'll give him a few inches. 5'10", 5'8", 185. She'll pick it out. I'm going to say number 13, Killa Cruisin'. With your dynamics, you're either a wide receiver or you were a cornerback. Wide receiver or cornerback. What up the hat, man? Legendary shit right there. Legendary shit right there. And yes, for those of you that are just tuning in right now, the Raiders did release Damien Williams. Damien Williams has been released. Correct. While I was taking a leak. Also, this one goes out to the great tuna. Was I right? Well, go get, I've been drinking out of this one. Do you care? Go get another one. Go grab the, get either the Flamingo or the other Merbonga. So the Merbonga is literally a mermaid. We'll go full screen once he gets back. We'll introduce you. And then, so I want all y'all right now give a warm welcome to a brand new Chat Sports employee. It's her second day today. So Murbanga is this. So her name is Allie, last name Barefoot. So because the Hat Man sent in a $100 super chat, Allie's going to knock back a Flamingo beer bong. And it's David Zahn's favorite beer, so in case you were wondering.
Allie in the chat.
Can we get some Allies in the chat? If we get another $100, we're going to bring in Drew, and she's going to knock back a Happy Dad beer bong. She's a little bit more nervous about it, though. I can tell. She's a little bit more nervous about it. All right, so anytime we do this on the show, it's coming out the ass. So
Wait, no, you gotta lean it the other way.
here, wait.
Yeah.
It's not going to pour out yet. Don't get me wrong. We just started buying them. So she's going to knock it down. I want you guys to grade it. A, B, C, D, or F. You ready? When you're ready, you do it. Just be careful because I don't want it to. Okay. Everybody cheer on Allie. This one's from the Hat Man. Shout out to Matt, Dan, Get Off My Lawn, Mark, Jay, Will, Paul, Aggressive. What up, Mike, David, Zahn, Vincenzo, and Martin? You're okay. Shout out to Allie.
Better than Marsh.
I mean, no doubt better than Marsh. Now,
Marsh could never.
oh, man. All right, here, real quick, Allie. Introduce yourself. Tell them what you're going to be doing here at Chat Sports. And I always say this. Every super chat you guys send in, oh, shit. Every super chat that you guys send in, we get to be able to have more people be able to achieve their dreams and do more content here. So we don't keep the money. We let other people have it. So here you go. Talk to them real quick.
What's up, Raider Nation? So sorry. Mitch has to clean off his computer right now because I am a bit clumsy. Hello, I'm Allie Barefoot. I'm going to be an on-air host here at Chat Sports. It's my second day. I don't think my beer bong was that bad. Please be nice. I got an A. I don't care who said it. I got an A. Oh, I've got Rough Raider 87 gave me an A as well. Thank you very much. So hopefully I'll get a little bit better. I haven't chugged since high school in a beer bong. I'm more of a shotgun in college.
We don't condone underage drinking.
Wow,
No.
you were 21 in high school.
I
That's
was 21
crazy.
in high school. So sorry.
She got held back a couple years.
Yes, we don't condone underage drinking. Anyways, don't tell my parents.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, it's out of the bag now. We know what's happening. But guess what? Allie's not going to be the only one because the Hat Man Bang!
I'm going 2 for 2 on the newbies.
Come on down, Drew.
Drew Kennedy, come on down.
You're the next contestant on the Raiders Report.
Chiefs suck.
Oh, God. All right. So we have another one of these over there if you don't want to drink out of the same one that I have. Unless you want to drink out of the same one that I have.
Yeah, I'll go get it. I'll be right back.
All right, y'all. So here's Drew. Everyone give a huge shout out to Drew. Hi. So what I want you to do is I want you to introduce yourself. Tell me what you're going to be doing here at Chat Sports because we get a lot of people that watch the show, a lot of super chats that come in, and we always tell people, hey, it doesn't go in Jeremy and I's pocket. We give other people the opportunity to work here at Chat Sports. So just introduce yourself real quick.
Okay, hi guys, I'm Drew Kennedy. I'm from Houston, Texas. This is literally my second day working here. Yes, Houston. And I'm going to be the on-air host for the Amazon Alexa show. So yeah, it's Drew, D-R-U too. I spell it weird. DK. Okay. Okay, pineapple. Pineapple. Okay.
All right, y'all. If you can hear me in the background, spam DK, spam Drew right now.
Uh-oh.
Hitting this like a bomb. Oh, wow.
I'm not. Ugh. I was not.
Hey,
No.
for the 900 people watching, this is our secret, okay? Our secret.
All right, y'all. Grade Drew's beer bong here. Let us know down in the chat. A, B, C, D, or F. Let's get it going right now. A, B, C, D, or F.
Hey.
I mean, we got a lot of A's.
It's been a minute.
Been a minute.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Thank you.
It's not gonna be your last.
Drew.
Her nickname's DK. Shout out to Drew. Shout out to Allie. Really? Holy shit. Are you kidding me? What was it? Are you kidding me?
You got Chris Jones.
Neil Farrell Jr. has just been traded to the Kansas City Chiefs for a 6th. All right, hang on a second here. That's wild. We got some breaking news here on the Raiders Report. The Las Vegas Raiders are trading defensive tackle Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs for a 6th-round pick. We're live here on the Raiders Report. Jeremy, Chuggs, and I, we're turning up, and hopefully y'all tune in. Again, Neil Farrell Jr., defensive tackle, has just been traded by the Las Vegas Raiders, and he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Wow. Holy shit, we got breaking Raiders trade news. Let's get wild. And now I can actually officially say this because he's no longer a member of this team. But when I met with a Raiders player earlier this offseason, Jeremy and I both, we were told by a player that you all love very much, Neil Farrell wasn't putting in the time. He wasn't putting in the effort to be a true talent. But the Raiders drafted him in the 4th round. And now they just traded him for a 6th-round pick. That's wild, man. Neil Farrell, yeah, we got to get a quick trade. Neil Farrell Jr. traded to the Chiefs. That's insane. That is not what I expected today, man. When you trade somebody to Kansas City, I'm telling you this right now, it's because the Raiders don't believe in Neil Farrell Jr. The only reason why you would ever trade a player to the Kansas City Chiefs is because you don't believe in him. Neil Farrell Jr. has been traded to the Chiefs. Wild. So the Raiders get a 6th-round pick in return for Neil Farrell Jr. Let me know down in the comments, 6th-rounder for Neil Farrell. That screams to me that he was never going to make this team anyway. That he was not going to be the one making this roster. That's a huge deal. No doubt about it. We were just doing beer bongs a second ago. Holy shit. Hang on, I got to post this on Twitter now. Neil Farrell Jr. Hang on, all y'all. Everyone just pump the brakes here. Neil Farrell Jr. has been traded to the Chiefs. Wild. Oh, man, I don't know about y'all. I'm ready to get weird. Also, shout out to Drew for ripping that beer bong the way she did. Now I know I got to invite Drew over and we're going to have to do some other stuff. So, hey, it's all good. Don't be weird. 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 950 people watching. I know the hat, man.
He's got a fiance.
Come on, don't be weird. They look like gummies. It's fine. 950 people watching. If you haven't already, click that like button right now. The breaking news that just rolled in. The Raiders have traded Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs. To the Kansas City Chiefs, man. That is some wild stuff. Coming up here on today's show, we're going to break down everything that y'all need to know about this deal, about the trade, and what it means for some of these players going forward. Because, again, the reason why the Raiders make this type of deal is simply because they probably didn't think that he was going to make this roster, and they were willing to take almost any deal possible. I also know that there's a lot of LSU ties with Kansas City. Wild stuff, though, man. And I mean, 6th-round pick back for Neil Farrell Jr. Let me know down in the comments right now who won the trade. Type LV for the Raiders, or I want you to type KC for the Kansas City Chiefs. After that, I got some other huge Venmo news to discuss because let's do the cut first, and then Brandon, I see your Venmo. We're about to have a brand new MVP, and shit's about to get nuts. Shit's about to get nuts. I mean, this screams to me certain defensive tackles are going to be making this team. And we'll talk about Matthew Butler. We'll talk about Nesta Jade Silvera and Adam Butler, John Jenkins even. All have potential to make this 53-man roster. Now the fact that Neil Farrell Jr. has been traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, this was a story that Jeremy and we covered all the way back in April. And I mean all the way back in April in terms of a Raiders captain told us that Neil was not doing the necessary things that he believed to be successful. Then it was reported back in May, June that the light bulb apparently turned on. I don't know if it's the case. If anybody out there can change the title to Neil Farrell Jr. traded, something in those regards, that would be a big help. Somebody from the Chiefs report is spamming ha-ha. God, I hope that's who I think it is. Farrell, you're about to be in for a long day there, sir. We got the Chiefs report in our chat right now. Well, I'll tell you this right now. The last time I ever give him advice on anything, that's it. It's over. It's done. Get those FKCs in the chat. Get the FKCs in the chat. My entire computer smells like beer because of Allie. But we're not going to place blame. I might need another napkin, though. Yeah, I know. What is your one-word reaction to the Las Vegas Raiders trading Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs for a 6th-round pick? Coming up here on today's show, we will get into all the trade details around Neil Farrell, around the Raiders, and ultimately why they decided to make this decision. Because to me, the only reason why you trade anybody to Kansas City is if you didn't think that they were going to make the 53-man roster anyway, and you just needed to get something in return. So that's all coming up here on today's show. And I hope you all are ready to get a little bit weird today, because after this big-time trade news, I'm ready to get a little bit weird. Get the FKCs going down in the chat, Chuggs. Once you give me the thumbs up, we will get into this breaking news here of Neil Farrell Jr. being traded. It's mind-blowing. Now there's a Steelers and Texans trade. Kendrick Green. The Steelers trade offensive lineman Kendrick Green to the Texans. That is a big trade. Man, a lot of trades going down. Yvonne Holland, what's up? I see you repping. We good? Chuggs is good. Are y'all ready to go? Get those FKCs flowing. Coming up here on today's show, we will get into the latest around Neil Farrell Jr. being traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. That's coming up right now. Raider Nation, what's going on? We got some breaking news. It's Mitchell Renz from Chat Sports, and coming up here on today's show, we're going to talk about the breaking news around the Las Vegas Raiders trading defensive tackle Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs. We're going to tell you why the deal ultimately ended up going down. I'm going to tell you who won the trade and then who benefits from it, because today, Josh McDaniels, Dave Ziegler, they got to get this roster down to 53 players by 4 p.m. Eastern time, and literally as those words came out of my mouth, I mean, you got about 2 hours left to go. So what I want to know right now from the nation, the best fans in all of the NFL, what is your one-word reaction to the Neil Farrell Jr. trade? I want to know down in the comments, because to me, my one-word reaction is lazy. And it's not that it's a lazy trade by the Raiders, but one word that a Raiders captain told me back in April before the NFL draft to describe Neil Farrell Jr., it was lazy. Then it sounded like maybe he was getting the wheels turning in the right direction. In May, June, there were some new reports that came out that said, hey, he might be finally turning that light bulb on. But you know what? I didn't really see much in the preseason to make me all too excited. I didn't get a lot from joint practices that made me all too excited. The bottom line, the reason why Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler decided to trade Neil Farrell Jr. to a division rival, not to any division rival, right? Like, if it's a trade to the Broncos, something. If it's a trade to the Chargers, okay. If it's a trade to the Kansas City Chiefs, the defending Super Bowl champions, the reason is because this organization, the Silver and Black, have absolutely positively no confidence in Neil Farrell Jr. to ever be anything. That's a bold fact. Like, you don't trade to Kansas City unless you truly believe that that guy had a 0% chance to make your roster and that you knew deep down he's never going to make it in the NFL. Does Neil Farrell Jr. have talent? Yes, he does. But this also tells me that Kansas City's panicking a little bit and that they might not have Chris Jones, who's holding out right now. So here's the trade that ended up going down. The Raiders, they receive a 6th-round pick in 2024. Get those FKCs going. Kansas City gets Neil Farrell Jr., the defensive tackle out of LSU last season. He did not get too much playing opportunity. He was drafted in the 4th round. I want to say 126 overall by McDaniels and Ziegler in their very, very first draft. This upcoming preseason, he had 5 total tackles. He's a big guy up the middle. But I hear this type of stuff, and I'm like, all right, that means Adam Butler's got a better shot to make this roster. It means a guy like John Jenkins, the veteran at 34, has a better chance to make this roster. I also now am screaming from the top of my lungs, it is Nesta Jade Silvera season. Because let's be real, Nesta Jade Silvera has outplayed Neil Farrell Jr. the entire year. And that's just a cold, hard fact. And the comparison that I'm about to throw out, and the screen picture that you see right now, is the Raiders' current defensive tackle depth chart. They got Jerry Tillery, John Jenkins, Bilal Nichols, Adam Butler. I only anticipated this roster to make or keep 6 players anyway. So now you move on from Neil Farrell. I do think it opens up, though, something for like a Matthew Butler, something for a John Jenkins, something for an Adam Butler on top of all that. And yes, the 7th-round pick, Nesta Jade Silvera. But what I was saying was this kind of reminds me of a situation where, remember a few years ago back in 2019 when the Raiders drafted Arden Key, and the Raiders also, not drafted Arden, that was the year Arden Key was drafted, but the Raiders had Arden Key, a higher respected prospect, if you will, but they also had Max Crosby. I'm not sitting up here saying Nesta Jade Silvera is going to be Max Crosby, but all the reports, everything that you saw was Crosby's outplaying Arden Key. Crosby's outplaying him in every single aspect of the game. What were a lot of the reports this offseason? Nesta Jade Silvera is outplaying Neil Farrell Jr. What did I see during the preseason games? Nesta Jade Silvera is outplaying Neil Farrell Jr. The Raiders gave Neil an opportunity to showcase his talent, and unfortunately wasn't able to do it. So what are the Kansas City Chiefs doing? They're hitting the panic button here a little bit. And now they're saying we are trading Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs. Why? Because they're a little bit worried about Chris Jones. On top of that, we got some other breaking news here. A player that I thought was going to end up making this 53-man roster, Phillip Dorsett, has been released by the Las Vegas Raiders. So the Raiders have been a very, very active team today. and have made a lot of news. But Dorsett was going to be, in my opinion, the sixth receiver. But if you would have tuned in during Jeremy and I's watch party back in week 3 against the Cowboys, the fact that he came into the game when he did, I thought was kind of a surprising thing. So the fact that Phillip Dorsett was just released, if I am Kristian Wilkerson right now, I'm thinking, holy shit, I might have a legit shot to make this roster. If I'm Keelan Cole right now, I'm thinking, holy shit, I might have a chance to make this freaking roster, because those two players, I did not know if they were going to make it. And we might even see this Raiders team decide to keep only 5 receivers, because they got Davante, they got Jakobi, they got Hunter Renfrow, they got Tre Tucker, DeAndre Carter. Those players, locked and loaded, are going to end up making this team. But when you see the fact that they cut Phillip Dorsett, a field stretcher, a player that has those past ties with McDaniels and Ziegler, that does speak major, major volumes to me. And I know right now as it stands, the Raiders, for people that are watching the show right now, the depth chart's not updated, just so we're clear on that. Lacey, he's no longer a member of this team. Isaiah Zuber, no longer a member of this team. So right now it's only Davante Adams, Jakobi Meyers, Hunter Renfrow, Sims, Cole, Carter, Tre Tucker, and Kristian Wilkerson. But anytime that there is a player that I'm a little bit surprised about, and holy shit, here we go. The Raiders, they just cut Keelan Cole. Raiders just cut Keelan Cole. Wow. That's nuts, man. So the Raiders just cut Keelan Cole, Phillip Dorsett. We are trimming this roster. It's getting closer and closer and closer to getting it all the way down to 53. So not only have the Raiders traded away defensive tackle Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs for a 6th-round pick, the Raiders have moved on from Keelan Cole. They have moved on from Phillip Dorsett. Kristian Wilkerson might make this roster. Now, again, they might decide to keep only 5 receivers because, let's be real, receivers probably their best position group overall, and they might decide to keep an extra linebacker. Maybe it's a Curtis Bolden. Maybe they decide to keep an extra cornerback. Maybe they decide to keep an extra safety like a Roderick Teamer. All those options are absolutely on the table, and I'm just going to say it because of how bad John Gruden and Mike Mayock were. The Saints also just cut Jonathan Abram. All right, y'all, are you surprised that Phillip Dorsett and Keelan Cole did not make the final 53-man roster for the Las Vegas Raiders? Give me a yes, or I want you to type no. I'm surprised that Dorsett didn't make it. I'm not all that surprised that Keelan Cole didn't make it. And I was betting more on Dorsett making this roster because of relationships, which mean a lot to Josh McDaniels. They mean a lot to Dave Ziegler. When you add up all of those things there, that a lot of the times is what transitions into being, okay, who ends up making this roster or not. But this team, man, you never know what's going to happen. There's no doubt about that. And this team is always a very interesting one to cover. And for those of you that are not watching this live, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you turn on those notifications because we got almost 1,400 people watching this live stream right now on YouTube. And Jeremy Chuggs and I are getting ready to go wild. Brandon Jasper just did some crazy-ass shit, and he wants to get nuts. And I'm kind of down to get nuts as well. So for those of you that are not watching this live, we're going to talk about what this means for Nesta Jade Silvera, which is very good news. Adam Butler, John Jenkins, Matthew Butler on top of all that. And guess what? If you're looking for free videos every single day, we got you covered. Hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications. That way, you never miss a thing. All right, here's the trade graphic again for the Raiders. They are sending a defensive tackle by the name of Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs because this is the Chiefs. I'm telling you, hitting that panic button a little bit. Chris Jones might not be back, and the Raiders get a 6th-round pick in 2024. So essentially, you draft a guy in 2022 for a 4th-rounder, and in return, you get a 6th-round pick. That's the deal. That's why we ended up going live. That's why we've been live here for Roster Cut Day. Let me know who won the deal, LV for the Raiders or FKC for the Chiefs. Man, this is getting nuts. I love this. I think right now the Raiders have, I want to say, 69 nice players on this roster right now, if my math is mathing correctly for me. because you traded away Neil Farrell Jr., you just cut Keelan Cole, you just cut Phillip Dorsett. Lot of stuff happening here on today's show, man. Wild. What's crazier? The Neil Farrell Jr. trade's crazier to me, right? It's got to be the more crazy thing. I knew that the Raiders weren't all that excited about drafting Neil Farrell Jr. I also knew that they weren't all that excited about drafting Matthew Butler after an entire year. Robert Jansen says 71. Okay. If my math isn't mathing, you're such a wordsmith. Thank you, Zon. Honestly, one of the top things that my professor said in college was, Mitch is a wordsmith. And I couldn't agree more with you. Couldn't agree more with you. What up, Jay Silk? What up, Pooh Boy? What up, Robert Jansen? Get off my lawn. I appreciate all of y'all tuning in to today's show. But, man, the Neil Farrell Jr. trade, that just tells you how much confidence that they have in Nesta Jade Silvera. He's a hell of a run stopper. He's a player that continues to show out time and time again. That's sick, man. Good for him. Good for him. Let's go to some super chats. One in here from Ben. R.I.P. Rico Zilla, Raider Fred, OH Raider fan. He introduced me to this channel. The nation will miss you, my friend. It sounds like OH Raider fan. He introduced me to this channel. The nation will miss you, my friend. Rico Zilla. R.I.P. to Rico Zilla. Anytime we lose a member here of the Raiders Report, man, it's a shot to the heart. We're a family after all. Let's go to Jersey Boy Greaser. I see Jose Rebel all spamming those RIPs. What up, Jersey Boy? In a sane world, Bolden would be cut. I agree. But I'll also say this. The fact that they're cutting Phillip Dorsett, I'll say it's at least a chance. I'll also say that Brandon Bolden did not play in that final preseason game, didn't even really dress for it. So that kind of speaks volumes in where he thinks that he's at and probably where the coaching staff is telling him where he's at. Mario, guess my defensive position and stats in only 13 games. Mario, I'm going to say Mario is a defensive tackle. 13 games, give me 30 tackles and 4 sacks for Mario. That's my guess. The Hat Man, good gravy. Hey, Hat Man, you said it, not me, which I already got a few you-know-what's out there, so I'm not going to do this anymore. But Hat Man, thank you, man, for showing the newbies here at Chat Sports how the Raiders Sport gets down, how Chat Sports gets down. And I always tell you, our Super Chats, they don't go in Jeremy and I's pocket. It goes to being able to create more content here at Chat Sports, which is what we're always trying to do. Brandon, get Allie into the words of Cisco. Show me that gong, the gong. I'm going to be the one that hits it, Brandon, the gong. So just get that out of your head right now, because Brandon messaged me and he said, Mitch, I want to get this show and I want to get this thing going wild. Wow, Robbie Anderson, or however you want to call him, Chosen Anderson, has just been cut by the Miami Dolphins. A lot of speed. Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. All right, y'all. So I know y'all are making fun of me right now. Brandon Jasper just did a thing. And I don't want you to go to it yet because we got a lot of extracurriculars over here. So if everybody could spam Brandon Jasper right now down in the chat, because Brandon is our brand new MVP on today's show. Brandon, you just got to tell me, my guy, what jersey you're hoping to get. You're going to get the boot. Patrick B., I'm still going to be wearing your jersey. And Brandon, I think honestly, man, since you're the new MVP, you're going to be getting the Raiders Report boot, because this one's
rolling in from
Brandon Jasper. Brandon in the chat? You want a shout out here on the Raiders Report? Let's get the tunas going.
Tuna.
Tuna. Tuna. Tuna. Tuna. Tuna. Tuna. Tuna.
Tuna.
Also, Jeremy, time for a boot. It's boot time. Yeah? I'll go fill one up. I'll go fill up a boot here. I'll go get a boot. I'll do beer.
Brandon wants a boot and
He wants
needs it
now.
Call Mitchell Renz. 877 boot now. 877 boot now.
All right, y'all. You're going to be in good hands here for just a minute. I'm going to go fill up a boot. Chuggs, take it away.
And here we go. Wow. Just absolutely craziness. He said Eric Jasper, number 35, black. I'll slack it to you. He said Eric Jasper, number 35, black. Got you in there. Brandon, we got you. Also, I mean, you're still in? You're in. Every $20 you're entered in to win a jersey. Brandon just bought his outright. Brandon Jasper, an absolute real one here on the channel. The Hat Man, you're also in. I mean, Anthony, you're in. Yvonne is in. You're in. You're in. You're in. Let's see. Raider Sancho, you're in. Welcome, newbies, to the Raider Nation family, and I'm in. Fingers crossed, I need my 83 jersey. Hey, Sancho, you in. Wishing the best of luck for you. Yvonne with the 50-piece. That's half a beer bong.
What up, Yvonne?
Turn up. I'll turn up my mic. Yeah. I usually yell, so I have my mic down a little bit. My voice. Shout out to Raider Corn.
So I see somebody asking about, please explain tuna to me. So the reason why we call it shot clock, tuna clock, excuse me,
PG, you in.
is because Brandon, OG Raiders Report watcher, lost his dad, and his dad's nickname was Tuna. And since Brandon always was down for shot clock, and his dad was a big-time Raider fan, we nicknamed him Tuna. That's why you're going to see the Tuna jersey, and it's why you see the Tuna thing every time we give a shout-out to Brandon Jasper.
We have a beer bong as well from David and Yvonne.
All right.
David, a real one, not gonna leave you hanging.
Not gonna leave you hanging, Yvonne. David Zahn's got your back.
Anthony,
I'm gonna be real with you. If that actually happened, you'd have to break Raider Ron's record.
and even then, that'd have to be a locals.
All right, I'll make you a deal, Anthony. You break Raider Ron's record, I'll do that shit on locals. $6,000 Venmo on locals. You got yourself a deal. What up, Sleepless?
And we'll give you a year subscription to locals.
Yep.
So you can watch it.
Guess my high school position. Number 13, 6 feet tall. Is that in Missouri's? So you're like 5'10"?
I'm going wide receiver.
13, 6 feet tall. I'm going to go with wide receiver as well. David Zahn, Queen Sarah has spoken. Go like the CDO.
Go like the CDO.
If you haven't liked the CDO yet, make sure you like the CDO. From Mr. David Zahn, like the CDO. Mount Raider more. CDO.
Well,
if you haven't
Brandon
already.
Jasper also wants you to take a shot. So you have a shot, a boot, and a beer bong.
That lunch needs to get here quick.
Is it not? You're already?
No.
Oh. F Jimmy.
Freaky fast, that's a lie.
Did they just leave it down there? Did Chip go and check? These are the questions I need to know. Oh, wow.
What?
All I heard is he'd been down there.
Chip's just down there eating everybody's lunch. Like, what's that Adam Sandler?
Billy Madison.
Billy Madison. Who ate 30 kids' lunches? It's just Chip down there.
Chris Farley.
It's just, I see Chip down there right now, man.
PG, rules are rules. PG, he actually got on before you got this in, but you're in.
You in, PG. You in.
Elijah, why can't I send a $1.99 or $4.99 super chat? Is this photo more drippy? That's a pretty good photo. You look a lot bigger in that photo.
I was just going to say, you look like a massive human being in that. You look like a high school football player against middle school.
Maybe you sitting down didn't really give you justice of how big you are.
I kind of agree with that.
And then David's on the alley-oop from Yvonne.
All right. You got a beer bong in you? I need help.
Yeah, I can do a beer bong.
I need a beer bong. Just one. Just one. Just uno. Though you're probably going to have to go out and get some more. It smells like a college dorm room in here right now. It smells like a college dorm room in here right now. What up, Jay Silka? What up, Jay Silka? All right, y'all, I'm going to wait for Jeremy to get back. I got a boot to do. I don't know how we always get in these situations. The Giants are cutting Cole Beasley. That just happened. For those of you that are just tuning in, we did have some breaking news here. The Las Vegas Raiders, they traded away defensive tackle Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs. Neil Farrell Jr. has been traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. It's kind of wild, man. That's kind of nuts. Not gonna lie to y'all. Yeah, I gotta post that video on Instagram real quick. I mean, are you kidding me? I will say now there was that report that came out about Desmond King. Again, I haven't heard anything about it, but it does make me a little bit more curious. And if that turns out to be true, I'm probably gonna owe somebody an apology.
Wait, what did you say?
So Desmond King, I know that they liked Sam Webb a lot, but nobody told me that they were actually reaching out to him. So I was a little bit unsure if it was actually true or not. But if they do actually reach out, I mean, he did play in the AFC before, AFC West. I don't know, I'd be kind of surprised still, though. All right, y'all, if you do not know, the Raiders, they got to get down to 53 players by that time that you see below. And
We have 1,200 people watching
all right.
and only 688 likes.
Yep.
That means half the people haven't even liked the video. What?
I mean, think about how difficult it is to like a video and not doing it. Oh, wait, it's not difficult at all.
We have half the people who haven't liked the video. What?
Trace is doing the exact same thing you are. Oh, man, what a crazy world.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, Martin says, don't upset Sarah. Don't upset Sarah. Bro, that's
Sarah Otto must be really pissed off right now.
what... Look at Roseanne's chat.
What?
All right, y'all. Shout out to today's MVP, Brandon Jasper. Also, huge shout out to Patrick B as well. We've had a crazy day, man. We've had a crazy day already. We still got a lot of show left to do. I don't know how it's going to work out exactly, but we are going to do our best here. Yeah. New report just came out. Raiders might keep 5 receivers. I still think 6 is the best option, but they could decide to keep 5. If they keep 6 now with releasing Dorsett and Cole, I think they might keep Wilkerson, dude. maybe Sims, bigger receiver. Wilkerson or Sims? I would bet my money on Wilkerson more than Sims. However, it would be something to see. All right.
Travis.
What up, Travis? Mario said 3 sacks and 20 tackles. I think I said 30 tackles and 4 sacks.
Close.
I was pretty close.
Who would you keep if you had to pick one of them? Wilkerson or Sims? Type W for Wilkerson, S for Sims.
W for Wilkerson, S for Sims if you had to keep another wide receiver. Tyler Lewis says trade for Deron Payne. I don't see that happening, but the fact that the Chiefs traded for Neil Farrell Jr., I'm telling you, they're scared about Chris Jones. And I don't blame him. Chris Jones wants a big-time payday. He wants Aaron Donald money. I'll tell you this right now. He doesn't deserve Aaron Donald money, even though he was great. The what? Milk money. All right, y'all. Zahn says trade for Chris Jones.
That's actually the last part of the Neil Farrell trade. We just forgot to put it in.
I'm
So
telling.
Neil Farrell in a 7th for Chris Jones.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I think it would cost 2 first-round picks to trade for Chris Jones. No? Harry, how much to trade for Chris Jones right now?
No way 2 first round.
If I was Kansas City, I'd ask for it. I'm saying, if I'm Kansas City, I'm asking for 2 first-round picks.
A first and a third is what I'm offering.
I'm saying they would ask for 2 firsts. I mean, he's the best defensive tackle in football right now. Yep. Hey, it'll be interesting. No doubt about it.
The Eagles will give you a 4th and you'll like it.
No deal. All right, I've been stalling long enough. After this, I'm going to have to go to the restroom. So, can you hold it down? Hey, you go first. You go first. Where's New Rolly? All right, y'all. This one here is out to the Great Tuna. This one goes out to the Great Tuna. Matto Spam and Throat Goat. It might be a new nickname. It might be sticking. All right, I'm going to do this boot, and then I'm going to have to go use the restroom here. So if you guys want, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat, get those questions, comments on the show. If anybody follows baseball, the Yankees just released Josh Donaldson. If anybody follows baseball. I don't know. That just happened. All right, Chuggs, I'm going to do this. Can you give some shout-outs to people spamming Throat Goat? Sure.
These are the people spamming Throat Goat. Let's see. 520s. Osiris Serrano, Blue Richard, Crip Stream Jesus, Raider X, Power Raider, Tropical Remy, Michael Vasquez, Get Off My Lawn, Devin Smith, Tadashi K, D. Montez, Raider Rob, David Zahn, Aggressive Master Raider, Anthony Aguare, Big Black, all spamming it.
I'll be right back.
Jay Roy, it's a new season, so fans are filled with optimism and beer. Well, let's not forget how terrible of a coach McDaniels is. Fire McDaniels will trend again soon. I honestly think McDaniels might have the biggest Jekyll and Hyde between first half and second half coaching. McDaniels in the first half is a wizard. The game plans, everything he does, amazing. Adjusting in the second half, not his forte. We've seen it so many times. How many leads did the Raiders have going into halftime? He has potential to be a good play caller, a good coach, but he needs to turn it around this year and be able to sustain leads and be able to, in the second half, adjust and just put your foot down on their throat. Let's see. Mario, dope picture. The Blue Raiders. Let's go. Brandon Jasper, I think it's only appropriate to wear a 53 jersey for the 53-man roster. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong, Mr. Jasper. You're just joining us. The latest news from Cutdown Day. The Raiders have released Phillip Dorsett. Also, wide receiver Keelan Cole. Two guys. Keelan Cole, maybe we expected a little bit. Not expecting as much Phillip Dorsett getting cut today. Earlier today, the Raiders also released Isaac Rochelle. They also released Jakob Johnson. And they also released Azizi Hearn as well from the defensive backs. And Sam Webb. Another big one, Sam Webb got cut. So Azizi Hearn and Sam Webb. And our sweet prince, Drake Thomas, also getting released today. Where did Drake Thomas go? There we go. And Drake Thomas also got cut from the Raiders roster. Not going to be making the final 53. And along with that, the Raiders made a trade with division rival Kansas City, trading Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs. We have the full trade details for you right here. It is the Raiders receive a 2024 sixth-round pick. Neil Farrell Jr. goes to the Chiefs, not making the roster. So that means good things for a couple people. It means good things for Nesta Jade Silvera, John Jenkins, and Adam Butler. Matthew Butler as well might have a slim chance, but, I mean, he was drafted the same draft as Neil Farrell. So, what does that mean for the rest of this unit? We'll have to see. We have an hour and a half until roster cuts have to happen in the NFL. Going to be seeing a ton of roster cuts coming in. Phillip Dorsett's going to be one that I didn't see coming. Who do you think deserved to make the roster that didn't so far? So far today, with the cuts that I just went through, who do you think deserved to make the roster that didn't make the roster that already got cut? Darth, there's plenty of history that in the NFL. Yeah. Thomas and Dorsett, Drake Thomas, Sam Webb, Drake Thomas, Webb. We also, yes, thank you, Ron. We also have the cut coming in. The Raiders cut Damien Williams as well. Running back Damien Williams also cut. Rules are rules. You're right, Brandon. Rules are rules. Them's the rules. Them's the rules. I'm going to give shout-outs. Who do you think didn't make the roster so far that should have? Isaac Rochelle, Cut Hoyer, Drake Thomas and Phillip Dorsett. Tyler Hall's better, arguably. Thomas, Webb, Thomas. Yeah. Also have another interesting question for you. A lot of people on the AOC hype train right now. Quick question that I want to ask the audience. I want to gauge where y'all are feeling. Who do you think starts more games this season? If you think it's Jimmy G, type 10. If you think it's Aidan O'Connell, Mr. AOC, type 4. 10's rolling in from Johnny, Kevin, Raider Rob says Aidan O'Connell, Mike Nix, Raider Joey saying Jimmy G. A lot more 10s than 4s, which is expected. Jimmy G, the starter to start the season. A lot more 10s than 4s so far. Aggressive Macerator says 4. 520 says 4. I would say about 80% saying Jimmy G so far. Somewhat surprising. I thought there'd be a lot more love for Aidan O'Connell. But yes, Jimmy G, starter going into the year, expected to start the year. The only thing that worries me with this man is the injuries. The injuries could be detrimental for Hemi G. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Maybe give him more than one season, then that's ridiculous. Hey, I'm just saying, with injuries considered, with everything considered, who do you think starts more this year? Aidan O'Connell or Jimmy G? Rob, we're not in Oakland anymore. We're not in Kansas anymore. Chuggs, who's next cut prediction? Ooh, good question. Next cut prediction. They've been somewhat surprising. I think they go O-line here. I'm going to go with a sneaky name as well. I'm going to go Alex Bars getting cut next by the Raiders. Who do you think is going to get cut next? A surprise cut, maybe. Haran, Bars or Haran, Moody. Interesting. Matthew Butler from Jersey Boy. Matthew Butler, Justin Haran, Butler. Who do you think will be the next cut? Who will be a surprise cut, possibly? Brandon Bolden would be a surprise cut. The coaching staff loves some Brandon Bolden. A lot of trades going down today as well on roster cutdown day. A lot of back into the roster trades. Guys that teams would have cut, but instead trading away for a 6th, 7th round pick, just like we saw from Neil Farrell Jr. Adam Plant has not gotten cut yet, to my knowledge. I'm trying to stay up to date. I'm trying to keep everything uploaded to see. To my knowledge, though, Adam Plant has not gotten cut by the Raiders yet. Or if he will at all. We'll have to see. Sincere McCormick. Keep Plant. You need drink more from Senior Steve. You need drink more. Interesting. You need drink more. And you did have one super chat that came in for you, Mitch.
Of course. What up, Brandon?
And it's Brandon Jasper, our MVP of today.
Oh, man. Brandon was...
The presumed winner of the Raiders boot.
Yeah, Brandon's getting the boot. I'm going to wear Patrick B's jersey on Thursday. Oh, man.
All is right in the world.
No, I was defending my name on Instagram. Had to take a leak. Came back into the studio. And there's certain people, man. They get underneath my skin, Chuggs.
Oh, yeah?
They do. They do. Drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. Brandon, you a real one, man. What up the hat, man? I just saw someone call O'Connell Farva, and now I can't unsee that. You're just seeing that? There's this thing called YouTube, and we're on it. Dude, the whole Farva thing, I mean, I told Jeremy, like, what I want to do for Halloween this year is I want to dress up as Aidan O'Connell, and I want Jeremy to dress up as Farva. Like, you can't tell me that's not a dynamic duo for a Halloween costume. I think it is a elite, and I mean elite, thing. All right. How are we feeling? I'm still curious to see if the Raiders make any other moves. I'm checking my phone right now. I haven't received any texts. So, still no moves besides the big Neil Farrell Jr. trade. So, in terms of what happened today, okay? So, just let's keep this up to date. I'm going to try to do my best here because that's how I remember all the moves that end up going down today. So, the very first move that the Raiders made was Jakob Johnson. They cut him. Then they cut Isaac Rochelle. Then they ended up cutting Drake Thomas, Sam Webb is also in that mix. Probably the easiest way is if I just go to my Twitter, to be real. Yeah, so they cut Jakob Johnson. Von Miller's going to be out against the Raiders week 2, so keep that in mind. Then the Raiders cut Isaac Rochelle. Sam Webb has been cut. Drake Thomas has been cut. Azizi Hearn has been cut by the Raiders. Damien Williams cut by the Raiders. Neil Farrell Jr. has been traded to the Chiefs. Then the Raiders cut Phillip Dorsett. Then the Raiders cut Keelan Cole. And that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. Robert, I need to know, what number are we at? Chuck, Raider, positive vibes. I know. I'm a very positive person, but my biggest pet peeve when I do this show is, I'm telling y'all right now, I swear on my grandfather's life, like I am a diehard Raider fan. Bleed silver and black, get my tattoo on Thursday. My pet peeve, though, is when people are like, oh, Mitch is a Jets fan. I worked for the Jets in college. I had to pay my way through school. I know there's a lot of people that get everything handed to them. I wasn't one of those people. I had to work while I was in college, or else I wouldn't be where I'm at now. So it's my pet peeve. It's why I get angry. I always think it's one of those things you don't know what people are always going through, and I'm a big person of let's spread positivity instead of negativity. So saw that, got a little bit mad. That's why Chuggs and I, we do the good vibes. That's what life's about, good vibes. Life's too short to be spreading the negative shit, man. It's all about the good vibes. Scotland says George Tarlas cut coming. I mean, yeah, George Tarlas is going to end up getting cut. Like, I could tweet that out right now and say George Tarlas cut by the Raiders. I'm not going to do it because it hasn't happened yet. Once I get notified as it happens, then we'll probably send it out. Patrick, I appreciate that. And I know that's how it goes. It's just the unfortunate part about rumors is like when somebody says it, people believe it. And that's a little bit of a frustrating thing. Because Chuggs and I, man, we put a lot of time and effort into the show. What up, 520s? What up, David Zahn? John Borelli, you want to shout out here on the Raiders Report? Spam Raiders right now. The silver and black got to get down to 53 players on the roster by the time that clock hits 0. The Eagles just released running back Trey Sermon. It's kind of an interesting move. Again, anytime we get updates here around all NFL teams, especially the Raiders, but we'll continue to update you guys. G Money, I appreciate that. We're giving shout-outs here to everybody spamming Raiders. We got Raider Nation, Saucy Waffles. What a name. Angie Cardoza, Chuck, what up, Raider Sancho, Jesus, Queen Sarah, 520s, Tropical Remy, King Sanchez, all spamming those Raiders. We got Misty Williams. Misty, it's so good to have you back. Jeff Garcia, Joseph Hammer, Marcus Day, what up, Blue Richards, JJ Moose, diehard Raider fan 365, B Joshua, JS, Davey, Scott Raiders, Bruce, everybody. Zahn, Saucy Waffles. I'm officially dead. Zahn, I don't know if you've ever seen Saucy Waffles, but have you ever seen Blue Waffles? Also, ESPN just put out fire investigators determine natural gas was the cause of the explosion that destroyed Caleb Farley's home. Natural gas. That's crazy. That's so sad, man. That's so sad. If you don't know, Caleb Farley's house literally blew up a few weeks ago. His father passed away, and it was a gas explosion. That's insane to me. What up, Chuck? What up, Joseph? What up, David? David, of course, knew. What's up, Wild One? $5 super chat from Wild One. Remember, we're taking a drink for that. Today, if you send in a $20 super chat, you're entered to win a Raiders Report jersey, courtesy of this man right here. What would the Raiders record have been to start O'Connell over Garoppolo and move the future, in your opinion? I still think that the Raiders are a better team with Jimmy Garoppolo as the starting quarterback. However, though, when I look at Aidan O'Connell just throw a football, I'm telling you right now, O'Connell's arm talent is way better than Jimmy Garoppolo's. But Garoppolo, I still think, can execute this offense better. And I know O'Connell looks cool, calm, and collected in the preseason. There's no doubt about that. He looked great this preseason, and for a fourth-round rookie taken 135th overall, I don't know if Raider fans could have asked for much more, right? Like, Raider fans are so excited about O'Connell because of how good he played. But to me, it's not only that for being a quarterback, right? Like, let's be real. Fourth quarter, 2-minute drill, and a huddle. You got 10 other guys. You think those 10 other guys are going to be able to rally around Aidan O'Connell more? Or are they going to be able to rally around Jimmy Garoppolo more this season? Even if I sit up here and say that I think O'Connell might be more talented than Garoppolo, it's just that extra level, right? Like, Derek Carr was a talented quarterback. People, if you say Derek Carr wasn't a talented quarterback, you don't know a lot about football. But the problem that Carr always had was I don't think that he was a great, like, leader of men in terms of being able to rally a group of players. When things got tough, Derek did not have that it factor, and not a lot of people do. I'm not saying that I do. I'm not saying that Chuggs does. I'm not saying that anybody watching the show does. But if you're going to be a quarterback in the National Football League, you need to have that it factor of, hey, when shit gets down to that point, everybody look at me right now, and we're going to get this done. You can say what you want about Garoppolo. He's 40-17. There's a reason behind that. He has that it factor. Let's go to Brandon. Good vibes coming in from today's MVP. Brandon, what's up, my guy? JC says, do you see Zamir getting cut? No. And Steven, yes, he does. Jimmy Garoppolo is the weakest arm on this Raiders team right now. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Also, according to a source, Justin Ross has made the team for the Kansas City Chiefs. So good for him. Raider Muerte also sending in the good vibes, my guy. I appreciate that. Greg Jones, 10-17 and 8-98, going to step up this season. Jimmy Garoppolo, Davante Adams, Josh Jacobs, Max Crosby, I think will all be Raiders captains this season. My question to you is, though, who else is going to be a Raiders captain? Who else on this team do you think ends up being a captain? The Raiders usually keep around 6 to 7 captains. Go home, Marsh. I would say some other captains out there. What do you think? Marcus Epps is a sneaky name.
Carlson? Did you say Carlson?
I did not say Carlson. Carlson ended up being a captain for special teams. They might even make A.J. Cole a captain as well. Colton Miller is an interesting name. Marcus Peters is a sleeper name to be potentially a captain. A lot of different ways that this can go. Greg, cheers to you, man. Dawson, plot twist. Raiders cut Brandon Bolden and Alex Bars. I fully anticipate that the Raiders cut Alex Bars. I know that they listed him as the starting right guard. I don't understand how you can keep him on this roster. Like, to me, I watch Alex Bars play, and I said it last season. He should not be a starting right guard on any NFL team. He's a backup at best. And if I'm Carmen Brasillo, and if I'm the Raiders organization, and I sit here and I truly believe that I have one of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL, would you rather have Alex Bars, or would you rather have a McClendon Curtis? Or would you rather have a Dalton Wagner? I know right now that Alex Bars is never going to be a starting caliber offensive lineman in the NFL. But I don't know that about Dalton Wagner. I don't know that about McClendon Curtis. And for me, I would rather invest that upside in players that, let's be real, I don't anticipate McClendon or Dalton seeing much playing time this season unless injuries happen. But, like, that's what good organizations do to me. They develop players instead of just going for the safe grade, right? Alex Bars might be a better offensive lineman right now than McClendon Curtis. He might be a better offensive lineman than Dalton Wagner, but that's not why you keep certain guys, right? You already have a good offensive line group. You have Colton Miller, Dylan Parham, Andre James, Greg Van Roten, Jermaine Illuminor. You can plug and play Thayer Munford in there. Maybe you want to use a little bit of Natane Moody, throw him in there as well. And then, you're going to be able to piece together some other players here and there. Like, I'd be more willing to bet on McClendon, and I'd be more willing to bet on Dalton Wagner for the long haul. That's what I would do. But we'll see what ends up happening. That's brutal. Jimmy John's dropped off our lunch order to the wrong address. So what does that mean? That's nuts. Dawson, plot twist. Oh, James. Good vibes coming in from James. It's all good, man. I read the Dawson one. Dawson, cheers to you. James to James. Wild one. Mitch, that comment was blasphemous. What comment? The Derek Carr comment? Because it's not. The Derek Carr comment's honest. Like, I think every single Raider fan was always frustrated by Derek Carr because Jimmy Johns can suck it right now. I would say that Derek Carr, I think a lot of people say this. If you watch Derek, there were certain plays where you're like, holy shit, this guy's a top 10 quarterback. And he would do other shit, and you're like, this guy doesn't even deserve to be a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL. If you're disagreeing on the whole Derek Carr thing, I don't know, man. I don't know. What up, Shabazz? Kinda. And then John Scheffler. Sheffy! What's up, my guy? Another guy a part of the Silver and Black Hills here of the Raiders Report. It's good to see you, Mr. Chef. It's good to see you. You never know what's going to happen with Chef when he pops into this show, man. And then Shabazz, but only kinda, from the 707. 707 Shabazz. I feel like every time I say California, it's a cop-out. So, with that being said, I'm going to go with Nevada. Shit.
California.
It's just, I can't answer it every single time, California. That'd be lame. But that sucks. Cheers to you, Shabazz.
Kinda.
But only like a little bit. Only like a little bit. What up?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah. It is.
We got 1,300 people watching. 1,300 people watching.
Let me look at my. Let me just put you up.
I might. Zon, Rebel wants in the hills. Rebel wants in the hills. Rebel, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You're always here watching. You're always having a good time. Rebel, you're in the hills if it's up to me. I don't know if it is up to me. Does Rebel deserve to be in the hills? That's wild. I'll tell you this right now. If we don't get our food by the time that clock hits 0, I'm going to give a link in the chat, and all of y'all are going to give Jimmy John's on Elm Street a 1-star review. I'm not even kidding you. I'm telling you that right now. Also, Zon says Rebel deserves it, and right on cue. Oh! Rebel! Go home, Marsh! Montana! Bang! But wait. You guys hear that? What is that noise? It sounds like Vanthrick! Bang! What is up?
A Silver and Black Hills gang. Bang!
Silver and Black Hills.
Gang.
It's the gang.
Bang!
Dude, I'll tell you what right now, it's been electric. It's been absolutely positively electric around here on the Raiders Report, man. Whoo!
Chase is hangry too, and he is chewing out this Jimmy Johnson employee right now.
Wait, did you hear that?
Wait, what?
Wait, that noise. It sounds like a little bit of a John Scheffler! Bang! Oh my goodness. What is up, What is up from the Silver and Black Hills? John Scheffler, Venthrak, Rebel, Montana. All repping. Also, we got a trade. The Miami Dolphins are trading Noah Igbenogany to the Dallas Cowboys in exchange for Kelvin Joseph.
Wow. We hate our cornerback. You hate yours. Let's swap them.
That's literally what it was. Miami Dolphins, Dallas Cowboys, blockbuster trade.
Also,
Former first round pick Noah Igbenogany going to Dallas. Dallas sending their former second round pick to Miami. Wow. What a trade. Rebel, poison for poison. Yeah. That's a huge freaking trade right there, man.
also Rebel, Venthrak, John, you in.
So in.
What's up from the 512? Have to work at 4, but we'll check in. Raiders!
Raiders!
All right, 512. What are we feeling? I know this one.
Yeah?
I actually knew it before I looked it up. I just wanted to double check for you. But my brother lives there.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Also, just had a source reach out to me.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy. Just had a source reach out to me. It is officially official. George Tarlis, defensive end, has been cut by the Raiders. George Tarlis cut by the Raiders. It is officially official. The knackered Irishman, 512 Irish, I'm going to say Pennsylvania.
Austin.
My cousin, Austin, lives in Pennsylvania. So.
Oh, my friend Brandon Jasper just sent in a $100 super chat.
Brandon Jasper Bang! Are you shitting me? Brandon Jasper said, I'm the MVP, and this is how it's going to go today. Brandon's on a whole nother level.
He's on a heater.
Brandon is on an absolute heater, and oh boy. Ah, man, this is a train that if it gets going, this train can get off the rails quick. Some of y'all, I think this is actually David Zahn's first ever $100 super chat, so let's celebrate it. David Zahn Bang! Just because Brandon Jasper, Rebel Montana, welcome to the Silver and Black Hills, my guys. Congratulations to Rebel.
Rebel Montana.
Rebel Montana. And Brandon Jasper. Oh shit, this is getting out of hand here. I got Ben, I gotta add Venthrak. I gotta add Chef. Hang on, Mr. Tuna again.
Hanging on.
And then Zahn. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
It's about to go down. Dude, I'll tell you what right now, man. Today's been one hell of a day.
Raider Muerte.
Whew.
I think a cool idea would be for everyone that watches the Raiders Report that's in the same area to get together and take a photo to send to you guys. That would be dope.
So it's funny that you say that. I actually talked to my bosses yesterday, and I said one of the things that I want to do going forward, and it'll start this upcoming summer, it's going to be a Raiders Report party. So basically every single year I want to be able to do a Raiders Report party where
Vegas, Cali, or Dallas?
So that's the thing. It would probably be in Las Vegas just because it's kind of like the easiest meeting spot, and I'm not going to make everybody travel to Dallas. Though Dallas was thrown out there because think about Dallas from a flight standpoint, it's in the middle. So it could be an area to do
From
that.
East Coast, West Coast.
But essentially doing like a Raiders report party, free food, free drinks. As long as you're subscribed, you can pull up and have a good time. Now we'll have like, VIP things for certain members for like Mount Raidermore, Silver and Black Hills group members and whatnot. But
Oh, Robert, he said yep, okay.
what?
He said we got 10 vibes. So that's a
10?
shot. 10 vibes is a shot. Robert, counting them up for 10 more.
Dude, shout out to Robert for being.
And another shot is on the way.
I'm pretty sure Robert's an accountant.
I think we might need almost only 9 more vibes.
Rob, are you an accountant? I think Rob's an accountant. That's my guess. I'm telling you what, right now, I'm feeling a little loosey-goosey. Or it's been a hell of a day,
Eric,
man.
which game are you dudes going to? We're going to the pregame for the Steelers-Raiders preseason or regular season home opener. We're going to there Friday, Saturday. And then after that, we are going, I believe, to the Jets pregames?
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's been a discussion, right? And I don't like to be this guy because I know a lot of people do a lot of great things for the Raiders, and I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. But week 3, Chuggs and I will definitely be out there. We had a lot of crazy stuff playing with the Blackout division, but there's another Raiders group, and this is why I kind of get mad sometimes with like Raiders politics is what I'll call them. Another Raiders group got mad that Jeremy and I partnered up with another Raiders group, and I don't know, did some really unfortunate things. So Jeremy and I, though, plan is to be out there week 3. If it goes really well, the plan is to be out there week 10
Oh, no.
against the Jets. Yeah, I did work with another very prominent Raiders group back in 2021, and I don't know, they were jealous of how much success that the Blackout division and our event was doing, so they threw a hissy fit. That's how I'll say it.
And uninvited us.
Not uninvited us. They did something that I think is a really, really shallow thing. I'm not allowed to tell you what it is, but if you can go ask Graphic Raider, you can go ask Raider Cody. They're the ones that are allowed to tell you. I ain't going to tell you. It's some lame-ass shit, though, because this thing is always about Raider Nation and making sure Raider fans have a good time. But there is an old-school Raiders group that every single person that's watching the show knows it's some lame-ass shit, and it ticks me off.
Oh,
Which game are you guys
slack
going
it to
to?
me.
Steelers. I'll slack it to you. I mean, it's the most notorious Raiders group.
Wild 114, the Mount Raidermore Brotherhood. Enough said.
Enough, Wild One.
Oh,
I know.
what did they do?
We were putting on an event, a free event for the Raiders fans. We were putting on a free event for the Raider fans, and they basically called up the venue and said, we won't participate basically with you guys the entire year if you go ahead and do that.
Oh.
Yeah. Which, it was lame. It was super lame. I'm not going to lie. Because they paid a lot of money for an event, and they're going to charge Raider fans $100 a head, and they were upset that we were throwing a free event. Is what it is. Politics, man.
Did another channel take your lunch? No, nobody has lunch here.
That's the problem right now. Chat Sports, we are
17,
lunchless.
18
More than that.
angry people.
It's even more than that.
We have 20 angry people out there all looking at me, and they are pissed off because their bellies are empty.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you this right now. If that food isn't here soon, can you guys do me a big favor? And we're going to send a really shitty review. I mean, they said they dropped off our food, and they didn't. They dropped it off at the wrong spot.
So I think they did say that they're sending their driver back.
And then what?
And I don't know.
It's just not. What if it's not there? I'm telling you right now, I'm giving them until that clock hits 57:33. And if you guys want to do me a big solid, we're just going to put that shit in the comments.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Neil Farrell Jr. just tweeted, God don't make mistakes. Forever blessed and highly favored. Yikes. What up, man? I know, a lot of variables. Kevin. What?
This is what Martin sent.
What did Martin just send you? Close.
Do they just get demoted down?
Yep. Yeah, so Sergio and Raiders podcast are now in the Silver and Black Hills. Yeah, Mount Raider more to me is Trivan, Wild One, Raider Ron, Patrick B,
John Borelli.
You
said Ron and Zahn.
And I got to do it from the top. Raider Ron, David Zahn,
Wild One.
Trivan,
John Borelli.
Patrick B. There's 6. And then Raiders podcast, Sergio, they're in the Silver and Black Hills.
With Scheffler, Rebel, Vinthrak, and Brandon Jasper.
Off the top of my head, yeah. LA Crash Dog's got to be up there. When Zane to Save Yours shows up, he's a crazy mother effer. Got some crazy guys, no doubt about it, on the show. But we appreciate all y'all.
PG.
We got 1,200 people tuned in to the Raiders Report.
Send the new guys to pick it up.
We did. They dropped it off at the wrong spot. That's the problem. So we ordered food to be delivered to where we work, and they dropped it off at a completely different area. We don't know where it is. We're trying to locate it.
I think instead of our location, they sent it to down the street. Instead of Brian, they sent it to Ross.
How? They just said, F it. I mean, it's not like we order from there all the time. I'm just telling y'all, it's not great.
The Michael Jordan meme,
I don't know, man.
That bearded dad, he gets crazy.
Fat bearded dad is a crazy mother effer. The Hat Man. Shout out from the Silver and Black footpath just outside the hills. I like that. What up, Raider Dabs? What does it take to be on Mount Raider more?
So I think now you have to first get accepted into the Silver and Black Hills.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things.
I feel like there's no skipping anymore. You got unless you break the record.
Unless you break Raider Ron's record, I would say that probably qualifies. If anybody who's watching the show right now disagrees, then is what it is. But for me, it's somebody who always watching the show. Like, I want people who are always here, right? Like Patrick B's always here, David Zahn's always here. Ron works a lot more now, but like when this show first started, Ron and Zahn were always freaking here, man. Borelli's always here. Trivan are always here. People who do more things for other big-time Raider fans. Yeah, Zahn says you can come in, but you got to stay in. I know you're talking about Zahn. Zahn comes in, and Zahn he marinates, man. Zahn's a big-time marinator.
He's up in there.
Yeah, you already know it. No, I just think it's people who just always try to watch the show, have a good time, and the way that we make money here on the show, Super Chats is a big part of that. Venmo's a big part of that, and when you can have fun and make sure that other people part of Raider Nation are having fun, like that's what it's about. But it's not going to be something that happens overnight. That I can promise you, right? Like, there are people like Scheffler. He's been trying to get into Mount Raider more now for months and months and months. And it takes time, but it takes more of the, I want you to watch. I want you to participate. I want you to show love down in the comments.
I want you to want me.
There you go.
I need you to need me.
We are 170 likes away from 1,000. Can we get to 1,000?
House Junkies. The reason is because I don't have the correct lighting behind me right now to do an image. It's very fuzzy, so that's why it's green right now. Hopefully, whenever we get new spaces.
Today was announced at our company that we are getting new space here at Chat Sports. I don't know if that's going to translate into a new Raiders Report studio. I know I'm going to put in a good vote for it. But maybe two votes. Now, so I know like some of the new studio space that we're about to get, it's for, we've been working a lot with Amazon recently, Alexas and all their kind of content. So it's really important for our Amazon people to be in a totally different room because they're a lot more strict on noise. And I don't know if you guys know this or not, we make a lot of noise on these shows. Like, believe it or not, when we film for Amazon, they don't want a gong in the background. They don't want two men screaming bang. So
Not on this.
not
Not on this show.
yeah,
Or not on those shows.
yeah, those shows was different. This show, we're allowed to bang. We're allowed to
I do have
bang.
to say, I watched The Boys on Amazon. They wouldn't mind two grown men screaming bang and hitting a gong.
Yeah?
Have you seen The Boys? Great show.
I don't watch it.
I recommend it.
Okay.
2 or 3 seasons out right now, but if you are okay with gory stuff
Yep.
and like comedy / like drama,
Yep.
it's a great show.
Yeah. Gory doesn't really.
It's basically the background of the show is
I watched Cocaine Bear, so I'm fine.
oh yeah. So The Boys,
That was a
it's
gory ass
basically
movie.
like a real life comedy drama, and
All
it's
right.
like if superheroes were real, like in real life, and not like Superman, Spider-Man stuff. Like they're like superheroes, but they're also like famous people. Like they're on E, they're on like in TV shows and movies and stuff. Like it's like if real life today, if we had
What do you mean they're
superheroes,
on E?
like on like like on TV, like on like
Oh.
the news and stuff.
I thought you meant like they were on E.
Well, they are on drugs too.
Oh.
And like half the superheroes are like good and half of them are bad. But it's a great show. If you haven't seen it already, The Boys on Amazon.
Blue Richard says manufactured superheroes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a great show.
I'll have to take a watch at it. I don't know. Right now, Alex and I were trying to finish Suits. We've been trying to finish Ted Lasso for months.
It's so good. How have you not finished it?
We like Suits more. I'm a lot more into Suits than I am Ted Lasso. That's just me being honest with you. And then anytime I get free time, I'm gonna watch Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
I like the Johnny Manziel. Like that's what I want to watch next. Then I want to watch the Florida Gators thing. Like Alex is more of the Netflix shows. Like Ted Lasso just has gotten buried. Suits right now is at the top of our list. All right, y'all. How about this? Give me another recommendation for a show to watch. Show recommendations. Holy shit, Chris Smith.
Cut?
No, Chris Smith. Super chat.
Oh.
The most
oh my God.
The most common name in the U.S., Chris Smith. Chris, congratulations to you, first-time Super Chatter. The only reason why I say Chris Smith is the most, I guess, regular name, my aunt, her name is Chris Smith. Also, a baseball player that I used to play with back in college, name is Chris Smith. We said that about 2 hours ago, and now Chris Smith just sends in a Super Chat. The most common name in the United States, tell me I'm wrong, Chris Smith. Don't scare me like that from Aaron. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Oh, man. All right, give me some shows that we should watch. Zahn says The Blacklist, Billions, Peaky Blinders. I've heard a lot of good things about Peaky Blinders. Kim's Convinced, The Ranch. Is that where Garoppolo goes? I don't know. Let's go to the next one. Hope to see y'all at the Jets game for Sunday Night Football. So, I actually, I might be buying my dad tickets to Sunday Night Football. Depends up to him. Because I asked him, I was like, hey, what do you want to do for your birthday this year? And his birthday is November 20th. The Raiders and the Jets, they play on November 12th. He wants to be here in the studio for when the Raiders and Jets play. But I also told him, I was like, if you want to go to the game, like I would love to be able to buy him like Raiders-Jets tickets and go chill out there. I would love to be there. And if we end up going to this game, it's not actually going to be at the game. It's going to be the weekend before, so it'd be Friday and Saturday leading up to it. But if Chuggs and I go out to Vegas this year, which, again, we're going out there for the Week 3 game, we'll post it on social. We'll tell you all about it here on this show. And we'll give all the opportunities to meet up with us. And the parties that we're going to be at are 100% free to get into. So if you don't meet us, it's on you. Let's go to the Hat Man. Shout out from the Silver and Black Footpath just outside the hills. The Hat Man, bottom of my heart, man. Shout out to you. What you did today, getting the newbies on here, it was It was some awesome stuff. I really, truly mean that. I think that's what makes this show a really, really cool thing. When people who always watch, I don't know how often you send in the big-time super chats, but today was a cool day, and I mean that. Let's go to DG Finesse. Does Raiders Scout have a new IG? No.
Oh. Read
wow.
this.
I did. Chris Smith said, my son is a rookie for your team. I get all of my info from you and Hondo. Good vibes.
Good vibes.
I mean, I'm looking right now. I think that picture is him inside the Raiders facility.
Chris, if you want to get on the show.
Chris, hit me up, man. If we can get you and your son on this show, like that, I'm always about, like my dad, like that's my dude.
Chris.
My dad is my best friend.
If you could, DM me at Jeremy Chuggs on Twitter.
Hondo's a good guy.
We can get something set up. We can zoom y'all into the show.
I think it'd be dope. I mean, my dad, like that's my best friend. Like that's my dude.
Everybody spam Chris Smith.
I mean,
let's go.
Let's get the rookie on this show. Can we get it to happen? I know they're off on Friday. I was talking to a few Raiders players.
Hey,
they're off on Friday.
We're already going to talk to one Raiders player. Why not bring in another?
Starting, he's a starter. He's going to be on the show on Friday. I'm getting a Raiders tattoo.
I think it would be a
Thursday,
cool
Friday.
perspective from a rookie. Like how has it been so far?
I'm down.
Going to the NFL.
Chris, can you make it happen? You got to hit up Jeremy on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs. If you're like, I don't know. I get it.
All good.
But I'll tell you this. If I had a recommendation to build my son's brand with his brand new team that he just got drafted on, I would appear on a show like this. It's a good brand move. That's all I'm saying. Let's go to DG. Does he have a new IG? No. He created a new one, and Instagram deleted it again. Yeah.
What?
I don't know. I think it's a lot of times because if you post highlights, you can get deleted. I also know, like, if you get put on a list, like, and you start cursing a lot, you can get banned as well. And I know he cursed in a few of his posts. I don't have an answer, right? That's me. If I had to make a best educated guess, that's what I would say. But did he deserve to get deleted? No. There are other
Chris Smith.
people that
He
post.
said, I'll see what I can do. Yeah. Chris, just hit me up on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs. I'll be looking for the follow, and then I'll follow you back.
Cool.
I'll follow you back, and then we can DM.
What up, Dabs? I'm waiting for season 6 of All-American.
Oh, Marshall watches that show.
Really?
Marsh.
I don't watch that show much.
Big All-American guy.
Is it good?
I'm doing it for Crenshaw.
What is it about?
Well, is that what he's... I have to ask Marsh.
All-American, is it good?
Marsh, All-American, is he from Crenshaw? He's doing it for Crenshaw.
I don't know, man.
I watched a little bit of it.
Okay.
It's a little corny for me, but...
Hey, I'll say this. I don't have a lot of time to watch shows, so I need good recommendations here. What up, Raider Muerte? He got this party started. Also, I don't know if you guys know this. I believe if you were to look, like we have a Noti gang. I almost want to make it like a first super chat gang. Because Raider Muerte, always in our live shows, first person to super chat. And he's still watching. He's been with us here for 3 hours. That's insane to me. This fool on Hulu.
I've never heard of it.
This fool?
No, this fool.
He's on YouTube. Exactly. He's on YouTube.
This
exactly. Exactly. Raiders, what up, man? BMF is a good show. It's on Hulu. BMF. I was thinking like Blue Mountain Football. BMF? What is BMF? All right, what do you guys think BMF stands for?
Bad mother effer?
Maybe. I mean, judging by that picture.
John Scheffler, Paramount Plus, Special Ops Lioness. I'm on Paramount Plus, but I'm a huge reality show guy. The Challenge and Big Brother, I'm deep into those shows right now.
Big Brother?
I love Big Brother.
You're deep into Big Brother?
Deep into it.
Wow. Does he know?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. John Scheffler knows. Now he does.
Can we get your brother on the show?
Because I just told him.
Talk about it? I'd love to hear.
Anybody out there watch Big Brother?
I'll tell you this right now. I've never watched a single minute of Big Brother.
It's such a good show.
Is it like The Bachelor or Bachelorette?
No, it's like
Survivor?
It's like Survivor, but instead of on an island, you're in a house.
So you're just locked in a house.
Yes, and you have to do like challenges, like all these challenges and stuff. But more than Big Brother, that's the show I watched with Danny.
Okay.
The Challenge. I love The Challenge.
Okay.
You know what that is, though, right?
The Challenge? No.
It used to be on MTV, but
Oh, I know what you're talking about now.
but now it's on CBS.
Now I know what you're talking about. I feel like all those like MTV shows used to just like bleed together. And they used to do like all these competitions and
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now. I got you.
Let's
Let's bring back Fear Factor. That's what I want. I want Fear Factor back.
let's get our sandwiches.
I want people to eat outlandish shit and do crazy stuff
I mean,
for
we're-
$50,000.
I think we're kind of like Fear Factor.
No, we're not. I'm telling you right now,
You ate the hottest gummy bear in the world.
I would eat another hottest gummy bear in the world. Would you rather eat the hottest gummy bear in the world or bull testicles?
Bull testicles.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Would you rather eat the hottest gummy bear in the world or a small bowl of worms?
The hottest gummy bear in the world.
No, I'm going worms.
All right, I'm telling you this right now.
I'm going nasty.
How
over-
much? How much? I ate the hottest gummy bear in the world for $1,000 super chat. If somebody sent in $1,000 Venmo, would you eat one earthworm? I'll go in my backyard
Oh, yes.
after the show.
I
I
would
will dig out a worm.
I would eat two.
You would eat 2 worms for
For-
$1,000 Venmo.
100%.
A worm, dude.
Yes.
I don't think you would.
I would.
No chance.
I 100% would.
Carson says cap. 2 worms. I will dig them up in my backyard.
I will. I will eat 2 worms for $1,000.
There's no way. Matto says the throat goat ain't scared.
Raider Dab says, "She, I'll do it for 50." Y'all, Selfmade said, "Y'all legit have the best job in the world for real. Found this channel a year ago and listened to you guys more than ESPN. Let's go Raiders." I listen to us more than ESPN as well.
Self-made. You know, I like to think that Chuggs and I are self-made. And anytime we get people that watch this show as religiously as some of y'all,
I eat Panda Subs all the time. Worms, great source of protein.
bro, you're not eating a worm.
For $1,000, I will eat 2.
There's no. I'm telling you right now, if I put 2 worms in front of your face,
I would
right
eat
now,
them for 1,000. Yes,
I don't think you would.
I would. Thing is, I would.
So you're telling me I go home tonight, I get 2 worms,
Yes,
I put them in a container.
yes.
If they're still, does it matter if they're alive or dead?
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
That's easy.
What do you mean it's easy? There's no way.
There's worms at the bottom of the tequila bottle.
That's different. It's also like not a normal worm. Like that's not going to taste like a worm.
He's not a real worm. That one hat man.
What's up, bro? I travel a ton for work, but I watch when I can. I am all good on the footpaths because I can see Mount Raider more from here. I want people to watch this show, not to be a part of. Like, if you want to be a part of Mount Raider more, again, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be something that just, again. I want people to watch the show because I like to believe that we're entertaining, man. Like, I really, truly believe that. Like, I believe.
Thank you, Cast.
What?
Cast is on my side. He said everybody would eat a small worm for 1K. Stop, LOL. Hot sauce, that MF.
No hot sauce.
Just normal worm.
It's a plain worm.
I'll eat the plain worm.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
Bro, there's no way you're eating a worm.
I'm telling you, if somebody sends it in, I will eat it. I guarantee you that.
All right, how about this? I'll make you a deal right now, okay? We are, instead of making one person send in 1,000, if we get to,
We're at 2.1 right now.
if we get to 4 on YouTube,
Yes.
not counting Venmo,
Yes.
on YouTube only, if we get to 4, you would eat a worm.
I will eat a worm if we get to 4. We're 1,900 away. I would.
Single Venmo at 1,000, or as a collective unit, if we get to 4 on YouTube, so 2 away, you'd eat
A worm.
a worm.
Yes.
I don't think you would. I don't think I could. I don't think I could eat a worm. The idea of eating something really spicy, like I'm a big, like if it grosses me out, dude, I think I would throw up. I don't think I could. Now, if I'm on Fear Factor and I got a chance to win $50,000, I'm eating that worm. But you also said bull's testicles over that gummy bear.
I will not eat the gummy. Dude, I can't, like, that type
Oh,
of
the gummy
spicy
bear
stuff.
ruined me for a day.
Yes. A worm, I'm just.
But I know I can at least swallow the gummy bear. I don't think I could swallow a worm.
Oh, my God. Just put it in your mouth and swallow.
Yeah, I
Raider
don't-
Dabs.
I don't think I could, man.
It's based on Spencer Paysinger and his story. I think, oh, you're talking about the BMF show.
All right.
I was confused for a second.
I was going to say, did he eat a worm? I don't know.
Shorzy on Hulu, it's amazing if you like hockey. I've heard that. I've heard Shorzy's great.
Shorzy?
It's from the same people as Letterkenny.
Oh, Jesus. Letterkenny's an interesting show. I've watched Letterkenny twice, both times with my cousin Tori, who is a fan favorite here at the Raiders Report.
Yes, she is.
It's weird, man. It's a weird show. You got to be in a certain kind of mindset to enjoy Letterkenny.
Letterkenny and Trailer Park Boys, I'm not there. The man who has my name tattooed on his arm, Taino Raider.
Oh, what up, Taino? Just got in 15 minutes ago. Can I get a quick summary of what deals are on?
Oh, what deals?
All right, let's go through the deals, and then we'll go through everything that happened today. Let's go through all the players that have been cut, and then the trade that happened. So the deals today are, if you send in a $5 Super Chat and just say, thank you, Wild114, I'll take a drink. $20 Super Chat, you're entered to win a Raiders Report jersey. You send in a 50, I'll do half a beer bong. 100, full beer bong, and you get put on the Boot Hall of Fame. Whoever the MVP is, which I'm telling you right now, MVP slash... it's not up for anything anymore. Brandon Jasper's going to get our boot. He's at, I'm just going to say,
you know what? I'll just do this.
1,000.
I'll just do this.
Yeah. Jasper's probably at 1,000. And then Patrick B is also sending in a shit ton as well, and I'm going to wear his jersey Thursday. I got the hiccups.
If Jimmy Johnson has 35 minutes, or that storefront is screwed.
Oh, dude, they're in trouble. They're going to be in trouble. On top of that, Jeremy, I forget what I was going to say. Oh, Taino, you got the Raiders Report tattoo. We're also showing the Raiders Report shirt. So we have some Real One shirts out there, and we always like to say Real One for life. Real One for life. We have RO4L, which stands for Real One for life. I know Raider Nation always says Raider Nation for life, so we kind of came up with this chat sports idea of, you know, there's Raider Nation for life, and then there's Real Ones. Real Ones are always in the chat. They're always tuning into the show. So if you're a Real One for life, you can go to chatsports.com/RO4L down in the comments and get started. Get yourself a T-shirt, a whole bunch of sizes. And then if you want, Taino, the thing that you got tattooed on you, we also have that shirt as well. So the Raiders Report was founded here on YouTube in 2018.
I mean, I think Taino has to get the shirt at this point.
You think?
I mean, he's got it tattooed.
I know, but like, if you have it tattooed, does that mean you need the shirt? I don't know. Taino also just sent in a 25. Thank you, Wild One. I'm in for the jersey. That's some real.
That's a double.
That's a double.
He wants a sip, and then he's in.
And he's in. Shout out to Taino, man.
Quick recap of the biggest news of today. Raiders trade Neil Farrell Jr. to the Chiefs.
Kind of a wild thing. This one happened about 30, 45 minutes ago. But yes, it is officially official. The Las Vegas Raiders traded Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs. Zon, I know, but it's not accurate. I got the number. Don't worry. So the Raiders trade away Neil Farrell Jr. to Kansas City, and in return get a 6th-round pick in 2024. So essentially, the Raiders drafted Neil Farrell Jr. in the 4th round. I want to say 126 overall last season, and now get a 6th-round pick in return. I mean, it's not that bad of value. Yeah, it sucks that you missed on a player and you missed that range, but I know that the Raiders now, like seeing this trade, we're not going to keep him, and because of that, they move on. So I'm okay with it. Some other roster moves that ended up going down. Damien Williams, Raiders running back, he has been released by the Silver and Black, and thought he had a shot to make this team. Not a great shot. I would probably would have given only one baby. Another player, probably one of the most surprising moves today, Phillip Dorsett. I had Dorsett making my 53-man roster, and he ends up getting cut today. No longer a member of this team. Another receiver that ended up getting cut today was Keelan Cole. So 2 down, which means either the Raiders are going to keep 5 receivers or a Cam Sims or a Kristian Wilkerson are going to end up making this roster. So you got Keelan Cole no longer making it. Some other moves that the Raiders made. Isaac Rochelle, he was released today.
This one, but of course our auto does this.
Yeah, I mean, don't show
I'm not going to push it. But.
George Tarlis was released today, as well as that's been confirmed. I'm trying to go through all my list. Drake Thomas, he got cut today, unfortunately. He's going to test waivers, and again, for all these players, they're going to hit the waiver wire. If they're not claimed, then the Raiders can just sign them back. Drake Thomas is going to be a name. Sam Webb was released today, which I think Thomas and Webb were probably the 2 names that hit the hardest for the nation. Like, I think both players, I know a lot of us were pulling for them. Worked hard, have gotten better and better, but did not make it. Azizi Hearn out of UCLA, he was released. And then the very first cut that ended up going down today was Jakob Johnson. Those are all the cuts. Those are the trades that have happened so far here on the Raiders Report. Now, we got 1,200 people watching. Cass Joey says, everybody would eat a small worm for a K. Stop. Again, no hot sauce. And what if I find a big worm? Like, I'm talking like a night crawler, an earthworm.
I do it.
It's nuts. That's crazy to me.
It's not nuts. It's a worm.
All right. Would you swallow or chew?
Both.
Touche. Derek Wynn, eat a Bronco in a lightning storm doing rain dance.
I don't know what Derek's on, but I want some of it.
I'll take 2. Whatever Derek's got, I'll take 2. Sing Chuggs, it's almost long holiday weekend. I believe that's the 14 in there has got to be for Wild One. Taino! That's a half a beer.
He's already in. Thank you, Wild One. I'm in for the jersey. And then he said, is there anyone who has been released from another team that the Raiders should sign? I'll get the Raiders Report shirt soon. Drink up. A name that you've thrown out, 2 guys actually from the Texans, Desmond King, Christian Kirksey.
O'Shane Zimenez, he was released by the New York Giants. He's got some ties with Patrick Graham. Also, I've been told by a source, like straight up, Raiders are interested in DeAnthony Jones. He was released by the Chicago Bears yesterday. So I would say those are 4 names to keep in mind that the Raiders could try to add to their practice squad. However, DeAnthony Jones, I would say, is the most likely. The next name would probably be O'Shane Zimenez. But just something to keep in mind. All right, this one goes out to Taino, man. Taino, you're so in right now.
My throat already feels better.
Does?
Yeah, I think I might go get some more tea.
Can you give some shout-outs? Because I got to do this. I'm going to have to take a pee.
Can I get a happy birthday for my bro, Mitch Chorizo? Of course you can, Alex. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mitch Chorizo. Happy birthday.
Unbelievable.
To you.
Happy birthday, Mitch Chorizo. It almost sounds like the cheaper version of chorizo.
It sounds like if you came up with like an FBI fake name.
Mitch Chorizo?
Mitch Chorizo on the case.
Alex, man, thanks for being a legend here. Always a real one. Always tuning in, man. What up, Chef? There was a lot of Hondo that hit, and I didn't see any beer bongs or boots go down yet. You're not wrong.
I'll do a boot. I just will need to use the restroom afterwards.
I've been trying to I thought we were going to get lunch. Because I know I'm a little bit crossed up right now. You're gonna do a boot? Okay, I gotta pee right now. I just said I had to pee. Were you not watching? How about this? I'll fill up your boot. Okay, sounds good. Jeremy's about to pop back on here real quick.
Okay.
You got it.
You can do beer.
Beer?
I'll do beer.
Okay.
For some reason, the beer's been going down a little bit easier for me than the Happy Dads. I think it's the carbonation. Oh, yeah. We were trying to hold off for the food. Jimmy John's, you have 27 minutes or you're screwed. Yeah. We're putting their link in the chat if we don't get our food in 26 minutes. All 1-star reviews. They're going to get the wrath of Raider Nation. You're damn straight, Triz. You're damn straight. I'm about to call Mama G and see if I can get those wags. Dude, I'm about to call Mama G and get those wags. Mama G would not do that. If we ordered Mama G's sandwiches today, and maybe those pizza cups, Trace, I'd be cool with that. Mr. Chorizo. Andrew, you're up next on the Raiders Report. W. Chuggs for singing. Hey, I do my best. I do my best. Yeah, Jimmy John's, I've noticed they've gone away from the slogan Freaky Fast, and it shows. Harrison, actually an ex-employee for Jimmy John's. How do you feel about your former employer right now? No comment from Harrison. No comment. Still holding out if this Chiefs and Bears thing doesn't work out. Oh, so you really need to keep the ties with Jimmy John's good. Even though me and Harrison are both on the same wave of big L for not having hot sandwiches. The fact that they don't have any hot options, kind of an L. I like a meatball sub, maybe a hot Sammy, a toasted sub. Kind of an L that they don't have that. Yeah, Jimmy John's has about 24 minutes. They said they were coming back by. I don't know what the deal is. Chip is about to find a man named Chip is about to find out about my lunch. I'm not a big Subway guy. Ooh, hot pressed Cuban. That sounds great right now. That sounds great right now. All right. I want to know how long have you been a Raiders fan? Bop, ba-da, bop, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, Raiders Report. Who? Ha. I want to know how long have you been a Raiders fan? Dun, 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 dun. Since 98 from Osiris, 87 from Taino, 25 years from Joseph the Hebrew Hammer. Just kidding. Joseph Hammer. Jeff Sandoval, 38 years. Sir Chai said reliques Alex Bars. Martin says since 83, waving the British flag. Michael says 26 years. Anthony, 40 years. Tim, Psychodrama, 97 years. Indie Global Magazine says 5 guys. Chuggs, would you eat a silkworm larvae? I don't know what that'll do to my stomach, so I'm going to say no right now because I don't know the difference between a silkworm and a normal worm. Since the day I dropped out of the womb from John Scheffler. Scheffler dropping out of the womb. Raiders. Where? Raiders, where? Did PG come out of the womb a Bears fan? Not a question for Harrison. Did you pass out? 93 from Efren. Jeremy Cole says 40 years. 58 from Raider Scott. I almost thought that was Raider Scout. Queen Sarah Auto since 2012. David, 43 years. 2 months for Marcel Hernandez. Corey Littleton, the latest Raider to get. Oh, wait, no. Not Raider. Sorry. No, I know, but I thought I'm in Raiders mode.
Just released Corey Littleton.
I saw that coming. He was playing with the threes.
He stinks. He was so, honestly, I'm going to tell you all this right now.
Biggest free agent bust.
This is what happened with Corey Littleton. He got paid 3 years, $36 million, went out to Vegas, and there's something out in Vegas that is legal, that he's a big-time fan of, and all he did was eat and got lazy. I'm telling you that from a former linebacker teammate of Corey Littleton.
Really?
Yes. And, I get people like they get their bag, and it is what it is, but you don't go from being as good as what Corey Littleton was to as bad as what he was that quick without that. And then on top of somebody that
Dude, the buffet.
I still talk to on a monthly basis.
An Eddie in a Vegas buffet, dangerous.
I mean, there was a picture of Corey Littleton posted on social media. He was wearing a Cookies t-shirt. But then when a teammate, a former linebacker of the Raiders, also tells me that's what he did, it's not, I get it. It is what it is. Amik Robertson just tweeted, media people trying to paint a picture of me. It never lasts too long. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. But we got to get this roster down in 20 minutes, and we still got probably like 15 to 17 players left to cut. Oh, I'm telling you this right now. I think I'm just going to do it regardless. I think we get that link, and we just give them nothing but 1 stars. We ordered lunch 2 hours ago, y'all, and if I look sluggish right now, it's because they're effing us. They're effing us. No doubt about it. Chuggs has got a boo. Chef wants a beer bong. Does anybody out there got a beer bong in them? I don't know. Eric's got one in him. Can you do one? Why? It's a little chilly. It's a little chilly.
So you can beat me?
I'm not doing a boot race.
I know, but.
Oh, man. I wonder what Amik's saying here, man. Yep, Amik made my 53-man. I don't know. He just tweeted. Thursday.
I brought my PS5.
It's confirmed, man.
Hey, Bears Raiders.
We're going to be playing some Madden. So, it's going to be out there. Whole thing.
I have the new Madden.
I mean, we got
I'm hoping they
16 to 20 hours to kill, so
I hope they have
we'll have
I
time.
hope they do an update tonight because Marsh, I know you have Madden. The rosters are effed on Madden right now.
We got a breaking news here. The Denver Broncos are trading tight end Albert the Alphabet to the Philadelphia Eagles. Albert, I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Oka, what is it? Albert?
Oka.
Wegnum.com.
Albert O traded to the Eagles. Broncos ledge.
We have 17 minutes.
17 minutes until the Raiders rosters are due.
Aren't they the team that's always slow? Like they'll tweet it at
The Raiders? Oh, I hope the Raiders send in their cuts today.
I mean, they have to.
Somebody just said, is that Ryan Fitzpatrick?
They can't be like, we're not telling you our Whoever cuts asked till that, tomorrow. Is that the first person who's ever asked that? Will not be the last.
Will not be the
All right,
last.
this is like at the top, so we gotta go.
Here we go. Cheers to Mr. Scheffler.
Rip it and sip it. 3, 2, 1, go. Like hurting my teeth. I like that flavor. Little pineapple.
Oh, man. Save that for PJ.
You effed me.
I effed you.
Cold.
You've had colder.
It's cold.
I'm not going to lie. I did give Chuggs a cold boot.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because your throat. Figured it would help out. Soothe it. Soothe your throat a little bit. The throat goat. Got to soothe it. Man, today's been a wild day.
Like giving me a brain freeze.
Also, hang on a second here. Darren Waller has been named a team captain by the Giants. Darren Waller has been named a team captain for the Giants. Darren Waller, team captain for the New York Giants. Also, Vic Tafer just tweeted out, Curtis Bolton, Raiders special teams ace and most athletic linebacker, never in doubt. I wonder if that means if he made the team. That's interesting.
The never in doubt part.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Are you sure? Never a doubt. Never a doubt. Not a single one.
it's a lot coming from Tafer, but
He's not your franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Never a doubt.
guessing this means
I don't think anybody's ever said, oh, special teams ace. Never a doubt he makes the roster.
guessing this means he made the roster. I'm really gonna tweet that. Making the roster is pushing it though.
Dude, I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything today.
Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, I'm with you. Oh, dude. I don't know, man. Tafer, like I said, just tweeted out, never a doubt about Curtis Bolton making this roster. We'll see. Jeff Garcia, Sam Webb, yes, he's been cut, but that happened 2 hours ago. So, Sam Webb was cut 2 hours ago. Bolton made the 53. That's been confirmed? Did he tweet it? I don't know. Let me see here. Let's see. The problem is Curtis Bolton. I'm trying to see. Bolton's got me blocked on social media. Yeah, there's a few people that are saying Bolton has earned the final spot on the Raiders roster, but until I see it from a reputable source, like I know Vic has done a lot of good stuff in the past, but since the Raiders have hired Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler, like we gotta call a spade a spade. Tafer doesn't have a lot of sources, so we'll wait to see what it is, but it'd be kind of interesting. Cody Clark, why did he block me? I don't know. I don't think I've even talked that much about Curtis Bolton for him to block me. The only thing I can think of is I've said that he wasn't that good in coverage, and maybe he saw a tweet, and that was about it. I don't know, man. I don't know. What up, Miggy? Cheers, Mitch and Chuggs. We need linebackers. Shout out to the Raiders report. Real one for life. Miggy Camacho. We are 40 likes away from 1,000. I think we can get there. We got 1,400 people watching, and the audience continues to climb and climb and climb. Remember, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on those notifications. That way, you never miss a thing, man. We got you updated here. We've been here live for a very, very long time. And, man, it's been a long day here at Chat Sports. It's almost 3 o'clock. No food has been consumed. And I'm feeling a little, I'm hurting a little bit. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I was hoping to get some food in me. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know. It's kind of insane. Chuggs, give me Jimmy John's link. Give me the Jimmy John's link. I want it. Jimmy John's Elm Street. All right, here we go. It's actually incredible. How do you leave a review? Website, Google reviews, write a review. All right. I'm going to ask a little bit of a favor here, guys. The link's too long. I need a shortened link here. I need a shortened link. All right, y'all. We got 1,400 people tuned in right now to the Raiders Report. Shout out to every single one of y'all that's tuned in. We're still waiting to get the remainder of the Raiders roster moves. And again, they got to get down to 53 players by 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. And the next 10 minutes. Yep. I need that food, man. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I don't know. Curtis Bolton has apparently made the roster. However, I haven't had anything sent to me. What up, Senor? What up? Yes, Gordon Carras, Steven 69. He says get some food. The problem is, Steve, we don't got any food here. We're waiting on our lunch order. That's about it. Also, according to the report, Dalvin Cook said he did everything well today in practice and he's good to go. Hey. Oh, hello, Senor. Send me the Jimmy John's link. We're going to give him some one-star reviews. I don't know how we got to do it, but we're about to send him the house. How much for you to get the McDaniel haircut? What does that mean? What is the Josh McDaniels haircut? I mean, if you want, I can put on a hat. I can put on a hat if you want. A visor. Could be interesting. I don't think I'll end up doing it, though. I think you should. It'd be kind of funny, I'm not going to lie. We got 9 minutes to go. How are we feeling? All right, here's my question. Name a player that is a roster bubble candidate that you think deserves to make this team. What do you think, man? What do you think? Give me a player that thinks a roster bubble candidate that deserves to make this team. I'm curious. I can't wait to see. Dawson Drake says Malcolm Kuntz. Is Malcolm Kuntz going to make the team? Y for yes, N for no. Wilkerson from Raider X. Luke Masterson from Marcus. There's Damien Williams has already been cut, Alexis, just so you know. Oh, dude, it works. All right, y'all. I need you guys to do me a big favor here. I need you to leave a 1-star review. I need you to leave a 1-star review and just say, because you screwed over Chat Sports. All right, because you screwed over Mitch. There's the link in the chat. 1-star review. Jimmy John's ripped off us of our lunch menu. And if you don't think that's a big deal, I mean, that's 22 sandwiches. They never delivered. There's the link in the chat. Because you screwed over Mitch. And go Raiders. Throw a go Raiders in there. Why not? F Jimmy John's, man. I'm pissed. If you leave a 1-star review, I'll give you a shout out here on the Raiders Report. Really? That's amazing. What's funny is they've already got a 1-star review, man. How many cuts left from Frank Revis? If my math is correct, we got to be somewhere around 15. It's been a long day here. We've had to calculate a lot of moves. Again, I believe the Raiders had 79 players start today. So they cut Jakob Johnson. They cut Isaac Rochelle, Sam Webb, Drake Thomas, Damien Williams, Azizi Hearn, that's 6. Trade of the way, Neil Farrell Jr., that's 7. Phillip Dorsett, 8. Keelan Cole, 9. George Tarlas, 10. 10 players, so we're somewhere around 69. Got to be around 69 players right now, which means 16 players got to go. And a lot of the times, the way that this usually goes is the team will just put out, here's our 53-man roster. Oh, Lamar knows the feeling then. Lamar gets it. Robert says 69 left. I believe that's the correct order. Still got to get down to 53. 6 minutes to go. And again, as soon as we get the Raiders' official 53-man roster. Really? Oh, now it's 3.8. That's funny as hell. Yeah? Nice. Shout out to the 4 people that put out a shitty review. I appreciate you guys. I'm not a happy camper right now. Not a happy camper. But you know what? I am happy that there's going to be a lot of NFL players who get to achieve their dream today and making a 53-man roster. I get what today is like. You know, there's going to be a lot of people that look at this glass half empty and say, man, people are losing their jobs, and I get it. There are going to be NFL players that lose their jobs today, but there's also going to be a lot of guys that get to achieve their dream, and I'm more of a glass half full type of dude where imagine an NFL coach, whoever, saying, you're going to make this team. That's awesome to me. So we're going to celebrate that today. We're going to celebrate players actually making the roster. 5 minutes to go until they're due. So also what's going to be coming up here on today's show is we're going to be dissecting the 53-man roster. I'm then going to give you an updated look at the Raiders depth chart. And then on top of that, we will give you a projected practice squad roster. I will admit I'm only going to talk about players that were already on the team because projecting them to sign certain players is not an easy thing to do. So that's still happening on today's show. So just because that countdown timer hits 0, we're probably still going to be live here for another 2 hours on top of that. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you got those notifications turned on. And as soon as we get word of which players end up making this team, we'll keep you updated here on today's show. And then we'll get into all the shenanigans like we always do here. But if I drink any more, man, I'm not going to be able to provide the content that I think a lot of people are turning in right now. What up, Alex? Mitch says thank you. I appreciate that. Mitch Cerezo says thank you. Doesn't it kind of sound like, though, if I were to... I remember the first time Alex said, do you want chorizo on your, wrap? We got breakfast tacos. I was like, chorizo? That's how I pronounced it. Chorizo. You can get chorizo or chorizo. That's where we're at. Got to send Brandon to Jimmy John's from Sit. We got to send Brandon to Jimmy John's. There's the link right there, man. Zahn says, done, review posted. It sounds like Jimmy John's has finally delivered the food, which, if you need to go eat, you're good. Scheffler, thanks for sucking it up. No waiting for lunch. I'm not going anywhere. At this point, I'm here for the long haul. Once the Raiders make their moves and I feel like that I can finally take a break, I'll probably just go grab lunch real quick, but that's not going to happen for a little bit. So just be mindful of that. That's all I'm going to say. I can't believe that link worked, man. That's hilarious. That is Jimmy John started at a 3.9. They're now going to a 3.8. And I'm trying to see the newest reviews. Oh, I can see it. So Lesbo, shout out to you. Harry Berry, Shout out to you. Edgar Gonzalez, Wes Coulter, Josh, Ed Robbins, Angel Rosales, Chuggs. Shout out to all of y'all, man. That's some cool stuff right there. That's some cool stuff right there. You love to see it. You love to see it. That's funny. Let's add another. Let's add another to the mix. Gotcha. I gotta text my tattoo guys. I gotta text my tattoo guys. They didn't? Oh, dude, they're just. Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, yes, it's me, number 71. Leave that review. All right, nope, still no updates yet. I got to message my tattoo guys to check in for their flight, so give me 1 second here. Sayer, check in for your flights. Sounds good. We got 1,500 people tuned in. 1 minute to go, man. What up, Miggy? It's good to have you on here. We're still waiting to see who ends up making this Raiders roster. They got to trim it all the way down to 53. We appreciate every single one of y'all that have been tuned in live for, we went live, I'm going to say at around like 11, maybe like 10:30, somewhere around there. Also, Jonathan Taylor will not be traded. It is officially official. The Indianapolis Colts, according to Adam Schefter, did not find a fair value offer for Jonathan Taylor and is not going to be trading their all-pro running back. Here's what's crazy, though. The Colts are going to keep Taylor on the PUP list, which means he's going to be missing the first 4 games of the season. So Jonathan Taylor will not be playing the first 4 games of the season. He's got one. I mean, I believe now, as far as I'm concerned, he is going to be not dealt. The Miami Dolphins were the top team interested. Remember, the Colts were looking for a first-round pick. Did not get it. They were also looking for a second and some change. Did not get it. Apparently, there was significant interest from 2 teams, but overall, they did not get what they were hoping for their star running back. So if he remains on the PUP list, he's out the first 4 weeks. That's wild, man. No trade for Jonathan Taylor. No deal. No deal. You all right? F them. I mean, they got, Raider Nation sent some very bad reviews, so. Sent some very bad reviews to Jimmy John's, which I'm glad. And yes, for those of you that are just tuning in, it is officially official. It went from 3.9 to 3.7. That's what's up. That's what's up. You leave a 1-star review on that link that we put in the chat. We're giving you a shout out here. Shout out to Chris as well. Some of the new reviews. Mystic, Zalesbo. Y'all are real ones, man. Y'all are some real ones. 1,700 people tuned in, all anxiously waiting to see what the Raiders do here with their 53-man. And as soon as we get it, Osiris says, I need to read them. What was it? Chatsports.com/FJimmyJohns? FJimmyJohn. That's the link, man. I got you. I got you. Also, set a reminder, we're going to be live Thursday and Friday. That's the link. See all the reviews. We're going to be live Thursday and Friday. I'm getting my Raiders tattoo. It's going to be close to 16 to 20 hours total of tattooing. It's going to be my very first Raiders tattoo, so we'll see how it ends up going down. I'm flying in a Raiders fan. He's from Los Angeles, been watching the show for a very long time, and he's going to be the one doing it. VL300 says, Amik, any news Amik tweeted something about people doubting him, and I had him in my 53-man roster, and I think the fact that they moved on from Sam Webb and kept Amik, I mean, I had Amik in my 53. We'll see if he actually ends up making this team. I don't know. Anthony Torres, the tattoo. So I'm getting a Raiders tattoo on my thigh. Everything else, though, is going to be Oakland-based. Because that's what I fell in love with the Raiders when I went to Oakland for the very first time back in 2019. Raiders, Broncos, 2019 Monday Night Football. Never forget it. For the initials, I don't know that yet. That's still TBD. Raider Ron's definitely getting his initials, RR in a shield. That's a done deal. That'll be a done deal. All right. So the last Raiders trade with the Chiefs, according to Josh Dubow, haven't done one in 10 years. Not sure of the last one, but there was a few notable ones. Raiders got Albert Lewis and Harvey Williams in a trade in 1994. So maybe the last trade with the Chiefs for the Raiders was 1994. No Raider Ron portrait. Nope, no Raider Ron portrait. Who's all been cut from Raiders today? The moves that have happened today alone. So the biggest thing that happened today was a trade between Neil Farrell Jr. and the Raiders. Raiders shipped off their defensive tackle to Kansas City for a 6th-round pick. The first move that happened today was the silver and black. They cut Jakob Johnson. That was the first move. Some other cuts that ended up going down, Azizi Hearn, he was released today. I know Sam Webb was released today. Drake Thomas got cut today as well. George Tarlis got cut today. Isaac Rochelle was released today on top of that. So there's been some. Keelan Cole's been released today. Phillip Dorsett has been released today. Damien Williams got released today. A lot of different moves out there. I want to say the Raiders got to be somewhere around 67 players on their roster. It's got to be something like that, right? Give or take. Probably around there. 67, 66. Jansen, where are we at? You're the guy that always keeps track of that stuff. We got over 1,800 people watching. Falcons just cut former Eagles second-round pick J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. No surprise there. He stinks. Dude is not very good at football. Not very good at football. You got it, Raiders. I'm here for you, my guy. If you guys have any questions, comments, use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. Get those questions, comments on the show right now. If you send in hashtag Raiders, ask me any question. I'll be more than happy to answer it. And then if you want to skip the line, you could skip the line and then Super Chat, and we'll feature you right away because we are all caught up now on all of our Super Chats, just so you guys know. What up, Big Black? Lord, keep McCormick and Zeus with Jacobs. That's a 3-headed monster in the league ain't ready for. I know Zamir White's going to end up making this roster. Obviously, Jacobs is on this team too. Sincere's a coin flip to me. He was listed above Brandon Bolden on the most recent Raiders depth chart, which I do find very intriguing. But we'll see if they keep another running back. I mean, the fact that they let go of Phillip Dorsett, what if this organization decides to go with 5 wide receivers and then they keep the extra back in Sincere McCormick? Could be something to look at. All right, according to Diana Rossini, the Colts have had conversations with the Miami Dolphins about a trade for Jonathan Taylor, while Indy was shooting for a first-round pick in return, never even close to getting that offer. Interesting. Let's go to Raider Raj. Farrell knows our defensive plays. Is that a problem? I don't know if he actually does, though, right? Like, for people who have watched the show for a long time, I said back in April that we were told by a Raiders captain that Neil Farrell Jr. just didn't put in the time or the effort to really truly be a decent player in the NFL. So to me, I see the Raiders moving on from him as saying, we were going to cut him anyway, and because we were going to cut him anyway, we are more than willing to trade away something to the Kansas City Chiefs, a division rival. Like, for you to trade Neil Farrell Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs screams that you can't believe that they offered you anything for him, or you put out the feelers out there and we're just more than happy to get something. That's why the trade ended up going down to Kansas City. I don't see any other way besides
Neil,
it.
what do you know?
I mean, again, like the player that told us that is a fan favorite. I don't see why he would lie to us. I mean, we also saw the messages, so it's kind of hard to say that it's not true. But Neil Farrell Jr. kind of reminds me of like when they drafted Arden Key a few years ago, where everybody knew Arden Key had talent. Neil Farrell Jr. has talent, but when you get to the NFL, if you're lazy, it's not going to help you ever achieve your goals. And it sounds like Neil Farrell Jr. has been lazy his first 2 years in the NFL. That hurts. That's going to be something that hurts. So we're still waiting here for the Raiders to put in. Rebel says he just put a funny review. All right, let me see. I want to see all these reviews. I mean, they are electric. I mean, Jimmy John's probably having a meltdown. They went from 3.9 to 3.7. Yep, Mac V. I placed an order for a company and they failed to deliver. Now I eat corn the long way. That's funny. Jeffrey Kreischer, my boys Mitch and Chuggs are hangry, delivered their food to the wrong place, and they've been waiting for hours. Byron Hernandez cannot deliver 20-plus sandwiches then order for lunch. Oh, y'all are killing it. Mystic, Reaper, Gaming Squad, y'all are killing it right now. Y'all are killing it for us, man. We appreciate y'all having our back. I don't know about y'all. If you order any food and they don't deliver it, I get angry. Like, you want to tick me off when DoorDash screws me over? Oh, man. I do. I get hangry. Do you get hangry? Y for yes, N for no. While we're waiting for the cuts to come in here, again. Yeah. What did they say?
They responded. They said, Josh said, because you screwed over Mitch, go Raiders. They responded, we're very sorry for your experience. Please send us the details on what happened.
Well, they're probably getting all these responses right now. Send them me. I'll talk to them. Bring it. I want free Jimmy John's for a year. For a year. That's what I want. Now, bottom line is we ordered food about 4 hours ago. They dropped it off the wrong spot, and now a bunch of people were hangry. But, I mean, you ordered 22 sandwiches. I mean, that's, probably close to almost $250, $260. If you were out $260, you'd be angry too. No doubt about it. I know you would. How you feeling? You feeling all right? Oh, dude. I know. I need some life in me. Who's going to win week 1, Broncos or Raiders? Type DEN or LV. I want to see nothing but LVs in the chat. I also see we got a few more super chats to get to, which we'll get to in a sec. I wasn't mean to get you going. What up, Mike? What up, Taino? Surf, Blue, Ken, Johnny. Great show, Mitch. My question is, why don't the Raiders prioritize linebacker? Bailey Zappi has been released? Dude, I don't know. Brian Hoyer might be shitting a brick right now. Now, he's obviously on the team, but that's kind of crazy to me. Why don't the Raiders prioritize linebacker? It's been so long since we forced second level. I think it's because linebacker's the new running back, right? Where, to me, linebacker is this position in the NFL that obviously it has value. Every position in the NFL does have value. But if you were to ask a lot of general managers, a lot of head coaches, and I believe it as well, the least important position on the defensive side of the football is linebacker. Like, if I'm a team, I'm building my trenches. Don't get me wrong, quarterback's the most important, right? Quarterback's number one. After that, I'm saying I'm building my offensive line, I'm building my defensive line. Those are where I'm going to put a lot of my concentration next. After that, you could say it's wide receiver. You could say it's cornerback. I'd probably say cornerback and secondary. Cornerback, wide receivers. Then I'd probably say tight end. It's got to be up there. I do think running back can still be an interchangeable position. But linebacker to me is the running back of the NFL, where it's the easiest that you can move in and out.
Our Patriot fans seem happy that Bailey Zappi got released.
That's because I guess now Mac Jones doesn't have any competition, but Bailey Zappi I thought was better than Mac Jones last season. Was he not? I think he was.
Bailey Zappi, you are a Raider.
No way. No way. I mean, Zappe, though, wasn't drafted by McDaniels and Ziegler. That's the difference. He wasn't. So it's not going to happen. While we wait for the Raiders to get their picks in, what? What do you got for me? I see the wheels turning over there. What do you got for me? What do you got for me? Was he drafted by McDaniels and Ziegler? I thought he was drafted last year. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was drafted last year. Yeah, I don't want Zappe. Yeah, that means Malik Cunningham's going to be the QB2 for New England. Good for him. Malik Cunningham, QB2. If you could. That would be phenomenal. And if the cuts happen, I'll pop in here real quick. All right, so here's what's going to go down. Yep. Cool. It's only been Dorsett and Sam Webb so far. Oh, Farrell got traded. That's true. I would say Neil Farrell Jr. could probably replace with Matthew Butler. Yeah, that's true. David Long, I think, would replace Sam Webb. And I'll go with Phillip Dorsett. If they go wide receiver, I'll say Kristian Wilkerson. But they might only go 5 receivers now. No, I don't think they'll keep the extra. I think they might add a Sincere McCormick. If Curtis Bolton makes it, that's that spot. I mean, we'll see. Never a doubt, apparently, though. Never a doubt. All right, y'all, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab lunch, which I don't know if you guys can tell is very important to me right now. I'm a very hangry individual. In the meantime, no 2 o'clock. Don't do that to me. If you guys want to send in super chats for Jeremy to do stuff, go ahead, do it. But Jeremy's going to hold down the fort here. Once he gives me the thumbs up, if you need to eat, you can eat. You okay? You good? Jeremy Chuggs coming up here on the Raiders Report. I'm going to go grab lunch.
All right. We're back. We're better than ever. Yeah, free Jimmy Johns for a year. I demand it. I demand free Jimmy Johns for a year. So are we getting a WWE Raiders title belt? I saw that. I saw they just came out with the new NFL belts. I might have to get one. Rebel wants me to eat on stream. There, a little cookie. There we go. We demand another beer from Anthony. Name somebody else on the roster you think might get cut. That could be a surprise. I don't know. Mario said, who's your favorite wrestler? Well, Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio is my guy. Queen Sarah Auto, wherever you want to post them. We were doing them on Google. You can write a review wherever. But Undertaker's legit. With that, everybody saying, Raiders report. Yeah. Offensive lineman, the next to get cut. Yeah, I could see that. Ultimate Warrior, Roddy Piper. Posted on Yelp from Mike Bolly. Kane was awesome. What about Rich Gannon from the Queefs? Amik and Bolton made the 53. We're still waiting to see RIP Eddie Guerrero. I don't know how this just became a WWE stream. I don't know how that happened. Thoughts on signing Jabril Cox? I'd rather have Christian Kirksey if I'm the Raiders. Veteran guy. You know he can contribute this year. I'd rather have him. Degeneration expert. Samuel McCleary just joined. Please list the big names cut so far. All right, I got you. Starting off, probably the biggest name, the most surprising name that got cut, Phillip Dorsett. Phillip Dorsett was probably the biggest name that got cut, signed in free agency, Really thought with the ties back with the Raiders and their coaching staff back in New England that Phillip Dorsett would have a spot on this roster. Doesn't appear to be so because the Raiders cut him today. Another surprising cut the Raiders made. Sam Webb, cornerback out of Missouri Western, played all of last season. A lot of Raider fans like this kid. Did not make the Raiders' final 53-man roster. I wonder if he'll clear waivers or if another team will sign Sam Webb to their active roster. I don't know. We'll have to see. And the other big news from today, a trade with the division rival, the Kansas City Chiefs. The Raiders get a 2024 sixth-round pick in exchange for Neil Farrell Jr. I mean, just shows you how much they think of Neil Farrell Jr. If they're willing to trade him within the division, they see him twice a year and get a sixth-round pick for him. I mean, obviously did not like him that much. Dindu said Cam Sims. I like Cam Sims. I hope he makes the roster. But Mitch said the reports that he's been hearing is that the Raiders might only keep 5 wide receivers. So, Davante Adams, Hunter Renfrow, Jakobi Meyers, Tre Tucker, and then that 5th spot. Who's going to be that 5th spot? More news breaking out there in the office. Let me know. What do you think the Raiders' record will be this season? I am steadfast. 10-6-1 has been my prediction for the past 2 months, and I'm sticking to it. What do you think? Raiders' record this season. Nesta Jade, yeah. 11-5 from Taino. Lexus says 11 wins, 10-7 from Steven. 11-6, 11-6, 11-6 from John Fallon, Dan Dar. Wowza, 11-5, 17 games this year. Surf Life says 9-8, 9-8 also from Rex 8XH Take. Let's see. Chiefs report FLV. Oh, wow. Wow, we have the Chiefs report in the chat saying FLV. Let's see how many FKCs we can get. Our Chiefs host is in the chat saying FLV. That's real cute. That's real cute. Get those FKCs flowing. My computer screen just glitched because there's so many FKCs coming in right now. Oh, he said real cute like your record last year. Okay. Okay. All right. I see. Well played, sir. Well played. Thanks for the 6. Hope you enjoy Neil Farrell Jr. Yeah. Like Chris Jones's contract, huh? Oh. Yeah, our Chiefs host just looked up at me. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. Huh? All right. Okay. So, our boss just got a brand new Make It Rain money machine. He got a new money gun. And I'm being told if we get 2 $100 super chats, he's going to come in here and make it rain on the Raiders report. If we get 2 $100 super chats, he's going to make it rain. Look, Ma, no hands, ain't no dollars, I don't dance. I'm with Roscoe, I think I deserve a chance. I'm a bad mope. Go ask a mother. $200 super chats, and we're going to make it rain here on the Raiders report. I'm down. I didn't even know this was coming in. He just messaged me, said, hey, We get $200 super chats. I'm going to come make it rain. Can we get there? Oh. Ow! Oh, wow. Our new Chiefs host, he's pretty ballsy. Pretty ballsy. Not going to lie. Mitch, how are you looking with the roster cuts? Nothing yet? All right. All good. The deal is $200 super chats, and our boss is going to come in here and make it rain.
I saw next 100.
Oh, next 100.
Next 100. We're banging. I'm also surprised that the Patriots also cut Malik Cunningham.
Oh, they did?
The only quarterback on their roster is Mac Jones. I believe.
Is Mac Jones afraid of competition? It looks like that might be the case.
But they have to have two quarterbacks on the roster. Right? You got to... But you have to have two.
Or-
You got to have two more.
It sounds more like Tank for Caleb.
No,
Honestly, if
it's
you ask me,
it's an NFL rule. You got to have 3 active quarterbacks. I'm just saying, they got to have 3 active QBs every week. Yeah, you do. Isn't that the new rule? Are you sure? Interesting. I know they're going to add one more. I thought you had to have 3.
or Tom Brady. Does he come out of retirement?
No. Go for it. Yep.
The rule of the 3 QB thing is if you want to
No-
have a third
nobody can
quarterback
hear you.
dressed on game day,
Nobody can
if
hear
you
you.
want to have a third quarterback dressed on game day, he has to be on your 53. He doesn't have to count against your active game day roster because you know how guys are inactive.
Yep.
So he's like an extra guy, but you don't have to carry him.
So on game day, you still can only have 2. You can have 2 QBs. Okay.
Somebody in the chat.
I've heard so many different rules with this new QB thing. You never know. Thank you, Harry. Oh, man, I'm sweating right now. I'll tell you that. It's been a hell of a day. It's been a hell of a day. I got you. I got you. To start. Bailey Zappi, top 40 QB, yes or no? Maybe.
Yeah. I would think so.
Maybe.
Bailey Zappi, a top 40 quarterback?
No chance. Top 40? No.
If he's not a top 40, I don't want to know where Mac Jones is. He's played better than Mac Jones.
He played better last season in stints. I still think Mac Jones is the better QB, though.
Is he?
I mean,
Is he?
you got to learn a brand new offense. It's tough.
Is he?
I think so. I do. Guys, we are still waiting here for the Raiders to announce their 53-man.
With everybody saying L.A. Chuggs. Yeah.
Oh, man. The watermelon Happy Dad, definitely better. Definitely better.
James is a little upset we haven't gotten 100.
I don't tell him. I think people are just waiting to see how everything goes down. How many sacks for Tyree Wilson this season? I'll say 6. If he can get 6, that's a great number. Like, I know people might want more, but people also got to realize, like, they drafted Tyree Wilson for the long haul. Just not the first, like, half of the season.
Does he have more sacks than Chandler Jones?
Chandler Jones better have double-digit sacks this season. Also, it's been reported that the Raiders' cuts are in. They are finalized, just waiting for the full list. So the Raiders' cuts are in, and they are finalized, but we are just waiting for the full list. Travis, I appreciate that. Raider Muerte. I don't know what that means. I'm almost afraid to even ask what this is yet. Google what Raider Muerte just did, because I don't know what that is. Josh. Yeah, they're pricey.
Oh yeah, I know what this is. This is like when you get like a Mexican beer and it has like the red chamoy on the outside with the like tajin and stuff.
I'm gonna be honest, that's not what I thought this was.
It looks like
Have
this.
you guys ever tried rim dip?
It's like that on a beer.
Oh, yeah, that's phenomenal. I love tajin. That spicy shit, give me it. I'm all about tajin. I'm a big tajin fan, which I'll be real with y'all. I didn't even know what it was until probably like I moved down here to Texas because that shit doesn't exist in Pennsylvania. But I can promise you this right now. If somebody would have came up to me before and somebody would have said, have you guys ever tried rim dip? I would have said, go F yourself. I had no idea what it is. I have no idea. Ray, you're telling me you guys knew what that meant right away. So I don't think I do have a dirty mind, but at the same time, what?
Yeah, we have our new toy. I told him.
How about this? Let me see it. If I show him.
He's a grower, not a shower.
I got you. All right, special deal right now. The CEO of Chat Sports, he's got a new toy.
I'll do 3 shots as well. And we get 100.
He wants to show it off here. Let's just say he's going to cover the screen.
Look what I just sent you.
What'd you just send me? $100 super chat. I'll do a beer bong. What is this belt? Holy shit. That's insane.
My wife and I make it, and I would love to send you guys some as well, and some spicy candies. I'm down for that. Hey, hit me up on
Bro, I thought you just said
Twitter.
You made spicy candles. I was about to lose my mind. About to lose my shit.
Yo,
Some spicy candies would be legit.
I make candles.
Bro.
Anthony, that's what I just sent Mitch. Yeah. Raider Muerte, hit me up on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs, and we can get it going.
Let's get it going.
Anthony, I just sent it to Mitch.
I mean, I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. It's pricey.
It is. But is it worth it?
I don't know. So you're saying right now, we get that. What do we use it for? We just use it?
I don't know. I just really want it.
All right, you get to pick that belt or a creamy. What are you picking? Exactly. Anthony, we'll see, man.
But I can get 2 creamies for the...
I know. It's wild.
James, can we get this belt? Oh, I don't know. It's really pricey. That's okay. Can we just get 2 creamies instead?
All right, yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You're going to use it with Panda? Yeah.
The belt throat goat from Matt O. That's turning into Matt's go-to.
Because this Sunday, there's only going to be one man standing at the top of the mountain, and I'll tell you what, his name is L.A. Chuggs. Yeah.
Oh, man. This show is electric. I'll tell you that. If you haven't already voted at the very top of the poll.
Mother effing Chief fans, you think you're all that. Guess what? Newsflash, buddy, you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which position group are you most interested to see making the 53-man? Defensive tackle, cornerback, linebacker, or other? The live poll right now has over 3,300 people voting. 39% corner, 34 defensive tackle, 22 linebacker, 5% other. What position group are you most excited to see? What do you think? Me personally, it's corner.
Corner?
Me personally, it's cornerback. Davey agrees with that. The Hat Man says wide receiver.
I'm most interested with offensive line.
Okay.
I want to see who they end up giving to that right guard. I think you're right. I think it'll be Greg Van Roten, but
I think Greg Van Roten's going to be the starting right guard. For people that like basketball, the Dallas Mavericks have waived center JaVale McGee.
that's one of those things where it's like
It's not new.
It happened. Yeah, it happened like a week ago, and it's like, this is official now.
Oh, I gotcha. I don't follow the NBA, so if you do, that's on you. Mike
That's
says,
on you.
great promo, Chuggs, from Allen. Great last name. Darth Raider says linebacker's the weakest position group right now for this team, which I don't disagree with. It's definitely up there. Robert Jansen, it's a great question. Raiders Report or Pornhub? If you had to choose right now.
What are you going to do when the Raiders Report comes for you?
I'm just glad you said comes for you. What a setup, man.
Yeah?
Luis says PH. Honestly, I don't blame you. Ray, clear your history, man. Do you also clear your history after you get done watching Raiders Report? The 1 hour tool? That's a game changer.
I really don't want my wife to know.
Honey, I heard a lot of banging in your room over there. What was going on over there?
Bust in the room, you just have 2 shots in with a laptop, and you're like,
Just me hitting a gong. After my assignment, Surf Life won. Y'all make me laugh. Y'all make me laugh. All right, Jeremy, can you hold it down for another minute? I gotta pee again.
dude,
I know.
you gotta get something checked out.
I'm fine. People don't drink the amount of boots that I drink. So
You gotta get something checked out.
Whew.
Which position group is the weakest for the Raiders? Let me know down in the comment section. Yeah, I'm ready for these cuts to come, man. Head coach is the weakest position. Linebacker, O-line, defensive line, secondary. Chuggs is lit. A little. I'm for real. If anybody wants to stay a little bit, I got Madden 24, my PS5 locked and loaded. If anybody's trying to catch that L, let me know. Yeah, you tell me what a camel rider is, and I'll take it back. What's in it? What's in the camel rider? That's it? Uh-huh. Because you don't have any niches, Petey. You don't have any niches. Weak sauce. How many more cuts left? Probably I'm guessing around 10. The Raiders made some cuts yesterday, today as well. Mitchez, you feeling better?
Oh, yeah. A lot better. Jacob, when is the 53 roster coming out? I don't know, man. I was told that the Raiders have already got their list in, but still have yet to submit it yet. So we'll see.
You know what a camel rider is?
A camel rider? that the same as a fruity rim or whatever the hell Raider Muerte said? A rim dip? A dirty camel rider and a rim dip walk into a bar. Tell me how that joke ends. I'll tell you that. Not great. Oh, man. There's, remember, any player that's released, I do think this is, like, important to note. Players that are released, they do have to clear waivers. So it's not like the Raiders can just cut them and then they're like, oh, we're just going to sign them back to the practice squad. It's not quite exactly how it goes. Who's Marco says, thoughts on Leatherwood cut by the Bears? I mean, if anything, it just shows how bad John Gruden and Mike Mayock were at evaluating talent. Like, when you have 7 first-round picks, and Jacobs was the only good one out of those picks, I mean, that just tells me that you don't really know what you're doing. And I get sometimes, like, you know, Mayock can be like, hey.
That's from Taino.
What did Taino say? Over the years, subscribe. I thought you meant money. Okay. I got you. So if you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Turn on those notifications. That way you never miss anything. We just had a Taino Raider reach out to us, texted Jeremy and said, you know, he got us 3 brand new subscribers. And I think a lot of times people don't understand how, like, what we do and how it all works. But every single time you hit subscribe, it helps us out a long way. This is how Chuggs and I pay for our bills, how we put, you know, roof over our head, put food on our table. But it's also, when you hit subscribe, it keeps you guys informed as well. That way you get the notifications. I don't remember everything else besides that, but that's what I got from his message.
Mm-hmm. It's free.
It's free. I know sometimes people think, like, when they hit subscribe that they're going to get paid for something or it's going to be charged. It's not. It's free. You subscribe on YouTube, free content. That's what we do.
I'm boofy. That's funny.
Chris says get Van Noy. Van Noy's an interesting one. Pooh Boy says Madden about to be lit on Friday and Thursday. It's about to be real lit. Raiders, Saints. Jimmy Garoppolo, Derek Carr.
Am I playing, or do you want it to be
Madden Sim. Madden Sim, Raiders, Saints. And we'll just do a watch party style. I'm ready. I can't wait. Hellcat, no, we did not get the final 53 yet. I mean, this is typical Raiders, though.
Well, I was going to say, I'm leaving my PS5 here.
Yeah.
I don't want back and forth.
Can you run the sim tomorrow or Thursday?
Do it right now.
That's up to you, as long as we have it. I don't know how you do it. I just don't want to see the results. First one, whatever it is, you go with.
All right.
First one, whatever it is, you go with. Raider fan said he'd been a fan for 40 years. Mario Gallardo says it's time to play a game. Mario, what game do you want to play? You pick. Mario, you pick the game. I know Raiders when it happened last year. It happens every single year. From my understanding, the Raiders have their 53 players. They already know who they're going to keep. They just have yet to submit it yet. And that was supposed to happen, 40 minutes ago? 40 minutes ago. Oh, deadlines in the NFL. They never mean anything. As soon as we get the updated list, we will tell y'all. We will do a breakdown of the 53-man roster. We'll do a breakdown of the Raiders' depth chart. And then we will do a breakdown of a projected practice squad.
Why do they have to do this to us?
I don't know, man. The other option could be if we just get in here a little bit early tomorrow and do the practice squad video.
We can do that.
I think that's probably going to be the route that we end up going. Because this is, knowing the Raiders, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe even do the depth chart one as well. Like I don't know what Las Vegas is planning on doing here. I was hoping that we would get this information out sooner rather than later. But then again, you never know.
This is just...
Mario, what game do you want to play?
Want to play a game?
He said, what options do we have? Oh, boy, that Neil Farrell Jr. trade is hot.
Yeah?
Hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. What up, Miggy Camacho? Hit that like on the page and show some love to Mitch and Chuggs on the chat. Let's go to Jesus. Any chance we see Aidan start this year? Is there a chance? Yes. And
So you're saying
I'm saying that there's a good chance that Aidan O'Connell starts. Not because I think he's going to beat Jimmy Garoppolo, but because Garoppolo has gotten hurt every season that he's played in. So
AOC.
I just think that because of that, you're going to see O'Connell on the field sooner rather than later.
Mitch, you're kind of selling out.
On what?
First, we had Bud Light, and now we have AOC on the.
I mean, if that's his nickname, that's his nickname. Shout out to AOC. Aidan O'Connell, what up? I do think, though, he ends up starting some games this year. I mean, does anybody in the chat right now, honest to God, right? Like, if somebody were to say, hey, put money on something, you're betting, like, legit money. Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to play all 17 games this season? Why for yes and for no? Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to play more games this season for the Raiders? All 17. All 17 games for Jimmy G. Yes or no? Do you think he does? Like, I want Garoppolo to play every single game, but I also, I don't think it's going to happen. I understand that the Kyle Shanahan offense isn't as friendly to quarterbacks as maybe the Josh McDaniels offense is and getting the ball out quickly. But I do think if you're going against the grain and you say yes, I wish I had your confidence because I don't see it. And if he doesn't end up starting a game, that's where Aidan O'Connell comes in. Because I don't think that they would turn the keys over to Brian Hoyer. Hoyer is not even close to Aidan O'Connell. The only reason why Hoyer's on this team is to be able to teach Aidan because something that we talked about before was after this year, they're going to hand the keys to O'Connell, and he's going to be your new starting quarterback.
John Fallon says he just bought the belt.
He did?
Now I'm a little jealous.
Really? John said, I just bought the WWE belt. That's legendary. I don't know. I would say right now the over-under for Jimmy Garoppolo games played is 12.5 games. If you're paying Jimmy G the amount of money that you're paying, he better play every single game. But I don't think that that's going to happen. Oh, boy.
Miggy, can't you see? Sometimes your super chats tell me I just love your flashy ways. That's why I broke your soul. Hit the like on the page and show some love to Mitch and Chuggs on the chat. Cheers, guys.
Cheers to you, Miggy, man. I appreciate that. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know what this means.
Raider Muerte, it's telling me I have to wait 3 days before I can become verified, but once that clears, I'll hit you up. All right. Appreciate it, Raider Muerte. Raider Muerte. Oh, my God.
So apparently, David Long Jr. just tweeted, I won't tap dance for y'all. As long as God sees me, I'm good. I mean, according to Tafer, David Long Jr. made the roster.
Maybe they want him to tap dance?
I have no idea. According to Vic Tafer, David Long Jr. made the Raiders roster. I don't know what this means.
What does that even mean?
David Long Jr. tweeted out, I won't tap dance for y'all. As long as God sees me, I'm good. I want to know the cryptic tweets. I want to know the cryptic tweets.
John Scheffler.
What up, Sheffy? They have a 1 p.m. deadline for the lead to know, but they don't have to report to anybody else. Al Davis always waited 3 hours after. I know that the Raiders in general have waited. So we'll see how that ends up going down, but I hope it doesn't happen. Like, I hope it happens sooner rather than later. Oh, Trace is going to be devastated. Saints cut Smoke Monday. Smoke Monday cut, Triz. Did you know that?
Triz, Smoke Monday cut.
It's old? All right, fair enough. So David Long Jr. made it. So for the graphics, swap out Sam Webb and David Long Jr. because to me, that's the difference right there.
Are we sure?
I mean, I would imagine.
But if he's tweeting that out, that really doesn't sound like somebody who just made a 53-man roster.
Sure. It's a weird thing.
Once we have it all, I'm just gonna go through it.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know, man.
Mario, a beacon light with the words "spoiler alert, spoiler alert."
Dude, I'm just anxiously waiting to see what happens. What up, Graf? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're feeling better. Hopefully you had a mask on when you sent in that comment, but show some love to Graf. He's feeling a little sicky poo. That's what happens. When you get older, your immune system just dies down a little bit.
Yeah.
Like Wasted can't even step outside anymore.
I heard once it gets below 40 degrees,
Yep.
they have to have their little sweaters on.
Graf looks like a sweater guy.
Yeah.
Wasted's more of a turtleneck kind of dude. No doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
Oh.
What up, Graf? Good to see you, man. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. All right, y'all. We got 1,600 people watching. What do you want to do? Do we get weird? Do we answer questions? What do you want to do, Chuggs? Jesus, how many touchdowns do you think Michael Mayer will have this season?
Well, I know. Oh, you go. Go ahead.
All right, go. You go.
You go.
No, you go. You got
You
it. This is your show. You got it.
I'm gonna say 3.
How many TDs do you think Michael Mayer will have this season? I'm going to go with 4. I don't think Mayer is going to get as much playing time as what some people think.
Did you just Price is Right me?
Yes. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get as much playing time as what a lot of people believe. And one of the things that we discussed was Austin Hooper right now looks to be the better blocker. Mayer in the preseason and practice has not seemed like he has the ability to block as well as what we were hoping for. And if you can't block at tight end for this regime, for this organization, you're not going to get on the field as much.
That's no way. No way is that true.
What?
Robert Jansen, I haven't been sick for 35 years. Not even a sniffle.
Really?
I find that very hard to believe, Robert. You haven't been sick one day of your life in the past 35 years?
I'll tell you this right now. I know a lot of Raider fans were hoping to add a linebacker. Nicholas Morrow just got released by the Philadelphia Eagles. That's a name to keep in mind. He's got a lot of connections to this Raiders team. Definitely. And according to Raiders Scout on Twitter, he said Kristian Wilkerson has made the Raiders 53-man roster. I mean, that's an interesting move right there. That's wild to me.
Something I did not see coming.
Not at all. So, according to
that MFer, I'm sick of the wife.
The Raiders are keeping wide receiver Kristian Wilkerson on their 53-man roster. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. I owe Kristian Wilkerson an apology because I remember when the Raiders signed him, I was like, this guy's never going to make the team.
Look at him now.
And look at him now.
Dinar
Laughing,
Shredder.
laughing at me.
Anybody else have a buddy or two that doesn't have a team? They're just into fantasy, but proceeds to rip on the Raiders? The F. Small dong behavior.
I'll say I used to be the guy that I didn't have a favorite team when I grew up. I just only did fantasy football. That's all I cared about, my players. And now I get the old part of me being like, all right, I only care about fantasy. I only care about my family league. But now it's totally, totally different. Can't even, like now, if I'm watching a Raiders game and I don't know, I'm going up against somebody and they're on the Raiders, I'm still rooting for the Raiders over my fantasy team every single day of the week. But Nicholas Morrow getting released by the Philadelphia Eagles, I would be shocked if the Raiders don't put in a claim for him.
Huh?
And he was a UDFA in 2019, playing on a bunch of different schemes. I get that he's not tied really with McDaniels and Ziegler, but he does have some connections with Champ Kelly from Chicago.
Yeah.
Nicholas Morrow, definitely a name to keep in mind. Let's go to Samuel. If we have a losing season, McDaniels get fired. No. The only way McDaniels and Ziegler end up getting fired is if they're worse than what they were last season.
0-17.
No. I'd say, even if the Raiders only won 5 games, I still don't even think that's enough to get them fired. I mean, they would have to be 4-3-2-1. Like, you got to be top 5 pick type of bad. I don't know if maybe 5 wins is top 5. It'll be close this season because of how many bad teams have those top picks. I just think, from what I understand, this season, no, it's not going to be the last season for McDaniels and Ziegler. I also don't think that they're a 6-win team this year. I think that they're better overall, top to bottom, than last season. I mean, they improved at the quarterback position. You got your running back back. Your wide receivers are better. Your tight ends are going to be better this year because your tight ends last season never played. Your offensive line's better. Your defensive line's better. Your linebacking group's probably worse. And then your corners back group is probably better, and your safety group hopefully is better. But not having to Ron Harmon, it's still kind of a wait-and-see project. Jeff says, go ahead and fire him. That's not the plan. From what I understand, they got this year, man. Super Chat deals on today's show. If you guys want to get this thing getting a little bit wild, I'm always hesitant to make better deals because usually when I do,
We get effed.
we get effed.
Also, $100, our boss is going to come in and make it rain on us.
That's no context. Kind of weird.
Well, we get to keep our clothes on.
Okay, fair enough. Then it's totally fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine then. Now, here's some of the deals that we're going to do. If you guys want to, we can do Tuesday happy hour if you want.
Oh.
We'd have to buckle it up a little bit, but we might be able to do it.
Mario said if we all send $1, will he do it? If
John Scheffler, yes, you did.
If 1,500 people send in $1, I think we can make that work.
You think? Every single one. If every single person watching the show right now sent in a good vibe, imagine what we could do.
I'd be eating a worm.
Oh, shit, that's right. I totally forgot about that worm deal. We're 1,800 away from Chuggs eating a worm. A real-life worm. Like, nobody would you ever eat a worm? Yes or no? Would you eat a worm? The answer should be no. If you're eating a worm, I just question a lot. What up, Ivan? Ivan Malga. Are you related to Kanai Malga? I'm a little bit nervous. Said, keep it up. Phillip says he would. Alex says no. Rebel says yes. Cody said, I used to eat ants as a kid. You used to eat ants as a kid. There's no way I'm eating. Scheffler, I probably even worse. Oh, Timothy. Why do you say that, Timothy? Let me hear why. Let's let Timothy speak. Tell me why. I can't wait to hear it. Can't wait to hear it. What up, Jordan? My kids eat them. Are you kidding me? The Chiefs report's back. Give me some of those FKCs going in the chat.
This dude definitely eats corn the long way.
Oh, dude. This Timothy guy, you're a Cowboys dude.
Looks like you're in a Chuck E. Cheese.
Because I live in Dallas? I mean, the most lazy and lame people in the world are like, you're a fan of that team because you live in a city. I grew up in Pennsylvania. I moved here to Dallas 6 years ago to work at Chat Sports to cover the Raiders. So that makes me a Cowboys fan?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm amazed on how lazy some people are instead of just doing some research. I mean, it's mind-blowing to me. It's mind-blowing. Mario, what up, my brother? Mario, change his picture. Judging by that, Mario's definitely a right tackle. Right?
Defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle, number 78.
Remember, he told us his stats earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 20 tackles, 3
3
sacks.
sacks.
Now, as soon as you said that, I
13
remember.
games.
It's been a hell of a day, man. It's been one hell of a day. Tupac, 3 month, 3. I don't know what that means. Scorpio on a stick? No, I'm not eating bugs. I will not eat a bug. Li, I'll take a worm for free. What you do when the world turns to crap? So are you saying like worst case scenario type of shit? You got to eat bugs? I feel like if my life was on the line, sure, I could probably eat some gnarly stuff. Right now, I'm craving Chick-fil-A, and that's not even close to a worm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Li, you a real one? Let's go to Raider. I don't know how you get your name like this.
Cousin.
Were you more than 90% with the roster and cut bar? So far, I don't know. Again, I have yet to receive the list of every single player that has made this Raiders roster. So far, from what I understand, the names I was wrong on, Sam Webb did not make it. Neil Farrell Jr. got traded. I'm missing another one. Phillip Dorsett did not make it. So 3 players that I thought were going to make the 53-man will not make it. So right now I'm 50 for 53 at best. 50 for 53 at best is what I would be. Chick-fil-A does sound great right now. Everybody acts like McDaniels and Ziegler are a package deal, no question. If we fired McDaniels, I think Ziegler would stay if he wanted to. Thoughts? So from what I understand, McDaniels and Ziegler are a package deal. Like literally, like their contract is that they're together. From what I understand from people that I talk to, Chuggs is going to go take a leak. He'll be right back. But from what I get, it's yes, Ziegler and McDaniels are a package deal. That's what I understand. All right, y'all, I want to know, Chuggs wants to know, how long have you been a Raiders fan? We're live here on the Raiders Report. We're still waiting to see which cuts have been made. We're still waiting to see the Raiders' official 53-man roster, and it has not been released yet. I don't know when it's going to be released. I have no idea. It seems like a freaking marathon right now. What do we got here? We got 32 years for Matthew Yoakum. Cody Clark says 23. Jeremy Cole, 40. Taino since 1987. Logan since 2004. Raiders wins 44 years. Raider X, 40-plus years. Holy shit. 20 years from Joseph. Li, 27. Since 2024 from Second Channel. Nice troll job there. 57 from Custom M Clicks. Rodrigo, 31 years. 21 from David Ramiro. 57 from Custom Clicks. Oh, man. Mishmael says 2 months since 1979. Man, some OGs in the house. What up, some OG Raider fans? If you all don't know, we're going to be live again on Thursday and Friday. Get my Raiders tattoo those days, and it's going to be a long, long show. I mean, we're talking multiple hours here on the Raiders Report, answering questions, having some fun, just kind of interacting with the nation, and that's going to be the show on Thursday and Friday. We will have some special guests, so stay tuned on that. Going to do some interviews with some players, going to do some interviews with some other Raiders content creators. All good. Robert says 1968 he's been a Raider fan since. Wow, 49 from PG. Since 65 from KBC. All impressive numbers there. I've been a Raider fan since 2019. I see some super chats coming in. Once Jeremy gets back from his bathroom break, we will go to some supers here. I mean, we're still waiting on the Raiders' official roster release. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit worried that it's not going to happen anytime soon. But what I'm worried about is like, all right, we end the live show, let's say. Because I know deep down, as soon as I end this freaking live show, the roster is going to come out. And then I'm going to be an upset camper, which I don't want to happen. But hey, it is what it is. What up, Frank? Since 74, G-Money, 29 years. Since 1984 from Tadashi. PG says 49 years. At least I think that's 49. Or, I know since you're retired, 1949. I don't know. Sucker Free, 30. Zalesbo, 42 years. Hey, what's up? I think I got to get some noops in me. You want to hang out for a minute?
All righty, Raider Nation, what's going on? All right, let's do this. While Mitch is gone, every $20 super chat, he's got to take a shot of Fireball. Deal? I'll match him. Every $20 soup that comes in until Renzi gets back, I'm taking a shot of Fireball. He's taking a shot of Fireball. You're taking a shot of Fireball. Let's play a game. Are you muted? Skrilla. Serious question. Are you a fan or is it just a job? I'm not a fan of the Raiders, no. Actually, I do like the Raiders since they traded Darren Waller to the Giants for a bag of off-brand chips. I appreciate you guys for that. Mitch bleeds Raiders black and silver, dude. Come on, you know this.
It's silver and black.
Yeah, silver and black. I thought the song was black and silver, black and silver, black and silver. Never heard that song? Next coming in from Jack Medvedev. $5 super chat. Love what you guys do. Hey, I appreciate you, man. 20-year Raider fan. Since you guys mentioned our head coach, what would be an ideal head coach for our Raiders in your opinion? I think they could use a head coach like John Gruden.
You're just trolling. Now you're just trolling.
That was funny.
Funny enough, do you know who Mitch wanted before they hired McDaniels?
John Gruden.
Brian Dable.
Well, that's because Brian Dable is the best head coach in the National Football League. That does not have hair.
Too bad he has a prima donna tight end.
Yeah, prima donna tight end that all the teammates voted for him to be captain. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy. He's
That's
never been
crazy.
a captain before and let his team down. That's
Yeah,
weird.
never happened before. Samuel McCleary coming in with a $2 super chat. 30 years watched Raiders in LA Coliseum. Love that. Samuel, once a Raider, always a Raider. We appreciate you. We did get a $20 super chat for John Scheffler from John Scheffler.
Mario said Van Noy, Morrow, or Chris Jones.
I think Van Noy could make some sense for the Raiders considering he was once a Patriot. And Morrow. Did you take your shot? I'm taking my shot. This one's for you, Scheffler. Keep cooking up, my boy. Bench Marshall, put Trizzy in. That would be a terrible roster move.
Oh, one more. This one's for you, Marshall.
Oh, hold on. Got it. Watch what you say about my team or no support for you. Dude, that was nice. I said you guys could use a coach like Gruden. Sheffy, love you, brother. Rebel, go the hell home, my man.
What? You keep on saying that. What if Rebel's watching from his house?
Oh, man. I'll tell you what. We might have to get the title belt. It's on my screen right now, and it's kind of tempting.
Dude, right?
It's kind of tempting. A Raiders Report belt. Tell me that wouldn't be sick.
Go home, Marshall. The thing is, Rebel, at this point, Marshall, that might be what Marshall wants.
Yeah. He's like, I would love to go home. We can't go home, though, until the Raiders get their roster cuts out. Until that happens, I'm hanging.
Ziegs, what the hell?
What is happening right now?
Dude, I'm going to be pissed if we don't get it. If it's 3 hours, if we don't get it till 6.
How about this? We'll do 5 o'clock we'll go to. Put on the clock. Get a brand new clock. If we don't get it, holy shit.
What?
The Chiefs have officially placed defensive tackle Chris Jones on the reserve/did not report list. Holdout goes on with no ending currently in sight. The Chiefs have officially placed defensive tackle Chris Jones on reserve/did not report list. Holdout goes on with no current end in sight. So Chris Jones, every game he misses, he loses $1.1 million. Every single game he misses, he is out 1.1. And the fact that they traded for Neil Farrell Jr., I mean, that's screaming at Chris Jones, hey, man, you can sit out all you want. We're going to try to find a replacement for you.
I mean,
Wow.
replacing him with Neil Farrell Jr. all-time bad move.
I mean, you're not going to be able to replace Chris Jones, right? Like it's like the Raiders trying to replace Max Crosby. It ain't happening. You might be able to add another defensive end. You might be able to add another player to that position, but deep down, you're not going to be able to replace that player. We know that. So the Chiefs, though, maybe it's one of the reasons why, and probably the reason why they traded for Neil Farrell Jr. I'm going to tweet this out right now. Probably why the Chiefs traded for Neil Farrell Jr. Probably why. We'll have to see. Shout out your city right now. I'll give you a shout out here on the Raiders Report. What up on hell, Long Beach, California? Cypher Sniper says Vegas. Beaverton, Oregon, B Mizzle. Canby, Oregon, B Rabe. What are you laughing about? Erie, Pennsylvania from David. Lima, Ohio from the Hat Man.
So he called twice, so I was like, okay, I got to pick this up.
Yeah.
The security guy from the building where they delivered the other Jimmy Johns called me and was like, yo, I think they might have delivered your sandwiches to the wrong place. And I was like, yeah, they brought us new ones.
Where's the other security?
I guess at that other building they dropped it off at. Like the original building. He was like, so you're saying I can eat these sandwiches? And I was like, dude, they're all yours.
Dude, he is stoked.
He is swimming in Jimmy John's.
He's
right
got 22 Jimmy John sandwiches.
Their rating might go back up from that one guy.
Oh, man, that's funny.
Was chilling at work and got 24 sandwiches delivered.
Dude, we're going to see a meme later. I mean, that's like the run and train emoji, but with Jimmy John's. Not emoji, the meme. Yep.
Yep, the couch.
Yep.
Skrilla.
What's up, my guy? Been a Raider fan for over 15 years. Love your guys' channel. Checking in from Rochester to the Buffalo game where shit gets wild. We actually have a guy out here right now. Is he there? Nope. We have two people though.
We have his evil twin though.
We do have his evil twin, or maybe just twin. I don't know. Maybe he's the better one.
Maybe Rolly is the evil twin.
Also true. We have two people at Chat Sports from Rochester. Funny enough,
Who
but
looks more like me and Marshall or Rolly and
that's
Rima?
not even close.
Huh?
It's not even close. Rolly and Reetma. Are you kidding me? You can't tell me right now that Rolly's not sitting back by that window. You can't convince me.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, dude, it's so locked in. Yeah. Rolly and Reetma. I look more like Tyler compared to you and Marshall compared to Rolly and Reetma.
That's pretty funny.
It's so locked in,
That's
man.
pretty funny.
Bears been working on some deals today, it sounds like.
Our boss has just been sitting outside the room with his money gun waiting for 100 to come in.
It's kind of crazy.
We haven't gotten 100 since he made the offer.
Darius said, just left a 1-star review on Jimmy John's. You the man. For those that do not know, the Raiders, they were supposed to submit their roster.
I thought you were about to say, for those who don't know, Jimmy John's didn't bring us our order.
Oh, no. The Raiders were supposed to put in their roster claims an hour and 11 minutes ago. It is still yet to come across the wire. As soon as we get it, we will break it all down for you and tell you exactly who was a part of the Raiders 53-man. Until then, we're hanging out, but we are going to end today's live show in 48 minutes if we do not get it. That way, Jeremy and I can make the graphics and the show as quick as humanly possible. So just keep that in mind. If you guys want to keep us live, the way to do it is to turn up here, and let's get a little bit crazy. Matt, fun show, Mitch. Raiders making you wait like Jimmy John's. Shout out Drew and Allie. Congrats on the new job, ladies. What up, Jeremy the Throat Goat Chuggs? Yeah! Matto, cheers to you. And yes, we do have some new
With
people.
everybody saying, Raiders report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have 3 newbies that started. Well, 2 started yesterday, 1 started today, and then another guy, he started last week for the very first time. So Jace, who runs our Chief show, Jake, who runs our Dolphin show, and then we have Drew, who's going to be doing some Alexa content for us, and then Aldi, who's going to be doing some NBA stuff for us, and probably bouncing around here a little bit. So
He's probably just going to walk.
yeah, that's probably true. She walked today to work. Shout out to her. But yeah, now we have hired 2 new dudes and 2 new girls. So Chat Sports
Two
family
new
continues
dudes
to
and
grow.
2 new dudettes.
Is that what it would be? It'd be Raiderettes and just, is it Raiders then? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Today I feel like it's been a long day. How you doing?
I didn't realize why I'm a little tired.
Mhm.
Because I came in early.
You did?
Yeah. As soon as I woke up, I saw some slacks.
Oh, yeah.
That was like breaking news.
Yeah, today was
So I got in at like 8:20.
I tried to get in a little bit earlier today just simply because I knew today was going to be a long and crazy day just because cut day is always a wild day here at Chat Sports. But
Actually,
that's what it's all about, though.
Skrilla,
What do you got for me,
Rochester
Skrilla?
in the house. You guys haven't eaten until you've had a garbage plate. Ask them about a perfect game food when you're effed up. I do have a question for you, Skrilla.
I was saying, I'm pretty sure Rolly has mentioned a garbage plate.
I think so, but Skrilla, I have one question for you. Do you know of a dish named chicken French?
Chicken French. I knew you were going to bring it
Skrilla,
up.
do you know of the dish named chicken French, and is it good? What are your thoughts on chicken French? Do you know what that is?
Because apparently it's the greatest thing ever. However, I don't know if it looks like the greatest thing ever.
Skrilla, let me know. Apparently it's a Rochester thing.
Chicken French.
Chicken French.
I'm curious to see what Skrilla has here to say. Very, very curious. After this, Chuggs, if you want, I would like to be able to go through the Raiders depth chart and just like make sure all the depth charts are updated, talk about the players that have been cut, and that way we just do something for the next 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
What do you think there, Skrilla? Chicken French, good, no good? Where are we at?
Never had it.
Never had it.
No, I'm saying, like, which one is it?
He's going to be like, dude, if he says it's amazing, we might have to go. So what brings you to Rochester? Came here to try the chicken French. I mean, people probably go to New York for pizza and bagels. People go to Italy for Italian food.
Queen Sarah Otto. Never heard of her.
Oh, Sarah. Dude, this is insane to me. Still nothing. I know it always takes a few hours and whatnot, but
Imagine throwing a party and saying, hey, the party's at 3, and you don't show up until 5 o'clock.
you're a piece of shit. If you do that, you're a piece of shit. I'm telling you right now. If you throw a party and you're an hour and 15 minutes late for your party, you suck. You're a horrible human being. Let's just get that cleared right now. Girl dad said, oh, I want a New York bagel. Dude, my fiance, Alex, she goes to New York tomorrow. Super jealous, man. Super, super jealous.
Still no word on the chicken French from Skrilla.
Yeah, Skrilla's like, let me go Google what chicken French is. You know I don't speak Spanish. Alex, yeah, I know they did the same thing last year. I think last year they actually took like 3 hours to get it out. I'm not going to lie to you. I think it literally took 3 hours last year. I mean, I can tell you real quick. Here, Chuggs, hold it down for a second.
Holding it down. Holding it down.
Ugh.
Don't you do that.
I need some life right now. I'm telling you right now. The struggle bus,
$100 super chat. Beer bong.
and we get the
Wait, did Reetma say he would?
who?
Reetma?
Rolly?
Yeah.
Oh, probably. We're also 95 subs away from 141K. Shit would be electric.
It's actually Fuyer.
Shit's actually for you. We'll see.
What if chicken fringe is just something that Rolly made up that's like not even a real thing?
Veteran wide receiver Laquan Treadwell going to be signing with the Baltimore Ravens.
Dude, I didn't even realize.
Somebody tell Jones.
I didn't even realize this is wrong.
What? Shout it out. Who is your favorite Raiders player? All right, y'all, let me know. Who's your favorite Raiders player right now? Who is your favorite Raiders player? That's crazy. Raiders roster. All right, let me look up here. Let me see when the Raiders announced their roster last season. Let me go back.
Looks like Nesta Jade made it from Jeffrey Kreischer.
I would imagine that he made the roster. Yeah, I went back way too
Charles
far.
Woodson, Max Crosby, Mad Max, Max Crosby. Wilkerson made it. Yep. That's the reports coming out. Daniel Carlson. Daniel Carlson, your favorite Raiders player. Cliff Branch. Bo Woodson and Renfrow. Brian Hoyer. Tim Brown. Howie Long. Jim Plunkett. Josh Jacobs. Tim Brown. Brian Hoyer. Cliff Branch. Flores.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it looks like Nesta, Jade, Silvera made the Raiders.
All-time
roster.
Marcus Allen, Bowen Seabass, Ray Guy, Jerry Porter, Chuggs.
Yeah, Nesta Jade Silvera just tweeted out, "God, you know my destiny because you gave me this gift." I'm guessing that means Nesta Jade Silvera made the Raiders 53-man roster.
Never made it as a wise man. Never made it as a poor man stealing.
This is how
You remind me.
of how I made the team.
This is how you remind me.
Nesta Jade Silvera tweeted out some good news, and it looks like he has made the Raiders 53-man roster. Let me go grab my charger real quick, and then we'll roll through the depth chart, make sure everything is up to date as it stands, and then
like you.
we'll go from there.
Sorry.
Sound good? I'll be right back. Give me a minute.
Was waiting for a different story. This time I'm mistaken for having you. A heart was breaking, and I've been gone. I've been down at the bottom of every bottle. Chuggs, pull a prank on Mitch before he comes back. What should I do? Should I tape his desk down? Should I put some glue on his headphones? What should I do? Why did you cut me? Was hoping for a different story. This time I'm mistaken. James said, no 100, I'm deleting the channel. Hey, I'll do a beer bong. We're going to get the money machine in here for a $100 super chat. Who's going to be the one to do it?
Oh, man. I think you just got to tell him to be patient. I know he's been patient, but
Who's going to be the one to do it?
we're just waiting on the breaking news.
Choose Chuggs, not drugs.
Choose Chuggs. Chuggs always is undefeated.
Skrilla says chicken French sucks. Help me out, chat.
Really?
Skrilla from Rochester said chicken French sucks.
Wow. Chicken French sucks. There you go. I'm going to take, here's the thing. Judging by the picture that Rolly sent me compared to, I don't know if I trust Rolly with food takes.
Cash Joey, I'm trying to make a deal. We're going to do a beer bong and the money machine and 2 shots for $100.
Yeah, Seth Law says, Amik, it's a weird tweet. I agree. Very weird tweet.
For $100, that's the deal I'm making. And that's the last deal I'm putting forward.
I mean, we're going to be live here for another 37 minutes.
This time I'm...
Unless the Raiders actually put out their roster moves. Because if they do put out the roster moves, then we'll stay live longer. Then we'll
We'll
stay
be
live.
able to do it.
Then we'll stay live a little bit longer.
But either way, make sure you're subscribed and.
Oh! Husker Raider!
Hey!
Husker Raider!
Husker.
Put some life back into me. Husker Raider. Said put me on the Boot Hall of Fame. Living in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Ah! Dollar bills, y'all.
I didn't even get in full screen yet. Dude, we need some Rex. that came out way too quick.
Rex on Rex on Rex. No, I'm gonna.
Let me get my beer bong ready.
Wait, how many 100s can we put in our shirt? Oh, man. If you're just tuning in, we're still waiting on the Raiders to release their 53-man. I'm sure it'll happen sooner rather than later. It's probably when we're going to be picking up these 100s. Probably.
It's like Vegas all over again.
Oh, man. We got the money gun.
Dude,
I think we need more.
it didn't last that long.
I mean, $100 goes quick in that money gun. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, man. How does it work? Okay. Hey, sometimes, it's going to take a few. How about this? I'll chug a beer.
It's gonna take us a second to get it up again.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense.
I mean, after you let it go.
All right, let me try. I'll use my mouth, and then you just try to spray it all over that. Ready? 3?
Oh. There you go. All right, we need more bills. Let's figure it out.
We need more.
But I didn't figure it out.
I'll tell you what. No wonder James Harden just blows money. I mean, that sprays 10 grand real quick. That's insane. Does it? I mean, I feel like shooting out one at a time would be weird. It's not a money gun then. I feel like if a money gun shot out one at a time.
Well, no. That's what it's supposed to happen. It's shooting out like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
What if we return that? Can we get a Raiders WWE belt? You heard it.
You heard it. For the low price of $550, a Raiders WWE belt.
An official one, though. Licensed.
He's so upset about the money gun. He's so upset.
It's okay, mine's not movie quality.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's funny. NFL teams have called the Miami Dolphins asking about a potential trade for Kristian Wilkerson, defensive tackle. I'd be willing to bet the Raiders might be one of those teams.
That'd be weird if they. I mean, he's one of their best defensive players.
That was better.
That was good.
That was better. Dollar bills. Oh, you're good. We're still waiting on the Raiders. They're kind of killing us right now. The reason why I said Kristian Wilkerson makes some sense for a potential trade, because obviously the Raiders, they just traded away Neil Farrell Jr. That's number one. But what do we always say here on the Raiders Report? this Raiders coaching staff likes connections. They like when they know that they have a relationship with a player. Wilkins previously worked with the Raiders' current defensive line coach, Rob Leonard, who has spent the past few seasons down in Miami and has been a good friend and knows Kristian Wilkerson very well. I'm not sitting up here saying that the Raiders have called Miami about a potential trade, but I am saying that if it's being reported by multiple sources out there that NFL teams have reached out to the Miami Dolphins about a potential trade involving Kristian Wilkerson, I would not be surprised if one of those teams that reached out was in fact, wait a minute, you left 200 here. If one of those teams in fact was the Las Vegas Raiders. That's my point.
Would we go live if the Raiders traded for Kristian Wilkerson?
Are you kidding me? Would we go live? We've gone live for a lot less. That I know. We've gone live for a lot less.
We went live because Brady was looking at a house in Vegas.
We went live today because Jakob Johnson got cut. I mean, think about it, man. Williams says, so what's the final roster? Hasn't been released yet.
Make it rain on Petey.
Hasn't been released yet, y'all. I mean, we still know a few players that have made it. Like, how about this? Ask me about a player, Jeremy. Find who, just find and just put it up on screen. Like, ask me about a player. Throw that player's name down in the comments right now or use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. Jeremy's going to pick a question. He'll put it up on screen. Perfect. Brandon Bolden. So, saw a question about Bolden. He is still, as it stands right now, a member of this roster. If the Raiders were to move on from him, they would save $2.23 million. The last time I checked, he was still listed below Sincere McCormick on the depth chart. To me, though, like, you're going to keep Josh Jacobs. You're going to keep Ameer Abdullah. I think that they're going to end up keeping Brandon Bolden because of his connections with this roster. But if it was up to me, I would not. That's just me. All right, Jeremy's going to go with Kristian Wilkerson here. Next up on the Raiders report. It's been reported by Raiders Scout that Wilkerson has made this 53-man roster, and I don't see why he would lie about it. Wilkerson has some ties to past New England Patriot regimes. The Raiders have already cut Keelan Cole. They have also already cut Phillip Dorsett. So that's like your sixth wide receiver spot, and Wilkerson was heavily targeted in that final preseason game, which I'm a big believer when teams do that. It's because they're trying to test him out and see what he truly has. So he saw 13 targets. He had 10 catches, 122 yards in that final game. Could have been something like where they're like, all right, you know what, let's just see what we have in this guy. If we like it, then we'll continue to move forward with him. All right, let's go to the next player here. Brought up, it's Netane Moody. Moody has been playing primarily at the left guard spot in the preseason. Dylan Parham started the very first preseason game at left guard, ended up getting that concussion injury. He's fine. He's going to be good to go for week 1 up against the Denver Broncos. But Moody filled in at left guard and has been okay at times. Like, I'll be real with y'all. Like, I love what PFF does at times, but other times I don't like it because I look at the tape from Moody and it doesn't impress me all that much. However, PFF is sitting up here saying, like, Natane's been having a great preseason. I don't know if he ends up making this roster. To me, if it was between Netane Moody and this next guy here, I'm going to keep McClendon Curtis because he's got a lot more upside. Moody's been playing in the NFL for a few seasons and has primarily just been a run blocker. McClendon, though, has the ability to be a very good all-around offensive lineman in it. It shows on tape. It shows on his tape in college. It shows on his tape already in the preseason. He still needs to fill out a little bit in terms of a frame because he's 6'5", 325, and it looks like he could probably put on another 10 to 15 pounds of good weight. And if he ends up doing that with his footwork, with his mind, I mean, you can already see it. He has a lot of honestly really solid ability. Dalton Wagner, next player coming up here on today's show. Still waiting to see which players end up making this roster. I know Wagner, I want to say he got $220,000 fully guaranteed when he was signed as a UDFA. Him and McClendon Curtis have the top two most in terms of money. Had a solid first preseason game at right tackle. Definitely more of a run blocker than he is a pass blocker. But overall, though, the fact that Brandon Parker ended up getting hurt, that helps out Dalton Wagner. And as bad as what Justin Herron has been, that probably also helps out Dalton Wagner in terms of making this 53. Let's go to another position here. Let's talk about it. Jordan Willis. The Raiders signed him this offseason. He was playing with the San Francisco 49ers, and then he came on over to Las Vegas, battled some injuries early on during minicamp, OTAs, and has recently started playing over the past few weeks. To me, if you're looking for the best overall defensive end, not named Tyree Wilson, not named Chandler Jones, not named Max Crosby, to me it's Willis, and I had Willis making my 53 because of that. Malcolm Kuntz, probably the best pass rusher. I would say Isaac Rochelle was an okay all-around player, though he got cut. Right now, as it stands, I mean, it's probably between Adam Plant Jr., who might actually have the most upside, Jordan Willis, who's the best all-around player right now, and because of that, I could see them going with Jordan Willis. Let's go with Nesta Jade Silvera. He recently just tweeted about 10 minutes ago, "God, you know my destiny because you gave me this gift." Sounds like Nesta Jade's going to end up making this 53-man roster, and good for him. He was a player that busted his hump, busted his tail this entire offseason, and showed his power. And I said on this show, I was told by a Raiders player that pound for pound, he might be the strongest player, or not pound for pound, the strongest defensive tackle on this team. He's an anchor, man, and it's hard to move anchors. And if you don't know, you should try. Matthew Butler next up here on this list. Because the Raiders traded away Neil Farrell Jr., I'm curious to see if they have Butler making this team. I know that they're keeping him at Nesta Jade. Matthew Butler, John Jenkins, Adam Butler are the last three names, and I do believe that the Raiders keep only one of those because they're going to keep Bilal Nichols. I anticipate that they end up keeping Jerry Tillery on top of that. Then you got Byron Young. He's a lock to make the team. Sounds like Nesta Jade has already made it. So it's between Matthew Butler, John Jenkins, and then Adam Butler. Speaking of which, Adam Butler has been the better player at DT. If it was up to me between what I keep Adam or Matthew, I'll keep Adam Butler. Yeah, Matthew from Tennessee, second-year guy, doesn't have as much playing experience. Adam Butler here is probably a little bit more capped in terms of upside. But I would say that the Raiders, for their fifth, sixth defensive tackle spot, they want somebody who they at least believe, all right, can come in here and there and be a reliable option. Curtis Bolton next up here on the list. And Bolton has been a very fun player to watch during this preseason. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. I mean, Bolton continues to show that he's getting better and better and better. And when you're a player like Bolton that's been primarily on this team for special teams value, we know that he's a hell of an athlete. He's more of a pass rusher, run stopper, has struggled in coverage, but has gotten better in the coverage game, and the tape 100% shows that. It's been reported that Bolton has already made this 53. We'll see if he actually does end up making it.
Never a doubt.
Never a doubt, though. Never a doubt. What up, Amik? Sam Webb has been released. Sounds like David Long Jr. is going to make this team. If the Raiders keep six corners, it comes down to Amik Robertson and Tyler Hall. To me, that's what it comes down to. Amik is the better player, in my personal opinion. I do think Tyler Hall has some traits that you like to see. But Amik is a dog, and it's got that dog in him. And I'm going to be more willing to bet my career on dogs than guys that maybe act like dogs. And unfortunately for Tyler Hall, he's not a dog like Amik. He's a good player. Probably a better slot corner. Amik might be the better overall corner, though. Duke Shelley really has struggled in preseason compared to what I was hoping that we were going to see on tape. Just hasn't been able to put a lot of it together. Maybe it's the new regime. Maybe it's learning the new defense. I don't have all the answers there. But compared to the player that I saw from weeks 11 to 17 last season with the Minnesota Vikings, compared to the player that I've seen during videos of during training camp and during the preseason, doesn't seem like the same guy. So I don't know if Duke Shelley's going to make it. However, I don't know the other corner that would end up making it over him if it's not, because it sounds like it's Marcus Peters, Jacorian Bennett, Nate Hobbs, and then it's going to be Brandon Faison, David Long Jr., and then Duke Shelley. I don't see how you put any other cornerbacks on this roster. Isaiah Polomeo has been another very intriguing player due to his versatility, his ability to play strong safety, free safety, strong side linebacker, I guess, if you will, in the box. Also on top of that, had a pick 6, had a PBU and INT, set himself a pretty solid preseason, has been beat at times. But to me, I am willing to bet on a 6'4". He's actually probably closer to 225 pounds. That's his weight from last season. When you're that big and that athletic, plus have the connections that he does with this Raiders coaching staff, remember, he's related to Troy Polamalu, who's related to Kennedy Polamalu, who's the Raiders running back coach. So a lot of family ties in there with that group. Jaden Grant, I wish I could sit up here and say a lot of positive, but I'm not going to be somebody who lies to the camera because, let's face it, Jaden Grant, he ain't that good. Wish him the best of luck, and it's not going to happen. Brandon Faison, I do see him being out the first 4 weeks. This is not confirmed. However, the way that I anticipate the Raiders roster going down, and this is what a smart organization would do, you would keep 6 corners. You would keep your 6 guys that I just mentioned, and then you would make a decision. Do I keep Brandon Faison for 4 weeks, essentially, and then as soon as he comes off the IR, you can cut somebody, which is, I think, ends up going down, and it's because of money. A lot of times, the easiest way to tell what NFL teams are going to do with players is based on money. Brandon Faison this upcoming season makes $1.9 million guaranteed. That's a lot. That's almost double the amount than what a guy like Duke Shelley ends up making. I would actually say there's a better chance that Duke Shelley isn't on this roster than Brandon Faison. Let's go to Luke Masterson. He's had himself 10 tackles this preseason and has shown glimpse of some good, has shown glimpse of some maybe not so good on top of that. The Raiders' linebacking group is the weakest unit on this team overall. Harry Travis Gibson, official. No. Agent asked for a trade. They just released him. He had 10 sacks past 2 seasons. I mean, you got to put in a claim. I mean, Gibson's been a good player. Dollar bills. I was going to say, is it going to show up if it's green screen? Kinda. I mean, it still shows up. I'll eat this $100 right now for a $100 super chat. I'll eat this $100 right now for a $100 super chat. $100 super chat right now. I'll eat $100. Guys, I need to wake up. I'm getting tired. We got 20 minutes left. I need to wake up. I'm telling you right now. I can tell you're getting tired. We've been live, Jeremy, 6 hours. We've been live for 6 hours. I mean, don't threat Mitch with a good time from Matt. Rebel Montana. Everybody say goodnight to Martin. Martin's probably been waiting all day. I'm sorry, man. You got Josh Jacobs. He's back. Dude, I'm so happy to have him back. It feels good to have Josh back in the fold.
If the deal didn't go down, what do you think would have happened?
If Jacobs, let's say he would have held out, they would have rolled with Zamir. It would have been running back by committee. I would have said the running backs that would have made this roster then Zamir, Ameer Abdullah, Brandon Bolden, Sincere McCormick, Jakob Johnson. If it would have been up to me personally, I would have said no to Jakob Johnson. I would have rather them roll with another position. I'll also say that's been one of the positions that I feel like everybody's taking for granted here a little bit. Just thinking, Jakob Johnson's going to make this roster. I don't know if that's the case. There's a lot of NFL teams that don't use a fullback. And if you remember this preseason a little bit, the Raiders were using John Schnenker, a tight end, at fullback a lot. They did. They used him as fullback a lot. What if you're trying to have, a little bit of a different offensive approach? I get the idea of having Jakob Johnson, and don't get me wrong, he was great last season. He did a lot for the Raiders. He did a lot for Josh Jacobs. But if I told you right now you could keep an extra defensive player instead of keeping a fullback, what would you do? To me, I'd keep that extra defensive player. I mean, that's what I would do. I would. Matt O, does JJ get 1,500 yards this season? He's definitely got an opportunity. He's one of the best, if not the best, running back in the NFL. I will admit, I don't know if he's in, we'll talk Josh Jacobs 2,000-yard shape. he looked a little bit bigger to me, and that's just because, you're not working out with the team. You can say and do all the things that you want. You're probably not going to be in game shape. I did think that he looked a little bit bigger than what I was hoping for, but I also know that if Jacobs, you give him like 2-3 solid weeks of putting in that time and the effort, he'll be all right. He'll be all right. Jimmy Garoppolo, another interesting name here. 4-4 for 39 yards in the preseason, going to be the Raiders' starting quarterback. My question to the nation out there is, what's your confidence level on Jimmy G? I mean, I do think one of the reasons why Raider fans are so hyped around Aidan O'Connell is because of the uncertainty around Jimmy Garoppolo. I do. I think that has to be one of the things that we discuss. What's your confidence level? Scale it from 1 to 10. Diehard Raider fan says 6.
What is it?
Can you give a quick rundown of who we cut so far? Akash, I could absolutely do that for you if you want. I would say a quick rundown is Damien Williams, Gonzo. Phillip Dorsett, no longer here. Keelan Cole, thanks, but no thanks. Also, Isaac Rochelle, no bueno. George Tarlas, thanks for participating. Neil Farrell Jr. traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. Jakob Johnson was released. Drake Thomas was released. Sam Webb was released. I mean, we got to be, 68? Azizi Hearn was released. I want to say 68 players. I would say about 68. I give Jimmy a 9. 8-0 here to replace from Emilio. Marshall Green paid off his shot debt. I'm glad that debt finally got resolved.
Yeah.
Marshall did put some serious drinks down earlier today,
For
though.
the amount of times he's lost to our channel, he really needed to pay up those drinks.
Man, I'm kind of mind blown by the idea that some people think, and when I say some people, the Giants host thinks that they beat us 3 times. They beat us once.
Yeah. Marshall's only beaten us once.
Can confirm.
Marshall claims he's beaten us 3 times. Fake news.
Check the tape. Check the tape.
Check the rev.
Check the reb. Rebel, tell Marsh I'm about to hit him a jersey that says Zon is my daddy. Zon, I guess, honestly, Zon, it'd have to be Zon
Dude,
daddy.
If you do that.
It would have to say Zon daddy.
No, Zon's kid. If you're buying Marshall a jersey, it has to say Zon's kid on it.
Yeah. Zon's kid?
Marsh, what's your Venmo?
Zon's kid.
Come here. Come here, Marsh.
Honestly, Zon, if you're going to do that, I'd save it for a Giants game. Unless you wanted to do it right now and get Marshall's live reaction.
That'd be hilarious. Zon wants to buy you a jersey, $500, that says Zon's kid.
How much?
It's 5.
500. It's gotta come to my Venmo. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he literally just said week or 2.
That's why it's week or
2. Yeah, Giants week 1.
So
I will wear it on the Raiders report.
No, you wear it on Giants.
Giants
jersey.
It's a Giants.
Giants jersey.
Yeah, it's a Giants jersey.
But it has to say Zon's kid.
Zon, is it a Giants jersey, right?
Yeah, if it's a Giants jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, Giants.
Giants jersey that says Zon's kid on it. And give him a number like 01.
Just arrow pointing up at my face.
No, Zon, make him wear number 12.
Could you
12. Do 12.
Zon's kid, number 12.
I love that.
That's a win-win, man. That's a freaking win-win. I love that.
A win's a win. A win's a win. My Venmo is.
Oh, Zon said no, it's a Raiders jersey.
Oh. I will wear it on the Raiders report.
Yeah. He said if he'll wear it on the Raiders report, but if you want him to wear it on the Giants show, number 12 Giants, Zon's kid.
That'd be pretty good, though.
That'd be a win-win.
A win is a win.
What's your Venmo one more time?
Rebel, he won't do it.
Marshall Green Underscore. 2 L's. Spelled
The
like
Giants just named all their captains.
Kind of,
Holy shit.
kind of a lot.
If you have 10 captains, you really have none.
I mean, if Darren Waller's a team captain, that's just that whole list you might as well throw out the door.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing the same thing with the Raiders last year when they named him a captain.
He wasn't a captain last year. No, he wasn't. They stripped him of his captain status last year.
How can you strip something if you're not?
He was a captain in 2021. Then when the voting came in 2022, the team did not vote him a captain. Teammates said no captain.
I thought the same thing in 2021 when they named him a captain.
Giants captains Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Andrew Thomas, Darren Waller, Dexter Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Bobby Okereke, Adoree Jackson, Xavier McKinney, and Graham
Bobby
Gano.
Okereke.
Ooh. Who?
Bless you.
What did he say? Okereke. John Borelli just said, be ready for week 9, Marsh.
Your ass is grass, Marshall Green.
Raiders report, taking down Giants week 9. I can't wait. On and off the field. I can't wait. Who else is getting sick and tired of waiting? Type me. Because I'm getting sick and tired of waiting.
I have a feeling we're not going to get this
I don't either.
list till 6.
Or the worst part is we're going to end the stream. I'm telling you, as soon as we click end, Raiders put out their moves.
It's kind of crazy. Other teams are putting out their 10 captains.
And the Raiders are like, you know what? 53 man, we'll get to it. McDaniels probably watching the Raiders report right now, just wait for us to end our live stream. He's like, as soon as these mother effers end it, I'll release it. That would be crazy.
Dude, what if he was?
All right, we're going to end the show right now. That'd be sick.
Psych! That's the wrong number.
Dude, what's crazy is Jonathan Taylor is out at least the first 4 games this season.
Yeah.
Who drafted him in fantasy?
I
mean,
might do it.
you still would draft him in fantasy?
Second round, yeah.
I don't know. If you're Indianapolis and you really want to stick it to Taylor, he's going to get paid this season. Like, he doesn't have a contract like the franchise tag. It's not like that. Like, he's still going to get paid no matter what. Same amount of money. Would you just say, all right, bet. Like, go test free agency, whatever. Because I don't think the Colts view themselves as a team that can win right now.
And they're not cash strapped. They have a rookie quarterback.
So what I'm saying is if I'm like, all right, Taylor, you want to play that game? All good. And Jim Irsay is the type of dude that doesn't care. Like, it was reported that Jim Irsay was willing to spend $20 million to move an orca out of Florida because of it was dying.
He also was
And not willing to pay John. So, like, I think Irsay would be like, all right, man, whatever.
in their coaching search. He was slamming his foot down, apparently, saying he really wanted to hire Jeff Saturday, who has 0 coaching experience.
I mean, beat Josh McDaniels.
That is true.
I guess all I'm saying is if I really wanted to stick it to Jonathan Taylor, I would say, all right, fine. You're not going to play this entire year. You can get paid, whatever, but now you got to go into free agency, not playing a whole year, and the last time teams saw you play, coming off the worst season of your career. Like, people don't realize that's it's not a good look for Taylor.
Damien, yes. Patriots cut both of their backup quarterbacks.
The only QB right now in New England, Mac Jones. I mean, that's craziness.
Move today needs a killer whale.
A killer whale. A whole killer whale. Our great defense made Matty Ice look like Lamar Jackson that game. I don't know about that, but I love how just like randomly y'all just say shit. It just like pops up like in your mind. You're like that. Darth Raider. Who's ever claimed that we've had a great defense? Since the show has started, name the last great Raiders defense. Like, honest question. What was the last great Raiders defense? I know the answer.
Jonathan Abram.
Yeah. He was phenomenal. He can't even find himself on a roster right
Dude,
now.
I remember that Hard Knocks.
The
He
Salmon.
was like the guy.
I mean, they had 3 first-round picks. Cleveland Farrell stinks. Jonathan Abrams a bum. I mean, you think about all their first-round picks. I mean, it is just
It's sad.
it's unbelievable, man. Arden Key stinks. Early 2000s is the right answer. Last great defense. TMG says 2016 defense. They weren't top 20. They weren't even a top 20 defense in 2016. Back in the 70s.
Last time the Raiders had a great defense, somebody said Warren Sapp was on the team.
Well, F. Warren Sapp. That guy's a bum.
Yeah?
Not a Warren Sapp guy.
You're not.
Nope. You screw over my friend's family, man. Not a Warren Sapp guy.
You screwed over your friend's family?
Yeah, I guess kinda. Kinda.
Shabazz?
No. No, I get it. I get it. Mikey Nuts, stay away, Comey. Drink some Dos Equis. I don't have any Dos Equis. All right, final deal. Every 50 that we get for the last 622, every 50. Actually, you know what? Let's just, every 20 we get for the last 612, I'll pour a third of a beer in there. And we'll just keep chugging it until we're done. Answering questions, because I don't even know if the Raiders are making a move today. I'm pretty sure Dave Ziegler is taking a nap. Jeremy looks like one of those superheroes in a movie that Jack probably gave an 88 review to. Rebel, I'll say go live again if the roster got released. Here's the thing, Rebel. I don't know if I'd be able to just because of some of the logistics here. I mean, maybe it would, maybe it won't. We probably would just end up making a quick vid.
Chad, I would eat a worm, but we're 1,400 away.
It's even more than that.
1,600 away.
I say 1,600 away.
Or one $1,000 Venmo.
I think what I'm most worried about is we just stay here, and then 10 o'clock rolls around, and the Raiders are like, oh, here's our roster. That'd be some lame-ass shit, man.
Robo Mall Cop.
Robo... I mean, we might stay like a minute or two after the live ends thing just because I'm worried maybe they're waiting for 5 o'clock. Damn, Dank says, when is the deadline for the 53? 2 hours ago. The deadline for the 53 was 2 hours ago, Dank.
I'm not shitting you.
Which is not Dank.
It's the opposite of Dank.
It's rough. Raider Nation 75. I don't know what that means, but I told you 3 hours from Scheffler. Holy crap.
It's mid.
That's how I feel right now.
I don't know if Phillip B and David B did like back-to-back like at the same time or one saw it and one saw the other one, but if they did it at the same time,
that shit was electric.
That's hilarious. Lance, I appreciate it. What would Richie do?
My dad?
I guess. What would Richie do?
My dad would probably tell me to stay live. But my dad also doesn't know how the internet works.
Why don't you just take it live on your way home?
Exactly. No problem.
Just keep your headset on.
See, my problem is, again, when you have a company like we do, we're taking up studio time, and there's other people that need to come in here and film their videos. So, I mean, we were given today 7 hours, and the Raiders could not fulfill that in 7 hours. It's a little bit.
Dude, we went live at 10:30.
10:30. We were live at 10:30. We've been live for 6.5 hours. It'll be 6.5 hours coming up here. Spoken 21. Y'all need a big building. Believe me.
Do we need a pull-out couch here?
We have a couch.
That just doesn't pull out.
Correct. Which is kind of on brand. I know. Marvin says this is ridiculous.
Did we get that couch from Harrison?
Oh, also, that reminds me, we guys still spin the wheel. A Catamonkey.
Oh my goodness.
What up, a Catamonkey? Cheers,
Oh,
Mitch and Chuggs. Thanks
I'm
for all the
just-
Raiders content. You're far behind, aren't you?
Dude.
You got to catch up. Right?
Yeah, I gotta. Well, no, I
Are
just
you
need
good?
To I just need to make the wheel.
Holy shit.
No, I have all the names.
Oh, all right. I was like, dude, we're going to be here a while. Also, yeah, I know some of y'all forgot. I know I forgot for a split second there. We are doing a jersey raffle giveaway at the very end of today's show.
I definitely forgot.
Courtesy of Wild 114.
The Catamonkey Jesus, you in?
Cheers, Mitch and Chuggs. Thanks for all the Raiders content. Catamonkey, thanks for always watching and supporting. Again, we wouldn't make the amount of content that we do if y'all didn't watch it. That I can guarantee you. So thank you for tuning in all the time. Thank you for watching, man. Believe me when I tell you, it does not go unnoticed. No doubt about it. Does not go unnoticed. I'm trying to see if the Raiders have just sent out anything. I don't think that they have. Oh, man.
All right, let me make this wheel.
Luis, Mitch, you put my super chat up, but I think you missed it. Mitch, my draft is later today. I have the last pick in round 1 and first in round 2. What position or target?
How many people are in your league?
Yeah, that's true. Is it a PPR? I can't. I mean, if it's a PPR league compared to standard, that changes it a lot.
Standard.
Luis says yes. 12 players, yes. PPR or standard, Luis? PPR or standard, because that really changed my opinion this year. We'll see.
All right, you ready?
4. The spin?
Yeah.
Hang on. I want to see if he... I don't know if it's a PPR or standard, so we'll do this. I would say... This might be an unpopular opinion. I don't know if Travis Kelce's going to be there for you. If he is, I'll say take Travis Kelce because he's the biggest... He's such a big deciding factor in fantasy football leagues. I would say Cooper Kupp, Austin Eckler, Derrick Henry, probably all in that range. I'll be real. I probably wouldn't take Davante Adams and Josh Jacobs this year from a fantasy standpoint. I think both players are going to be good, but from fantasy, the ball's going to get spread out a lot more.
All right.
So hopefully, from some of those names, you could see.
You ready?
Can you put me up on? I can't see.
You're still up. I just need this for that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, y'all. In 3, 2, 1. Who's going to win the Raiders Report jersey? It's going to go to
Anthony.
What up, Anthony? What's the last name?
It was literally just Anthony.
It was literally just Anthony. Oh, boy. Hang on a second here. If I can find his exact name, then I see PG, Brandon. All right, so we got Anthony. All right, hang on a second here. Home, playlist, channels, about. Let's see here. I don't know how I'm going to find him.
Anthony, are you here?
I don't know. He's got a playlist. All right, Anthony, you got 24 hours, my guy. 24 hours to claim your jersey.
Dude, I don't even know if he knew.
I don't know if he knows.
His super chat was literally, "Let's get some butt chugs on here."
I mean, we got to leave it. We got to give him 20. You got to give him 24 hours.
Yeah.
Also, Kenyon Green, Texans have placed him on IR, out for the year. Kenyon Green out for the season.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give him. We'll give him 24 hours to claim his prize. Anthony, you got to message Jeremy on Twitter at Jeremy Beedling to
Nope.
claim it. Jeremy _Beedling.
Nope.
Jeremy _Chuggs.
Just Jeremy Chuggs.
Just Jeremy Chuggs. I'm thinking of IG then. There's a lot of different names here, man. Sounds like a great jersey for Chuggs. I don't disagree with that.
Butt chugs.
Butt Chuggs. Oh, man, I think that would be good. All right, y'all. Unfortunately, I got to turn over the studio space here at Chat Sports. We're got to let some other people get some content in.
Raider Muerte, thanks for the vibes.
Raider Muerte, seriously, man, thank you so much for the vibes. Uncle Elroy.
For some reason, Zahn is ducking, dying.
What?
I don't know. Zahn just put in there he's ducking, dying.
Oh.
Ah.
Thank you, Raider Muerte, for the good vibes. He got the show started with a super. Sounds like he's going to end one as well. Week 1, what are your predictions? Raiders versus Donkeys. I mean, the Broncos are going to be without a lot of players. Their wide receiver room is very thin right now.
They don't even have Albert O.
I'd make the argument they might have the worst receiving unit in the NFL right now. They got to be up there with one of the worst receiving units in the league from top to bottom.
Also, don't forget this Thursday, Mitch getting his tattoo. Going to start bright and early, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific time.
Yep. The boot giveaway going to Brandon Jasper. So that's already been. Brandon Jasper gets the boot. Patrick B., I'm going to wear his jersey on Thursday. And whoever's the MVP of our show on Thursday, I will wear your jersey on Friday. So,
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Unfortunately, the Raiders have yet to release their 53-man. We got to turn over the studio. We waited for 2 hours, and
So from me,
it hasn't happened yet. I will say, though, if the Raiders do put out their roster, you will get a video here on the Raiders Report. We probably won't go live for it. Unfortunately, we got to turn over to the studio time. But much love to everybody who's tuned in today.
from me, from Mitchell Renz.
Yep. Want you guys to have a good day. We'll see you again live on Thursday when I'm getting my Raiders tattoo. And make sure those notifications are on. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you don't miss anything, because I feel like as soon as we get done with this show, McDaniels and Ziegler are probably going to put out that 53-man roster. Nice.